a very fast circuit. Obviously, the two bankings on the east and west end. Braking very possible at turn 1, turn 3, braking just after the kink, braking into the chicane. Severe G-forces as they go around the eastern curve. A lot of forces through the driver, through the car. It's quite hard on the drivers. Just under 200 miles an hour top speed, average of 125 pole position. A very difficult track, but very demanding, and one that we all love to win.
All love to win indeed. And speaking of which, let's take a look at our starting lineup. We introduced you to the pole qualifiers in the 5 classes. Calvin alluded to the big surprise that number 49, Judd Ascari of the young South African Werner Lupberger, only a 10th off of Didier Theys in qualifying. If you take a look at some of the others, though, we mentioned in GTS the Jag, but let's not forget the 00 Porsche GT1. Two Canadians, David Everingham and Richard Spinard, incredibly quick. They've been showing some good form. In the SRP2 division, Anthony Lazzaro took the Rand Racing Nissan Lola to the pole, some 9 spots clear of the next SRP2 car, the Archangel number 22. Now that's going to close up. In AGT, the number 29 Mustang, built and qualified by Irv Hare, set a new track record, but only 2 spots behind Kevin Harvick in that number 90 Fleece Corvette. So a good story there. In GT, it separated out a little bit. The very talented Portuguese driver, João Barbosa, took the number 24 Mosler MT900 to the pole, 9 spots clear of the next GT car, the first of the Porsches, in the hands of World Challenge Touring standout Hugh Plum, doing a great job. And right behind him, though, the fastest of the V8 BMW M3s. And of course, the field, very large, some 72 cars. And you look back through the pack, you always think in the GT division, certainly Porsche reliability. We've got some more of the grid to show you, but I wanted to make one point here very quickly. So much of this race occurs at night, unlike Le Mans. That has its own, really, trials and tribulations.
Well, it certainly makes life very much more difficult for the very fast drivers. It makes it difficult for the slower guys because they've got to keep watching the mirror all the time. And as you said, there's so many hours of darkness here. And as Derek already said, there's a lot of corners compressed into just 3.5 miles, unlike Le Mans, which is 8 miles. You got 73 cars here as opposed to 50 at Le Mans. It makes a big difference in the traffic.
It's so difficult to look in your mirror and pick out the distance the car is behind. And we've got less lights this year. Obviously on the circuit, we're going to be able to see, the driver's going to have to see where they're going rather than have artificial light. Very important.
Speaking of seeing where they're going, you're going to be able to do that as well, as we have some great onboard looks we're going to provide. You're going to show you a couple right now. The first of them is going to be the number 35 Zip Racing Porsche. Jerry Green will be starting that car, starting in the 63rd spot. So a great look coming up through the pack. We're also going to be on board the number 33 Ferrari of Washington. Ferrari, Court Wagner starts 54th. Bill Oberlin among the drivers of that machine. Then we move up to the number 66 GT Racers Group Porsche. Kevin Buckler is going to be starting in that one. Also the number 53 GTS Team Seattle Saleen. Now that is the 07. We weren't sure we were going to have that car for you, and it's up. That's the 07 G&W BMW powered Pichio in the SRP2 division. Now we'll take a look at the number 53 GTS car. That's the Team Seattle Saleen, one of the beautiful S7Rs. Don Kidd starting in the 37th spot. Then we are going to be on board with Kevin Harvick in the number 90 AGT Fleece Corvette, and he's going to be giving us a good ride as he comes up through the pack as well. We'll also be on board as we get a good look there at Kevin starting in the 21st spot. The Rand Racing Lola, the pole sitter in SRP2. That's the number 8 entry, and that right there is Anthony Lazzaro, who put that car on pole with a great effort, 17th overall. We'll also be on board the number 38 champion Lola Porsche, car you can never count out. Anthony Wallace starts in the 8th spot. Andy Wallace, of course, a winner of both Daytona, Sebring, and Le Mans, one of the very few who's achieved that great accomplishment. And also number 13, the Risi Competizione Ferrari, Eric Van de Poele, starting in the 6th spot. Another great lineup there. And I think if you have to pick a favorite, people might be tilting toward that Risi entry just a little bit. So what we want to do now, though, is get back down now to the pit area for some last thoughts from the guys in the pits. Calvin?
Well, there's certainly going to be a lot of competition out there over the next 24 hours, but not so much with the tyre companies. There's now a spec tyre for all 5 classes, SRP1, GTS, and American GT. Those fields will be shot on Goodyears, and SRP2 and GT on the Dunlop tyre. And what it means is each tyre company has only brought 3 tyres with them, 1 wet weather compound and 2 dry, and it's going to get very cool overnight, a lot cooler than we had over the last couple of days, so that will certainly be a factor tonight. Let's get down to Guy Hobbs.
Thanks, Calvin. One other thing I noticed over this weekend is the crowd on hand. Seems to be much larger than normal. They keep adding seats here to Daytona, but they keep filling them up here for the 24-hour. And then the paddock area and garage area, also a very big crowd. And I think that's probably a reflection on some of the drivers that are showing up here this weekend. Back up to you, Greg.
Thanks very much, Guy. We want to remind all of our viewers that the Rolex 24 at Daytona is interactive with our Speed Vision viewers in a couple of different ways. To email us here in the broadcast booth, go to speedvision.com and click on the link to submit your question or comment. Keep a watch out as well for Speedline. Now that's going to be selected email messages that'll appear at the bottom of your screen at various times throughout our coverage. And in a new feature this year, race director, Grand Am race director Mark Raffoff is also going to be available live to answer your questions in regard to rules and race procedures that might come up. There's a good look at Mark way up here in the perch overlooking this beautiful speedway. Guy mentioned new seats being added. Seating capacity for every seat here when full is 168,000 people, and of course that doesn't include the capabilities here in the grandstand. This race, of course, because there's more people down watching around the road course and everything, did a little different look to it, but boy, some unbelievable viewing here as well.
And those guys, now, what's that other game they play over here? Football or something?
Yeah.
Super Bowl tomorrow, they reckon 77,000 is a good crowd. You can sit 168,000 in. Sit 168,000, put another 100,000 in infield.
Exactly.
Now that's a crowd.
Now that's a crowd, and people do tend to forget that motorsports, in terms of attendance, spectator attendance, is the highest in the world when you factor in all the events. Oh, easily, no question about it. Field right now working on their second. This is actually the true pace lap, and you can see there's your front row, Didier Theys, that beautiful Dallara Judd, that number 27 entry on pole.
This is that awful rock and a hard place part of the race. You can see those four cars absolutely within spitting distance of each other. They know there's 24 hours to go, and they know they've got to be careful. They know they've got to be sensible. They know they've got to finish this race, and they also know that they jolly well want to be into turn one first. Isn't that right, Derek?
There's nothing like leading the first lap. It's so important that by the end of the race, everybody's forgotten who led the first lap, and that's what, as a driver, your discipline has to be, to really be disciplined about it. So many of these drivers out there have been very nervous about this race, because it's those that can conserve the car and have mechanical sympathy that I think is going to be the key point to the result of this race.
Now, just in case anybody thought it was a mistake there, just going by that chicane, bypass the chicane on this, the last of the pace lap.
All right, and this time they are going to start to form up, and when they come by, we expect a green flag. And to take you to that green flag, we now do want to join Grand Am race director Mark Raffoff in race control to bring the pace car around.
All right, safety car, you're looking good, you're looking good. You got a bit of a gap about 5 rows back, but they're catching up. Catching up, keep that pace, good pace. Stay out as long as you can.
Pace car copy.
Looking good, looking good. Don't pull ahead, just keep that starter. Don't forget, you want to bring them down late. You got one coming in the pits, pace car behind you, watch out.
Pace car copy.
You got him, Start. Good job.
And while up front, Didier Theys leads them into the Rodriguez hairpin, and inauspicious start for the champion Lola Porsche. We saw that car make its way down into the pits. Problems early, there it is, and the engine cover is off of the car. Let's go quickly down to Cal.
Well, they believe they've actually fouled the plug during the pace laps here. Very slow pace there on those 2 laps that they had to take, and Andy Wallace has taken the car around. He's reported to the team that the engine is running a little bit sick. They're trying to do a diagnosis right now, and this is very costly on the opening lap, of course.
If it is a simple fix, however, obviously 24 hours of racing and they can work their way up, and if everything works well, could be right back in contention in a few hours time. Meanwhile, back up onto the banking, over on the west banking, there is Didier Theys, the leader in that Dallara car. Now, if you were with us for our Le Mans coverage the last couple of years, you may recognize that car, silver trim, when it was run as the Chrysler entry for Eureka Racing. One of those cars purchased by Kevin Doran and Fredy Lienhard, dropped the Judd engine in the back of it, repainted, and that car has proven to be very, very fast.
It's extremely fast as it goes through the chicane for the first of many, many times. The chicane gets very, very dusty and dirty as they clip those corners and start digging up the sand here, but at the moment the field looking very controlled.
Well, the last thing you want to do is throw it away and make some mistake in the early going. On board the Risi Ferrari right now, Eric Van der Poel on board, And of course, a very, very accomplished endurance racer. Sits right there, goes by in the 4th spot, chased by Jim Matthews, Factory Riley and Scott. Now, Vanderpool drops low, is going to take a run at the Crawford and makes the move. That was the number 2 Crawford that was sitting in 3rd. Now has been demoted back to 4th, and it looks as well as Weaver has gone around and picked up a spot from the Riley and Scott entry right behind him, the factory entry.
Jan Lammers driving that Crawford, very, very experienced. Of course, it's going to be really great to see Tony Stewart take over the wheel of that car in about another 2 hours from now.
One of the interesting things as we look at that beautiful Ferrari, of course, the Duran entry with Lienhard used to run a Ferrari. Then they decided to put a Judd engine in the back of it, and it was quite effective, but they felt they needed a newer chassis, so they went with Dallara. But that Ferrari is actually built by Dallara. It was commissioned out by the Ferrari factory, and so they've really sort of kept it within the family as they made the step. And I'll tell you, they're very high on that new Dallara chassis. The plumbing and getting the Judd engine in the back of it has obviously been a bit of a work, but I think they're very, very confident in the future.
The car apparently handles extremely well. The drivers are absolutely over the moon about it. And just some niggling little things because it obviously is relatively new as an overall package.
Well, it was being put together by the Areca group in France, and they decided to drop that project, so the cars became free, and Kevin Doran stepped in and purchased one. Good race going on here between the this group here, 2, 16, 25. There's a very, very close race here.
Yeah, that's the Crawford, and then right behind it, James Weaver. Those two having a good scrap, and closing on them is the number 36 entry, Guy Smith, behind the wheel. That's the erstwhile factory Riley and Scott program. And that's an interesting story, too. The engine they're running is a Robert Yates built 6-liter V8 Ford that now is prepped and maintained by Elan Performance Products, one of Don Panos's companies. And it's, in fact, the engine that runs in the Panos Roadsters. So right there, that car is sort of a little bit of a question mark, but you know it's quick.
Exactly. Right behind him is the EFR in the second one of the Dyson entries, the 20 car.
I'm afraid to say the champion car is still in the pits, which is not what they wanted. So much effort's gone into that car. Dave Mirage has put so much money, so much effort with Porsche's backing to get this car here as an endurance car for Hurley to try and get his 6th Daytona victory. And I must admit, it's the last thing I expected to see in the pit lane for the first 3 laps of the race.
Boy, I'll tell you, that's a real downer when you're 3 laps down and the race is only 3 laps old.
James Weaver, by the way, just went by that Crawford. An absolutely great pass. Let's go down to Cal, who's with Andy Wallace.
Andy, the last thing we expected to see was this car in the pits on the opening lap. What happened, mate?
Well, just on the lap bar, the pace car, it won't rev over 5,000 RPM. So nothing we could do really. We're just having a look to see if it's failed a plug or a coil broken or something.
Is this a problem that you've encountered this weekend or something new?
We've never ever seen this before. It's just the way it goes, I guess. The start of a race, funny things happen, but we'll get back, don't worry.
Andy Wallace has won 3 of these things. Hurley Hayward's won 5, and stellar driving crew on this team, and they're going to go to work and try and get them back out in the action.
That's a very good point. When Andy Wallace says, we'll get back, don't worry, you listen.
You do listen, but I think he's in a bit of a dream world at the moment. But we've seen all these cars flounder over the last couple of years, and a GT car or GDS car win it, so he could well be right. The car should be so reliable, it should be so good, and he gets sidelined by a silly little problem that they've got right now.
Elliott Forbes Robinson taking a run at Guy Smith in the tri-oval down to the inside, and let's see if he's going to try. Not going to be able to get the late braking move done. Smith covers a little bit. Both of them running behind the Crawford right there. And of course that all white car, that's the new variant of the Riley and Scott, and the one that is right behind it is the older, the original Riley and Scott chassis, much modified by the Dyson team, but nonetheless you can see just a little bit different look to that
profile to it. It looks a bit more slippery, but they had a bit of trouble developing that car. That car first of all came out last year, but the old Riley and Scott was so good that they didn't bother to do much development work, but obviously sooner or later you've got to start making some changes.
And there's Jan Lammers right there in that beautiful blue and silver Crawford. Now that car was actually purchased and was going to run last year, and they found out that it was so effective in its downforce, it wasn't very quick in a straight line, and they actually took it back to the factory and started to rework it, and they're very high on it now. They say the car is a much more better balance in terms of downforce versus the coefficient of drag, and they think there could be some great things out of that car, and that's really here now as a factory effort from the folks at Crawford.
Well, it was interesting to hear Tony Stuart talk about the whole Crawford family, because I know Max Crawford and Jan Crawford very well. He was the crew chief when I drove for John Fitzpatrick back in 1982 and 83, and his wife Jan was always there, a great help to the team. And I saw her this weekend. They're having a good time down here, and they're trying hard. But Max, of course, you know, is a bit limited on his resources, and they've really been trying hard with this car. And they've got a great driver lineup, and Max certainly puts a lot of effort into these things. So hopefully they have a good, lucky weekend.
Coming up on some lap traffic, that's one of the GTS Vipers right there.
The Judd Lola just came in the pits, car number 30, with the Field family in the car. One of the various cars in the race with father and son teams going on in there.
There again, a look at that new variant Riley and Scott, the Mark IIIC, and the team car. That's the number 37. Lola Judd, the Banana Joe's entry, has gone off. Big spin at the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, we were just watching those go around the corner. I suddenly thought I saw a car drop out the bottom of the picture. There it is.
Well, John Field is unquestionably a very quick driver over any given single lap, but his exuberance sometimes gets the better of him, and his reputation is sometimes he's blindingly quick, but then he might have a little bit of an off, and he is always aggressive in the opening laps of any race, and it bit him just a little bit here. He got away with it, though.
He got away with it, didn't hit anything, luckily, at this early stage. Of course, hasn't lost a lot of ground, unlike the Lola Porsche, which is still champion car, which is still in the pit, so that is really starting to lose some horrible ground now. 4 laps down, 5
Not
about
good.
to be 5.
Not good at all. So we watch Field recovering. Let's go back to our lead in the SRP2 division. That's the helmet of Anthony Lazzaro, who qualified the car with a good pull through the kink here, and now into what they call the West Horseshoe. Out of this turn, you come up, then that left-hander, and then back onto the banking. On board with Anthony right here. Truly, you think about the SRP division and all the drivers there, but you look at the driver lineup in this car. I mean, you have Anthony, you have Terry Borchler, you have Ralph Kelleners, and of course the owner Bill Rand. But there are some very, very talented drivers here. Lazzaro is an Atlantic champion. He's done so much at Daytona in the past. We're up on the banking right now.
Very interesting shot, though. He's having a job to get by the Saleen Mustang on that banking. It just shows the power of that Saleen, the torque of that car.
Yeah, those big cars, of course, the SRP2 car's got about 350 horsepower. Where they come into their own is obviously through the chicane here. He'll be very quick, but coming out of there, the Saleen's going to blast off into the distance. When they get into the infield section is where Lazzaro is going to have to get by it.
Here is the battle right now for second overall. That is the number 49, the silver car, the Judd-powered Ascari, and right behind it, the ever-present James Weaver. And boy, when it comes to traffic, Weaver is about as good as it gets. Lutberger right there, though, found a nice line and got through some traffic clean.
You have to be so very, very careful in these conditions, because James must get over exuberant. You know, he's done this race so many times. He's used to being up in front and dicing for the lead, and I think he has to really use his head. If anybody can, I believe he can, but you mustn't get caught up in this slow traffic. Look, you see it go either side of a car like that, you could be in deep trouble.
You bring up a good point. I mean, this was the first year in, 3 years that James Weaver wasn't on pole here, or that Dyson car wasn't on pole. And Weaver's track record in this division, in the SRP2 or the SRP division, set at 90 still stands. So I think Weaver feels that he belongs at the front. Now they've come up behind the one of those
one of the
Judds. They look identical here. I'm not sure if that's John or the number 30 car of his son. But Lutberger, on clear track, Lutberger does seem to be able to run as quicker right now than does Weaver. But look at that, out of the chicane, that's where James Weaver owns things.
Well, yes, but yeah, with all due respect, Lutberger got held up by that slower GT car in front of him. He couldn't get on the power as you turn into the right within the chicane. He backed off a couple of hundred revs, and of course James carried the momentum through, and that's where you, as a professional, really try to make the most of it, but he didn't work, did he?
And of course the Judd engine of Lutberger's hasn't got the grunt that the Ford engine of James Weaver's got. It's got about the same top end horsepower. It's got slightly better fuel consumption. It revs higher, but the 16 car there with the big Ford pusher. Oh, we've lost the front end of somebody's car there.
It looks like one of the SRP2 Mazda Kudzu, the Team Spencer entry. Looks like I don't know if it's the hood or the engine cover, but part of the bodywork has come flailing and laying there in the track. Interesting too, you talked about the different engines here. The Ascari is very much a car designed for very high speeds, not a lot of downforce. That older Riley and Scott, exactly the opposite, designed to make tons of downforce.
Yeah.
And because of the tight street circuit nature.
It's good right here in the infield, but not quite so good on the banking. So what he picks up in torque and horsepower over the Judd engine on the banking in the long back straight, he might lose a bit of that in downforce.
Weaver wants by. He is really trying to be somewhat relentless. up onto the banking here. Once they get up into the rev band, there it goes. The Ascari eases away just a little bit here. We're going to watch him down the back straight. Weaver just ducked slow. That's the Norma BMW powered machine, and Weaver tried to catch a little toe off of that car. But there goes Lutberger, opening it up just a little bit as they head down the back straight and into the chicane. And you wonder what happened to that bodywork? Here it is, right there, right out the nose of our SRP2 entry. We'll be back. Interesting as they start to work through it. And one of the issues here, one, you've got all the different classes with the different amount of speeds that they're running. That's the number 43 entry. By the way, that car involved in an incident. That's Peter Barron. And watch what happens here. Peter looks to go down inside underneath the number 68 Racers Group car right there of Robert Nern, and it just got away from him.
I think he'd already got the flat tire.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
He got the flat tire, which is why that braking effort went awry. He nudged the 68 car. Meanwhile, of course, Didier Theys was trying to get through in the lead. Here's the lead pack all rushing. 68 car facing the wrong way. Here's the 43 car to have that tire fixed.
Now, did he flatten it under braking? Because this is actually what happened. I drove a GT3 car 2 years ago here, and it's exactly what happened to my teammate. The wheels lock up so quickly that you get flat spots very easily. And of course, this could well have happened as he braked. You see the smoke pouring off.
Well, one of the things that happens too here, and we'll see it as the race unfolds, down the back straight into that chicane back there, there is no curbing on the inside of that chicane when you get to that little piece of the right-hander. So cars cut the corner, and all sorts of debris come up onto the track. And when you've got a tire that's hot and worn, just a stone can cut through that.
Well, I have to say, I've always been very concerned. I've been racing for 20-odd years, and we've always said we must have curbs, real curbs on the inside of that. And of course, the organizers say we can't because it's a NASCAR track. But they can make things, movable these days. You put them in concrete and set them in holes underground. They've got, and I went through the racetrack yesterday, as you know, and there was dirt all over the road. And it gets worse as the race goes on, and stones, because these GT cars, they don't care too much if they take a bit of dirt. If you hit it with one of these outright prototype cars you see in the sports prototype, you're in a lot of trouble because you zoom across the road towards the bank, and there was a massive incident there. And I drove the Ferrari here 4 years ago. Just shocking through there. So I wish they'd do something on the inside of those.
Sure, there must be a way of putting some sort of temporary curve.
And there is, David. You just make these prefabricated concrete quite high curbings. The guys will keep off them if they're hard. They won't keep off them if they're soft, and that's what they are now.
We've also seen, some of these street courses we've seen, there's actually that plastic curbing that you just put a couple of holes in, set it in. So that may be something ought to think about in the future. Didier Theys, meanwhile, continues to just fend his way through traffic. And you've got the different classes here, so you got different closing speeds, but you also, some drivers, they may not normally race this type of racing, and they come here for the 24 hours. So a lot of the drivers in the very fast machinery aren't familiar with some of these other drivers. So there's so much
Cup drivers are going to have trouble with that, because they're not used to these huge differentials in speed, are they?
I just think for the Winston Cup drivers, it's a fantastic experience for them to gain this road racing experience. They do have a lot of road races themselves, but I think to gain this experience, look at that's Gentilozzi having a wild time there going through turn 2, the GTS leader.
Yep, the Jaguar Gentilozzi currently sits 13th overall. Gentilozzi, Simo, and of course Scott Pruitt and Lauer are running right there, having a very strong run. And these guys, they were talking about the cars run very well and nothing major. I do wonder, though, this is a Trans Am-based car, and they're designed to go for those 125-mile sprint races, essentially. What are they going to have to do to get this car to last for some 24 hours and 1,000 miles?
Well, obviously, the engine would have to be tuned very differently to how they have it tuned for the Trans Am. The gearbox should probably be okay. And the rest of it, the suspension, and, they don't want to be rebuilding they obviously rebuild them after every race, but they don't replace an awful lot of parts for these Trans Am cars. They're pretty beefy cars, but they'd have to detune the engine.
But he has so much experience into those, in those guys. You have to give them, of all the teams that have come into this from Trans Am, this is the team that have the experience to do well here, because he's driven so many long-distance races.
Well, you mentioned the team, and Rocket Sports is easily one of the best teams in racing, whether it's Trans Am or whatever. They do an incredible job. And let's not forget, they also, there were a lot of years in the old IMSA days that Gentilozzi ran lots of endurance racing. Right behind, there's number 82. That's one of our AGT cars. And right there, just making the pass, the number 83, second in GTS. That's the number 83, Mike Yules and Joff Lister right there. And that car actually qualified much further back, but we understand that Charles Nierberg behind the wheel of that car right now, and he's got that thing flying up into 14th overall, second in class.
You have to say these are the most perfect driving conditions. It's mid-70s. There's no sunshine out at the moment. A little bit overcast. It's perfect for these cars and for the drivers.
Great light. You can really see the track well. You can see, unlike the glare of the sun, or obviously when it's too dark. So you're right, the conditions are perfect. Of course, the temperature's just great for the engine.
Perfect, isn't it? Yeah. This has been the trouble with the champion car. I know for sure has been a little bit concerned about temperature right now. They're still sitting there after some, what is it, 10 laps. They're still sitting in the pit lane. So I think dear old Andy Wallace's proclamation that he was going to get out there and cause a stir is not going to happen.
By the way, I want to make a clarification, give credit to the right guy. Behind the wheel of the number 83 right now is Ian McKellar, who, of course, has a lot of success racing the Salines in Europe, and he has done a great job. This is the number 51, another of the Salines, Chris Bingham. And, of course, Bingham has had some tremendous success in these cars here stateside the last year, winning a couple of championships as well. So right there, that's your battle for second between those two Salines in the GTS division right now as they come out of the infield up onto the banking as we join Anthony Lazzaro, who is chasing those cars up onto the banking here at Daytona. We'll be right back. Block Ford V8. They're actually running a little smaller restrictor this year, carrying a little more weight in those big block cars, the pushrod entries, but obviously, as you talked about, David, they get tremendous torque and pull out of the slower corners, out of the chicane and the like. May be off just a little bit when you get the ultimate top end. But in this track, when you start working traffic, it's torque oftentimes that seems to really play the key. There's a good look at Weaver, who is absolutely magic in traffic.
Because even when you're with those slower cars, cars that are much, much slower, when you come off those tight infield corners, just initially, they've got almost as much grunt as you have, and that's where the big engine that James Weaver's got on the 16 car here really helps him in traffic.
Of course, this driver, James Weaver, his normal teammate Butch Leitzinger, one of the guys they fought so much the past couple of years in Grand Am Racing. Oliver Gavin has now joined the team, and I would imagine, Calvin, that he might be offering up some interesting strategy ideas.
Well, absolutely, Greg. Ollie, we're talking about strategy for this race, and we see Didier Theys out at the point right now, setting a pretty hard pace. How disciplined do you have to be here for 24 hours? The team has come up short a couple of times now in the last 2 years.
Well, James and Butch have been talking to me about that and just saying, look, we need to just pace ourselves, don't get carried away with the person, what he's doing in front, just see if we can make sure that we can stay on the lead lap. Don't be too worried about, what that guy's doing at the front, because he's maybe wearing himself out, wearing the car out. So don't be too concerned, just make sure we try and stay on the lead lap.
You and Butch and James have put on some great battles over the last 18 months or so. You've been running with John Field in that Lola. How much fun is it to be teamed up with these boys for this race?
No, it's great fun. I've learned a lot just from this one weekend with James and Butch, and it's really great fun. It's a very light-hearted sort of atmosphere, but still very, very professional, wanting to get on, make sure the car's right, and doing the best job possible. And I'm pleased to see that James is doing his very best in third place at the moment, giving it everything.
All right, mate, good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks a lot.
Watching Weaver right here, and he's working through traffic. I found it interesting. He came up in the banking, and he runs in the fastest class, and yet he was checking his mirrors just to make sure when he hit that traffic in front, he wasn't going to have anybody coming by him in the category. Here's a look at the number 38 champion Porsche. It did go back out. Wallace took it out, but Derek, he only took it out for one lap, and he's right back in again.
Changing the wheel now.
Changing his steering wheel as well as the road wheels. It could be something to do with that. Maybe he's having bad transmission with the pits, but obviously it's not running that well. He went out and just did one lap, and the team didn't exactly leap all over it when he came in.
Let's check in with Calvin.
Well, I spoke to the team, and they were a firm believer in that it was the spark plug. It took it a phenomenal amount of time to get that changed, but I think they're going to change the gearbox quicker than they changed the spark plug in this thing. But there's so many ancillaries hanging off that left bank of the engine that it took the guys quite a while. They thought they had it cleaned up, and I spoke to the team man, and he said the engine is very finicky with the temperature. As soon as Andy fired it up on the false grid, the engine immediately began to misfire, and Andy wanted to really go hard to try and clean the engine out, but obviously on the pace lap he was unable to do that. Now this steering wheel has a lot of electronic equipment based around that, so that may be a reason they've changed it, trying to eliminate all the various problems.
Well, now they're also looking at, Calvin, it appears, the right bank of the engine as well. So they're looking at every aspect, I would suspect, right now. And I mean, sometimes, the electronics so touchy that if you have a problem with your steering, and this is, I believe that's our second place car, the number 49. That's the number 23, excuse me. Helmet caught me out there. And yep, the number 23, which was was in the pits earlier and went out and is apparently still struggling as well. Ben Collins, the driver of that entry. Now, that is not Judd powered. That is a BMW powered entry, and it looks like I thought for a minute he might be going right behind the wall.
Yeah, he is.
So they
I was talking to them last night, and they said they thought the car had such reliability, under stress, beautiful car and engine for this race.
Well, it just goes to show you that there is no certain thing when it comes to 24-hour endurance racing. There, your leader remains Didier Theys, chased by Lupberger, Weaver, Lammers, and Elliott Forbes-Robinson.
Do you have the cell phone blues?
Hello, hello.
Welcome back to Daytona Beach, everybody. There's your leader, Didier Theys, continuing to work traffic through the chicane. We said earlier that we are interactive, and that you can go to speedvision.com, click on the link Rolex24 at speedvision.com, send us your questions and emails. We already have one that has come in from Rick and Kiki Allen, and the question was, my wife, a new fan of racing, would like to know the differences between the classes of the cars. Well, as it turns out, our intrepid Calvin Fish earlier in the weekend spent some time wandering around the paddock and took a look at the fastest of the classes, SRP.
Sports racing prototype is the premier class in Grand Am racing, and as you can see, this chassis bears very little resemblance to a production-based vehicle, but certainly this car, the new Corvette, is going to generate a lot of downforce. Here we're looking at the front end design. As you go back through the side of the car, very important how they really take the air along the side, creating downforce all the way towards this massive rear wing. Now, this amount of downforce is certainly going to make the car very stable up on the banks here at Daytona, but most importantly, very quick through the infield. That's where they're gaining their lap time from. Also, the brakes, massive brakes, really enables this top class to deal with the traffic very effectively. Various engine packages. We're looking at the Judd V10 here in the Crawford. We have the Ferrari from Risi. We also have the Ford V8 with Dyson Racing. And of course, that Porsche Turbo should be a factor here this weekend. And the Grand Am regs really equalize all of these various engine packages through a variety of air restrictors.
So that's a look from Calvin Fish at these class, or at the SRP class at any rate, as we're watching the battle for fifth right now. The number 20 entry of Elliott Forbes-Robinson, right behind him, that bright colored machine. That also one of the new Riley and Scott cars. That's the number 74 Hunting Ranch entry, Jack Baldwin, behind the wheel right now. By the way, Bill Robinson of Hurlock, Maryland wrote, being new to this type of racing, I'd appreciate as much information on the chassis engine types as you could give out. Thanks very much. Well, here's a little bit of some stats on the SRP class. As you see, open cockpit, purpose-built. They have to run the full width roll hoop, which actually is fairly significant. Steel brakes, and you can run turbos or normally aspirated cars. But as I understand it, gentlemen, they're restricted to about 600 horsepower, give or take, and that's what keeps the competition so close.
Well, that's the SRP cars are restricted to about 600 horsepower, as Calvin said, with various restrictors on the engines. And of course, the weight, as you can see, the car's 1985, their minimum weight. And the SRP2 cars, of course, are just a smaller version of this. Very, very similar chassis. Of course, the engines are smaller. V6 Nissan being one of the favorite engines in there. They develop about 360 horsepower. So, you know, they're giving up very close to 300 horsepower.
Run a little narrower tire, but of course, narrower chassis, bodywork, very slippery. Then you got the GT class, two divisions there, GTS, which is basically just a real high horsepower closed GT cars. Then GT for the slightly less powerful machines, a little narrower tire, a little less wing perhaps, and then American GT tube frame American muscle cars, and that really is the best way to take a look at those five classes. Now remember, if you have questions, you can always email us at www.speedvision.com. Go to the link Rolex24 at speedvision.com and ask us your questions. If you have comments that you'd just like to pass along that we don't necessarily have to answer, Speedline is going to be up and running here, and as a matter of fact, it'll be crawling across the bottom of the screen, so you can send in your comments, and we'll hopefully get them on the air for you. And I want to really, there you go, there's Speedline coming at you. I want to come across one more email that we got here from Colin in Michigan. This is great to watch the Super Bowl of road racing on this big weekend as number 39 goes around. That is Tom Papadopoulos in the Porsche GT3R. But we wanted to know just how many NASCAR drivers are there in the field today. We talked about it a little bit up top, but it's Tony Stewart, Robbie Gordon, Wally Dallenbach Jr., Kyle Petty, Derek Cope, and Kevin Harvick. So 6 of them. We also have Rick Corelli, of course, who stand out NASCAR craft from trucks, and Rob Morgan, who's done some NASCAR craft and truck driving, is here as well. And IRL former IRL champ and pole sitter at Indianapolis last year. Scott Sharp here as well on board. This is the Risi Competizione Ferrari. Has dropped back a little bit. Sits in the 8th spot. Eric Van der Poel, I think, Derek, you had talked earlier about, you know, you set your pace. You've got a target pace. You have to drive hard as the driver to get to it, but the car's laying back a little bit. You think right now they're just saving themselves, saying thanks to the car he just went.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that. The fact that he waved to that guy as he gets chopped up quite unmercifully there.
62
fairly normal when that happens.
Wandering across the road, that's Dennis Spencer, the SRP2 car.
But I think the way to look at it is the fact that these guys are settling into a good pace right now. You can tell by his downshifts are very calm, very cool. He doesn't want to outstress the gearbox because, let's face it, it's better to change the brake pads, which takes something like 2 or 3 minutes, than change a gearbox that takes 40. So let's use the brakes. Let's conserve the engine and, of course, the brakes. And this is exactly what he's doing. Really intelligent driving. He drove obviously with the Bentley team at Le Mans last year with Andy Wallace and Butch Leitzinger. And again, the three of them are signed up to drive the Solars entry at Le Mans. So this very, very capable driver. And I must say, I've never really watched Van der Poel before, but I must admit, right now, he's really come up in my estimation.
And before we cut up well, first of all, we want to show you what happened. Whoa, there's a moment right there. There's the number 33 Ferrari of Washington entry. That's the one Kurt Wagner, Bill Oberlin driving. Watch what happens right here to Kurt Wagner.
Well, I didn't see any other cars happen, did you?
But the way it went around, that's what I was going to say. It almost looked like something locked up.
And at that point, there's no... At that time, the flat tire, well, it was a flat tire, but it's sad that he's parked there. I thought he could have got back, and I can't understand that.
Well, it went back so quick, didn't it?
Yeah, it must have been some additional damage perhaps done as a result of the flat tire, and so that's the problem for him. And before we cut up the SRP2 entry, the Crocodile Mazda Kudzu that just got in front of Eric Van der Poel there. Remember, they're the ones whose bodywork came off, and I would imagine if the banking had flat out, that could get that car moving around just a little bit, and a little bit of a handful. Back on board with Anthony Lazzaro, continues to lead in the SRP2 division, and right there, a classic example of the dirt that we talk about that builds up and makes the chicane here at Daytona so interesting as the race unfolds. Daytona, the first pit stop of one of the major players unfolding. Let's go down to Guy Hobb.
Yeah, the racing competition, Ferrari has come in. Looks like a regular stop, clearing out the grill, adding the fuel and all 4 tires, 4 new tires. I'm surprised they didn't double stint these tires. Back out, everything seems to be okay, no problems. Just a regular on-schedule pit stop.
I just have to say one thing, that one of the reasons that they don't double stint the first set of tyres is they're never quite sure what the wear pattern is like under these conditions. Remember, there are only 2 tyres, the hard and the soft. They haven't run for 40 minutes at any part of the weekend, so they want this first stop to take those tyres off, check them out, then they'll know next time to lead them on for 2.
Also, right here, gentlemen, we are watching at the battle for the lead in GTS. That's the number 3 Paul Gentilozzi-driven Jaguar, and the car swinging out, trying to run around the outside, couldn't get it done. The number 83 Celine of Ian McKellar, and this is absolutely a battle for the lead in the GTS class. Right now, that is 10th overall is where Gentilozzi is running, and running very impressively as Ian McKellar brought that up. And the Crawford, Jan Lammers brings the number 2 Crawford in. Let's go down to Cal.
Well, there's going to be a driver change here. It's going to be the Brit Johnny Molan taking over from Jan Lammers. They're going to do singles initially, so it will be Tony Stewart getting in at the next pit stop. This car has run pretty much flawlessly all weekend. A lot of the front-running teams have been having little niggly problems, but the Crawford's been running very well. Since the test they did here 1 month ago, they've actually switched to a new gearbox. And when they got here this week, it was the first time they've run it. It's an X-Trax gearbox. They had problems with the other one. They feel pretty confident with it, but when they changed to the new gearbox, it actually changed all of the pickup points in the suspension and everything else, so they really had to go to work on the setup of the car once again. But the driver seemed very happy with it, and Max Crawford, after qualifying, where Jan Lammers put it in the 3rd position, was very happy with the progress.
Very effective stop there for essentially a fairly new team. You've got to be impressed. Oh, but he stalled it.
I was just about to say,
on his way out.
This is a very special moment for Johnny Molan. It's the first time he's really been in an up-top car. He's a very talented young British driver, and he's so excited this weekend. He did very well in yesterday afternoon's final practice, final qualifying, and this is a very special moment for this young Englishman going out in an open sports car. It's something he's always wanted to do.
Well,
the
keep
car
in mind,
sticker tires.
Sticker tires, yeah. Keep in mind, of course, that he ran in the GT class last year in both the Grand Am and the ALMS series with great success, and really made his name in Britain with the British Porsche, I believe the Pirelli Super Cup series, the first ever driver to win all 17 races with 15 poles in one season. pretty good credentials right there.
He's a very talented young driver, and he just needed this sort of a break.
And our second place entry, that, of course, Werner Lutberger, looks like he's going to be staying on board. That is the Judd Powered Ascari, number 49. And they're just going to stay put with him in the car. And Guy, I don't even know if they're going to go after tires. He looks confused too.
And it doesn't look like they're going to go to tires, just adding fuel at this point and running some data out of the computer back to the pit area here. Ian Dawson holding him at guard as we get ready to send him back out, but it doesn't look like they're going to be any kind of tire change here. Of course, that new tire rule this year, they've got the Goodyears, same as the Risi competition. Well, now they've spotted, looked like they had a problem on the left front, but they've decided not. Let's go down to Calvin with the Dyson team.
Well, one of the Dyson cars is in, Guy, and that's the number 20 at the moment, driven by EFR. He gives a thumbs up to the team. Everything looks pretty good. A lot of smoke and heat, as you can see, coming from the front grills there over the front wheels. A lot of brake temperature there, but looks like a routine start. The veteran, EFR, he seems to get younger every year instead of older Guy, and he takes it back on the pit road. Let's go back down to Guy.
Now the engine cover has come off the back of the Judd Powered Ascari. They didn't actually do anything. Kind of ripped some tape off. Because the other Ascari is already behind the wall. They had a problem with a misfire. They've sent that one behind the wall already. This one, the 49, the quicker one of the two, Werner Lutberger, who got it, qualified it second. Now they've gone back. No, okay, now the rear bodywork's going back on. There you can see them unplugging the computer, and it looks like they'll send him back out. So let's go back down to you, Cal.
Well, the Robinson Racing entry is in, and they said that the engine had a slight overheating problem. Not really overheating, but a higher temperature than they wanted to see on the telemetry. So as you can see, they're actually changing the ducting there, allowing a little bit more air into the radiators in the attempt to get this thing cooled down. But a very strong driver lineup here. George Robinson, Jack Baldwin, the regular drivers. They've got Mark Simo, but of course NASCAR star Wally Dallenbach Jr. is going to be joining them a little bit later in the driving stint.
Wally Dallenbach, of course, tremendous experience in road racing and obviously a lot of experience here at Daytona. Class winner here before with the Jack Roush Fords. And Wally Dallenbach, and of course his father, both big names in American racing.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I'm very surprised they're having this problem. It's much cooler today, and you'd have thought they'd have had this overheating problem yesterday, not today, unless they thought it was that much cooler and blanked it off. And I think
that's what they did to the
look at a situation developing here. The number 36, Riley and Scott for Matthews, came in, and they actually had to push the Robinson car back. Then it got stalled. Now finally underway. And I'll tell you, after watching, what was that, 6-7 pit stops, just a flurry of pit stop activity, there's so much rigmarole to go through. Well, let's go back down to Cal.
Well, everyone seems to be on the same fuel strategy right now. They're bringing them in typically a little bit early. They don't want to gamble too much. Guy Smith behind the wheel. He stays in the car. And, he's really the lead driver this weekend. Robbie Gordon and Scott Sharp, obviously a lot of talent. Jim Matthews, the team owner as well. They really have let Guy take the lead in qualifying and setting the car up. And he's really at home going to do a first double.
And we watch as he heads back out on track. And I'll tell you, that car running extremely well right now. Of course, running that Elan Ford Yates-built engine behind the driver right there. Very strong effort as well. So a flurry of pit stops complete. Of course, some of the other cars pitting a little bit later on, but we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the 24 Hours of Daytona here live on Speed Vision. Didier Theys, the leader, brings the Lister car in, and it looks like routine stop. I spoke to the team. They said no changes. Didier is very happy. He will do a double. Then he'll be turning it over, I believe, to Mauro Baldi or Max Papis for the second stint. But everything is running like clockwork. But in practice this weekend, they have had some problems with this new car. They ran it in the finale here at Daytona last year. Really didn't have a great run. Really felt they didn't have enough rear downforce. But Kevin Durant gave the team the okay to go ahead. They've had electrical problems this weekend and problems with the power steering, but everything's okay thus far.
But right behind you, Calvin, about 5 or 6 spots back in the pit lane, the number 16 of James Weaver came in, looked fairly routine, and suddenly it looked like James was really struggling with something down in the foot area of the cockpit. Now there's Butch Leitzinger, so apparently they've elected, with all the problems they're having, to just get Weaver out, fix it, and then make the driver's change and save some time. Cal?
Looks like they've spilled something in there.
Yeah, Cal?
Down here in the Dyson pit, and with James. James, what's the problem, mate?
After a couple of laps, I think we've got a power steering hose or a leak on the power steering system somewhere. It's been dripping oil on the pedals. It's got so bad, we're going to fix it.
For an old boy like yourself with no power steering, it's going to be a long 24 hours, I'd imagine.
Oh, I can manage without the power steering, so I can't manage all the fluid dropping on the pedals. It's quite slippery, power steering fluid.
How's the car running, though? And were you trying to discipline yourself with the pace? I mean, Theys was very quick. The Ascari looked good, and you looked a little racy, but the last couple of years has kind of bit you when you went to the lead.
Yeah, I think if we hadn't had that fluid leak, I'd have probably been able to run second comfortably, but running third's good for us. Our biggest threat, we think, is the Ferrari and Andy Wallace's Lola.
Okay, mate. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks.
Well, of course, Andy Wallace's Lola Porsche probably not the threat that it once was. Obviously, they're well down, although they have apparently got it fixed and it's out and running. It's a lot of laps back, but there's Butch now in the car. Now, what's his mindset, knowing that those pedals are covered with very slippery fluid, and he's got to come down from 200 miles per hour here in the main?
Well, hopefully they've cleaned the pedals down. They've wiped them off. There are tons of paper toweling in there. Now they're obviously trying to attack the hose and get that fixed, and I suppose they'll have to top up the power steering oil supply, but this is the sort of stop you just don't need, especially when you're going to lose the race by, you know, a couple of minutes at the end. And it's just one of those.
And the whole point about the philosophy about winning this race is you don't want to stop for anything untoward and winning a 24-hour race. And if you stop for anything like this, you immediately put yourself back in the pack. I know it's pretty damn logical, but if you do that, you're in a losing position. The cars that haven't stopped yet, they're looking really strong. That's a long way to go, and it's a silly thing to say, but you don't want to have to stop at anything except for fuel and tires.
Once you get behind, I mean, you get behind. Very often these races do come back to you, but the fact is you just can't, at this early stage, you certainly can't count on it.
Well, the history of this last 2 years of this race, of course, has been that these SRP cars have not been good, but I have to say the history of Le Mans is that there's always a good car up front that finishes very well. Somebody's having a major
tire's gone on the 89 car. Looks like the right rear tire's gone, I think.
That's Robert Julien. That's the Porsche House SRP2 Nissan Lola, one of the cars that has been a front runner and actually took it down to the final round of the championship last year, just missing the championship, and exactly right rear tire down, bodywork damage, a lot of smoke coming from that car, and he's got a bit of a drive to bring that back around and into the pits.
This is one of those things where the devil you do, the devil you don't. He should go slowly because he doesn't want that tire to come apart, because once it really starts to flail around, it can break all sorts of sensitive stuff back there, like oil coolers, oil lines, pipes, water pipes. You've got to be so careful, and yet you're obviously in a hurry to get back and get it fixed.
I mean, 80 miles an hour seems pretty darn slow. It's very fast when he's hitting things.
Meanwhile, let's get back down to Calvin Fish. Cal?
Well, we're down here by the number 16 Dyson car, and they're really not trying to fix the seal or anything on this power steering system. They're just trying to wrap rags around the column itself so there's no more fluid gets down into the footbox area. So it's really pretty much a band-aid. It looks like the team are going to go with the power steering pump really not working, and there's going to be a lot more work physically. This is only a 3-driver team. They, of course, can maybe switch some drivers around. I'm not sure exactly what the rules are now on that. I know they did it in the past, and they've tried to limit that from happening, but it's going to be a tough sled for these guys if there's only 3 of them with no power steering.
All right, Cal, it'll be interesting to watch. At least it looks like they now may have that done as they're getting Butch Leitzinger ready to head out. Meanwhile, Didier Theys, after all the pit stop, continues to lead, but Elliott Forbes Robinson now seconding. Welcome back to the 40th anniversary of the Rolex 24 here at Daytona International Speedway. There's your leader in the American GT division, tube frame chassis American muscle cars, Herb Hare. Not only is he driving the car, this is a car he designed and built. And of course, another great name from the era of Herb Hare's success in Trans Am and IMSA racing, Darren Brassfield has joined on board. They also have Jack Bush driving, and the team owner is Woodson Duncan, who's a pretty good driver in his own right. Herb Hare qualified this car, new track record here in the American GT division. So car is very, very effective. As we said, we've had a lot of emails about the different classes. Well, Calvin Fish, who was very busy earlier in the weekend, spent some time also taking a look at what makes an American GT car. Let's go down now to Calvin Fish with that piece.
AGT is the class for the all-American muscle car. Now, in the field this weekend, we have Camaros, we have Mustangs, and we also have Corvettes, such as this machine we're looking at right now. Now, it's the least high-tech of the 5 classes in Grand Am racing, but it also makes it the most affordable for the teams to go race with. They are allowed some downforce here. You're looking at the rear wing, but underneath the skin is what this car is all about. Very strong tube-frame chassis, and underneath the hood, we find that American muscle. V8 power up to 350 cubic inches. It should be very durable for this 24-hour race, and the guys are sure to put on a great show this weekend.
And it's a class as well that is starting to really end up with some very, very close racing. And this is a shot we want to show you here. This is number 90, as I mentioned. It's the second of the 2 Fleece Racing entries. This is the Remax machine. Driving that car, one of the big stories here, I think, is Kevin Harvick. Of course, we mentioned the Rookie of the Year in NASCAR Winston Cup and the Busch Grand National Champion from last year. And as we take a look at some of the additional stats on this category, as you can see, it is relatively low tech. However, that's not to say it is not very fast and very effective indeed. And Kevin Harvick, take a look at this angle here. This is a great shot right from the nose of this number 90. Here's the chicane. Look at that offline. All of that darkness, dirt, debris. Now through the exit of the chicane, back onto the banking. Pretty abrupt change here. And boy, I'll tell you, David, you find yourself sometimes looking right at that wall as you come out of there.
Well, of course, you swoop out of there. That was pretty good then because you didn't have any traffic. But sometimes when you get traffic there and it's not exactly sure where you are, you can get squeezed right up close to that wall.
The trouble is they're not always sure where they are, are they? That's the problem coming through there.
Well, one of the things, of course, Harvick, very impressive in qualifying, and everybody's saying, well, you know, he's a stock car guy. Well, he cut his teeth in his early career in go-kart racing, which, of course, pretty much ends up being road racing style, and you learn to left foot brake and a lot of the tendencies that become so second nature to road racers. So Harvick had some experience. Always love that shot. They get so close to that guardrail there as they work through the S's into the Rodriguez horseshoe here.
There's one of the SRP cars going by. The 12 car having a bit of trouble here.
Yep, that's one of our GTS entries, as a matter of fact. It's called an Ultima GTR. R.K. Smith, the starting driver in that car, and it has gone on. I don't know if he spun or if he just sensed that they had a problem, because that car, he's trying to restart.
I think he's got it going now. It blew it out then, didn't it? I think that's that flame was coming out the exhaust pipe. I don't think it's coming out of the engine bay as such.
See if we can pick up what. Oh yeah, it was definitely. Well, guess what, Derek? That's over in that dirt in the chicane.
Can you see it? Wasn't there some lying there?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We're having only an hour's gone by now. If I was him, I think it must be time to think about getting out or doing something about that. No, he's got spinning. It's pretty wet out there too.
He's got it going. I think. Yep, there you go. Don't stall it.
Because he's got to pick his spot. It's pretty quick there when the guys come in. Here they come.
And by the way, here's a look at our GT leader. That's the number 24 Mosler, João Barbosa, the very talented young Portuguese driver, stand out in Formula 2000, Formula Atlantic Racing a couple of years ago. This is a very neat package, this Mosler GT, the 900 GT. Very attractive car, very sleek car, and very quick. They've had some teething problems. Last year, he put the car, this same car, basically on pole here last year. It's his second straight pole. But last year he said they rushed the build so quickly on the car to get to Daytona, and he said it just wasn't quite right. Now, of course, they've had a year to really figure out what they needed to do on this car, and they're very confident it does have the ability to last and to be a factor come the end of the 24 hours.
Certainly a slick-looking car, that Moser. There's no doubt about it. Got a great line.
Number 57 now, that's Hugh Plum. That's Hugh Plum. Now, we mentioned that Plum normally runs a Honda with P.D. Cunningham's team in World Challenge Touring. Watch what happens here. He picks up the lead in the class and promptly loops it. Got a little excited, apparently, about leading here. This is a pretty good step for Hugh, stepping from a front drive Acura Integra in World Challenge Touring competition into the GT division. This is some pretty serious rear drive and very fast machinery. Quick recovery, though, remains in the lead.
Car looks good, too. Great paint scheme there. You know which one you're looking at when you see that car there. Tony Burgess and David Shep are going to be driving that car with him.
Oh, watching the action, got a report that number 36, Riley and Scott from Matthews Racing, a quick in and out stop, and is back underway. So apparently some brief business. Oh, the number 83, one of the front runners in the GTS class, has ducked down into the pits. That is was the GTS leader. Ian McKellar was the starting driver in that car, and we're not sure. I did not see yet. Looks like he may stay on board, and looks like they just did some tires here and look pretty casual. There he goes.
They didn't seem to be aware of the fact this is 23 hours to go.
Yeah.
It was all rather casual. I think they should have got on with the show a bit more. Like, well, I've done my bit. I don't know. It's up to you.
Perhaps that's because it was 23 hours ago. They were so casual. They thought, well, there's plenty of time left yet. No rush.
So
that's put Gentilozzi back up into the lead of the class, of course.
Yep, there's Gentilozzi, the black Jaguar, going around the AGT leader, number 29, Irv Hare. So Gentilozzi continues to lead in GT, Hare in GTS, Lazaro in SRP2, and up front, Didier Theys maintains the point overall. field, looped it, and the number 37 Lola Judd powered in. Watch this. Pete Barron, a tire goes down, and the number 43 car gets in the back of Robert Nern's number 68 entry. There is the culprit for Barron. He was able to get it around and into the pits without any more untoward damage. Big moment here. Watch number 46, Charles Morgan. Big loop right in front of the car of Jim Downing. Then number 89, Robert Julien, the Porsche House SRP2 car, flat tire. Debris all over the place, and then James Weaver brings in the number 16, and they've got, as they say, issues. A little bit of a...
Well, when you compress all that into about 25 seconds, it looked like an awful lot of action in hour one, didn't it?
It was. It was a lot of action. We had some great racing. There's your leader still.
Well, look at the traffic, too.
Yeah, right there. Now, you're watching Butch Leitzinger, and, of course, he's down a lap or so, and Butch is doing everything he possibly can right now to try and get by Didier Theys and at least get one of those laps back.
Well, they've got to go for it. 4 laps behind, you can't linger. They've got to actually get by and make up some time. And these guys, if anybody do in that car, the experience they've got with that 16 car, they can do it.
Right behind them is that Guy Smith in the 36 car. Guy Smith stayed in the car, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They are, I think Guy Smith is down but a lap here at this stage. Or actually, yep, he's down 1 lap. So he would like to get by as well.
He would certainly like to get by and get that lap back.
Going to go take a look at a close moment here. The chicane, this is just a lap ago. Always interesting here. Watch this. There's Theys, and look at this GT car. Almost clipped Leitzinger.
I mean, it's such a dangerous corner, that coming out of that straight. You're terrified of flooring it, because tell you what, that wall, as you come out of there, you only want to be tapped on the rear end. You're going to go straight in that wall really hard at 120 miles an hour.
Well, Derek, you had alluded to the fact that regardless of whether the engines be tuned or what the situation is, the drivers are driving as hard as they possibly can, and that means GT class cars as well. And you're coming out of that chicane, you're white-knuckled and trying to fend your way and thread that needle back onto the banking, and suddenly one of these SRP cars comes diving underneath, gets your attention.
Well, they didn't expect both of them to go by, of course, and generally 2 wouldn't go by, but when you're in the second SRP car, you want to hang in there. And of course, as you come out of that chicane, you can carry all that momentum all the way around for half a lap.
Exactly, of course, which makes going across the start-finish line here under the booth here the fastest spot on the track. What, 220 in some of these cars?
No, 200. Just under 200.
We're watching the number 36, Guy Smith, behind the wheel. They made a stop, looked routine, and then Calvin went back out and came back in again. What's up?
Yeah, they were in very quickly. When he went back out, he reported a vibration from the rear end of the car. They changed tires, precautionary, just put a splash of fuel in it, and he's reporting that everything's fine. So they believe they just got some tire build-up on the second set of tires when he went back out. So everything seems to be okay now. They've got a little bit of ground to make up. Quick report on the 74 car. We saw them changing the ducting on the side part to try and get more air into the cooling system there. They're reporting that has made no difference whatsoever to that Judd engine temperature, so that may be a problem over 24 hours.
That's the Robinson car. And by the way, one of the things we're noticing with these Riley and Scott chassis, you know, the new variant, David, you alluded to it, they're trying to get that frontal area and the area that the car is pushing through the air so low, so narrow, so that it's a much better coefficient of drag. It ends up squeezing areas of the car that you can duct air, both through radiators, engines, oil coolers, the whole thing. And that has been a battle that they have indeed been fighting. Up front, it is still Didier Theys taking the battle to everybody else here at Daytona. Elliott Forbes Robinson second, and the Risi Ferrari now up to third.
Deck and patio owners.
Now is only 2 overall positions back. Chad Block, the number 22 Archangel entry, is not too far adrift of Lazzaro right now, although way back in terms of actual racetrack distance, if you will. We're expecting this car to make a pit stop relatively soon.
And of course, Lazzaro qualified 17th overall. He's already up to 9th, so if they keep up this pace for the rest of the day, they could finish in the top 4 or 5 in this race overall.
This is really an amazing story, because this car, the first appearance it ever made was at the Daytona finale for the Grand Am Series last year, and promptly won the class. They said, we just thought we'd get a little testing in, see how it went, and it promptly won the class. Now we have a car that's the number 79. They're in trouble. Mike Fitzgerald.
He's missing out the chicane totally and just cruising back.
I wonder if he doesn't have a right rear tire down, just the way that car is.
Yeah, sort of very much like it.
Up and Leitzinger in. This is out of the blue, so we're going to have to see what happens here. going for a right front tire, or are they just going for fronts all around, it looks like, perhaps?
He might have flatted the tire, of course. They don't seem to be jumping into that cockpit area for his feet.
They're doing something.
Oh, they are. They're taking that front cover off, going after the Zeus fast. Let's go down to Cal.
Okay, well, as you said, Greg, they are about to take that cockpit cover off again and get into the foot box. They're doing routine work as we speak, topping it up with fuel and tires, and I think they're going to have to get in there and probably just keep mopping this up. Once the thing runs out of fluid, the guys will be good to go, but right now, probably really testy for the drivers to keep it on track. Let's go down to Guy Hobbs.
Thanks, Calvin. Anthony Lazaro's climbed out of the car. Terry Bourgeois is being belted in right now. Remember, we spoke to him at the beginning of the show, and he said he's feeling a little under the weather. Got some fluid from the kids, he thinks. They're changing all 4 tires, adding fuel. Anthony now jumps out of the car, and we'll see if we can't get a quick word here with Anthony. And Greg, you were talking about the car. This car is actually brand new. First time it ran was here on this weekend, on Thursday. Anthony's disappeared to the back, but I'm going to sneak in and get a word here with him. As he takes his helmet off. Anthony Lazaro, getting a quick word with you. Looks like it's a pretty hot work out there, judging by this. He's struggling to get a helmet off. The car is getting ready to go back out. Anthony, tell us a little bit about that first stint out there.
I actually didn't hear the question.
Tell us a little bit about that first stint out there.
Oh, it's typical Daytona, you know. It's a little bit chaotic. I was surprised how many people actually were blowing tires. In fact, we had a lot of pickup on our wheel, and I radioed in that we may have a problem, but it was just pickup. Track's greasy, it's hot. A lot of guys doing a good job, and there's some that aren't, so.
All right. It's a long way to go.
It's a very long way to go.
Back out to you, Calvin.
Well, the Dyson team are going to work in that foot box. Once again, I'm going to try and get a quick word here with Butch. Butch, is it just fluid on the feet, the big problem?
Yeah, it's, the power steering is working on our feet, and it's unfortunately right above the brake pedal. So for the first 4 or 5 laps, it wasn't too bad, but then the flow got to be so much that every time you went for the brake, your foot wouldn't slide off of it. It makes it pretty hard to outbrake anybody.
Is the game plan essentially to let the fluid eventually leak out, and then you'll be good to go? How hard is this car to drive without power steering?
Well, actually, that's not the plan, I don't think. We could drive it without power steering, but I think the plan is to fix it now. We weren't hoping the yellow flag would come up, but it was getting to be to the point that we were going to wreck the car. So I think we're just going to do it now and then try to make up time after that.
Okay, I think that may have been why you saw Guy Smith really make the move on Butch under braking there going into the infield, Craig, because he really can't be hard on the pedal.
Well, exactly. We noticed that, and Guy went around the outside of him like he was tied to a post, and obviously Butch being very, very careful trying to get that car slowed down. And when your foot wants to just come off that brake pedal, that is a rather scary moment. So work continues in the Dyson pit. They're going after it. Meanwhile, Terry Bourgeois on board the Rand Theys. And I'll tell you, that Dallara Judd has run absolutely like clockwork. We heard in the open segments that the car, some minor problems in it, and they were a little worried about a couple of items, but I'll tell you, it doesn't look like they have anything to worry about. Of course, now it just jinxed them completely, but that car has been running absolutely beautifully. Want to touch on a couple of quick emails. We had a quick one here from Ted Banning. How many tire manufacturers are represented? How many compounds are they allowed to stock in their pits? And is there one set type of fuel that the different classes must use? Thank you. Well, in terms of the fuel, everybody runs the same fuel. That is, it's a spec fuel supplier. And this year, for the first time, the Grand American Championship has gone to spec tires, or not so much spec tires, but spec tire providers. The SRP, the GTS, and the American GT classes now all run Goodyears, and that is a requirement. SRP2 and GT run the Dunlop tires. And in terms of the compounds, they've come with 3 compounds, a hard, a soft, and a wet, just in case we get there. And Derek, we were talking earlier, we listened to Calvin Fish. He said that a lot of the drivers and the teams are already running the softer compound, which leaves them not much of an option come nighttime. And then we heard Anthony Lazaro just say there's a lot of buildup out there because it's getting hot and greasy. And of course, we've had blown tires, we've had people with vibrations. That's all part of the same package, isn't it?
And you'd think so, and obviously, as we saw, there's a lot of debris on the very fast chicane out in the back straightaway, and I think that's where all this build-up of rubber is picking up debris, picking up stones. The one concern I always have when I'm here, and of course eventually that wears its way through and it punctures the tire.
Well, spin right there by the number 39, and it happened right in front of the battle for third overall. That's Tom Papadopoulos. That's his second spin. There you just saw the Risi Ferrari, then the lap car of Robinson Racing, and then right behind them, the number 2 entry now, and I believe that's Johnny Mollem has taken over that car from Jan Lammers. And I'll tell you, Johnny Mollem is acquitting himself incredibly well. He's made up a lot of ground on a driver the caliber here of Eric Van de Poele, and Mollem waited for his opportunity to hit the quote-unquote, and I hate to say it like this, but sort of the big leagues with the SRPs, and he's flying.
Yes, he's going incredibly well indeed. I've been watching them for a few laps, and they are carving their way through this field. And this is what they have to contend with at the beginning of the race, is a lot of inexperienced drivers in cars they haven't driven, obviously, before. As the season progresses, the drivers get more experienced and they get to know their cars. And that's why Daytona is such a lottery when it comes to the end result.
Ooh. Oh, that's a significant, that's a right front tire problem. And is that the number 60?
Is that more than just a flat tire, or has that got somewhat deranged as well? But it's
Anthony Puello, the AGT entry.
And he's right in the wrong part of the track because he is a long way from home.
He looks deranged as he comes into the chicane, doesn't he?
Robert Dubler actually now they did a driver change, but that thing's not turning at all. So
he wants a lot of road, doesn't he?
Well, that's the 12. That's that Nissan, or the Nissan Ultimate. Wrong. That's the Ultimate GT.
That car's already had a bit of a trouble at one time.
Rodney Mall behind the wheel of that car. They've done a driver's change, but you can see he's chatting on the radio and shaking his head, so that would be an indication that there's something a little bit more severe than just a quick spin.
Now, is that going to bring out a yellow? Is that going to bring out a caution flag?
Well, that's something to consider. If it does, we would expect to see a huge flow of GT machinery down into the pits, but so far we remain green. Apparently he's well off track. As you watch the number 60 come around, there's the Rolex clock telling us how much time is left. And of course, at the end, the class winners all get a. And David Brabham now has taken the controls from Eric Van de Poele. Now, before they pitted, they were, as we were talking about, a great battle starting to form up. Johnny Mollem, the number 2 Crawford, was closing in. Well, Brabham now, of course, is going to be out of that battle, but they are in good shape, new tires on, and they're going to go for it. That promotes Mollem now up into third. But I tell you, we were just talking about that during the break, watching the stop, that Van de Poele gets out, Brabham gets in, the next guy slated to go on board is Stefan Johansson, and then they also are looking at, as a backup if need be, Ralph Kellerner's. Where's the weak link?
So I was just going to say, they've got some real weak links in this chain, haven't they? David Brabham being very cautious on this opening lap, getting some heat in the tires carefully. Doesn't want to go skating off, finding out the slippery spots, one of which he's going to come across fairly soon as he comes down to the chicane. All that dust is starting to build up there already, which is such a problem to our man.
He's actually got great relief right now, David, just because he can back off a bit going in here because of those slower cars in front. Because there's nothing worse than diving that chicane on those cold tires, not knowing what debris there is there to run over, and then to go flying off the road.
So he's been pretty careful there on his opening lap.
Good story here. Remember, this car we saw earlier had that flat tire and got on the back of the number 68 Racers Group car. As a result, even with that flat tire, they fixed it, got out there, now leading in GT. That's Pete Barron still behind the wheel of that car. A couple of drivers you may recognize the names of in that car. Mike Borkowski, who you remember as a rookie in the Trans Am a few years ago, had some great races against Tommy Kendall. But how about Kyle Petty, also slated to be the driver of the, ironically, number 43 machine. Remember, this is Petty's third start here at Daytona, and he won at Watkins Glen, not the 6-hour last year, but the 250 race. They won their class, so it's a very, very competent group of drivers here. The last driver, Leo Hendry, also quick. Oh, and Andy Wallace has stopped over on the track, and it was interesting. During the break, Calvin Fish had said that he had radioed in, said the car was absolutely perfect. Well, now you can see him fussing with the steering wheel. Something seriously amiss with that Champion Lola, and where that's parked right now, there's a good look at Andy through the mirror, and he's trying to figure out what's going on. But where that car's parked right now, if they're going to, well, it looks like they're going to get a wrecker out there and maybe get him hauled away without having to go full course. Calvin, I was hoping you might catch that hint.
we're down here in their pit, and they believe that the shifter linkage is broken. So Andy's going to have to use some of his experience. He's certainly won a lot of these 24-hour races, but as any good endurance driver knows, he's probably been through a thorough sort of like walk around of the car, knowing how everything works, and they may in fact be out there trying to help him fix this to try and get it back to the pits. If he can get it into a gear, get it back here, then the guys will be able to go to work.
What a tough break. I mean, they'd suffered through all the problems, and it was simply one spark plug earlier on that had messed things up. It's just so difficult to get to. They get it going, they radio in, the car's perfect, we're flying, and then something like this happens. So frustration on top of frustration. Here's the number 49 Judd powered Ascari. Lupberger is out and turning the car over now to T.J. Bell. You may recognize his name from Atlantic competition, a very talented young driver up through the Formula 4 2000 in Atlantic ranks. Obviously, you can see the seat insert having to be changed. And that's another issue as well, isn't it? You've got some changes in terms of driver size. You have to account for that. Seat inserts becoming possible. And the number 20 is in, Cal.
Yes, they are. EFR has turned it over to his boss, Rob Dyson, and Rob is really enjoying his weekend here. He's got his young son, Chris, driving alongside. We've got our own Dorsey Trader in the car as well. So this car really has a lot of experience. And when you get guys like EFR, Dorsey, and Rob himself, they've all won this race before here, and they know what it takes. Rob stalls it momentarily, a little bit anxious to get going, but this car for Dyson Racing may be the one that sees victory lane on Sunday, because the 16 car is now many laps behind.
Although it's out, isn't it? So that's a good news, and hopefully with a fixed steering rack. Meanwhile, the leader in GT has ducked down into the pits, and looks like they are working a driver change as the door is open, making some adjustments there. And looks like they have just changed up tires. Yeah.
Dunlop engineer there, carefully inspecting that tire that's come up, obviously for wear, unusual wear, for graining, and other marks on the tire that he understands.
Heat patterns as well, and it's amazing when you measure the outside, center, and inside of a tire, the various different temperatures there. It's amazing what those engineers can decipher out of that in terms of setup on the car. It's fascinating. So that car back out will have given up, of course, the GT lead, but nonetheless healthy and obviously very quick after that earlier flat tire. Has to be encouraging for them at this point. Then that should be there's Court Wagner finally in that Ferrari, got his tire fixed. Looks like they're going to be able to get that car back out. They made it into pit lane, so Wagner is going to be able to get going again. But right now we believe it's Andy Hajuki, the number 50 GT machine, that's picked up the lead in that category.
You know how fast you were going? 65.
Crawford, actually, the Crawford has come in, was up to second, and as it pits here, it gives up that spot. Cal?
Should be just routine. It's Johnny Mullen who jumped out after a great stint, and that's the NASCAR boy, Tony Stewart, getting behind the wheel. He's pretty excited about this ride this weekend. As we mentioned in the open, he's looking forward to a good weekend here, trying to get the month of February after a great start. And it looks like routine. Johnny Mullen jumped out. They've actually got Max Crawford, who owns the car and designed the car, helping here. Tony gets strapped in here. Different size drivers, different inserts, and this is where it can have a tendency to go wrong here. You see Tony really struggling with the belts, and he's not used to doing these driver changes, so this may take him a couple of goes to get this right. Let's get down to Guy Hobbs.
A bit of action down here in the pit, and the crew for the 09 car is suddenly going to work. They got a problem, but Kevin Harvick stepped out of the 90 car of Bliss Motorsports. Kevin, we know you spend a lot of time in cars, but you don't normally spend a lot of time in cars on road courses with 80 other cars out there. How was it?
It was pretty good. We're just, trying to set our pace at 158 and not tear anything up. So the floorboard's getting hot, and I didn't have any booties on, so I got out, and before I burned my foot, we'll put Rick in it.
How are the tires holding out in the GT class?
Everything was great. I mean, Goodyear's brought a good tire, and the tires were really consistent, so not a problem yet.
All right, we'll try and check in with Kevin a little later on.
Thanks, Guy. There's a look at our leader, Didier Theys, bringing it in, and we have a full course caution as well, which we believe is for the stranded, the Lola Porsche from Champion Racing at the exit of the Rodriguez Horseshoe, and it's parked right at the track out. So our leader is in, and Calvin's with him.
Well, the Robson entry just nearly ran me over as they came in, but they really took advantage of this yellow. Duran Racing, they are one of the best in the business at this form of racing. They saw that full caution flag, and Didier Theys was in immediately. He's turning it over to Fredy Lienhard. He probably doesn't have the outright pace of Theys, Papis, or Baldi, but he can certainly do a good job, keep his nose clean, and try and keep the car on the lead lap. But we saw Tony Stewart's pit stop take forever as he tried to get the belts going, and these guys have worked together before, but Theys and Lienhard do seem to be struggling a little bit. Now they're going underneath the front, and there's a fluid bottle, so this is some kind of power steering or brake problem on the front end of this Dallara as well. We'll try and get a quick word here with Kevin Durant. He tends to be a little bit intense. Kevin, what's the problem, mate?
Very drivable. It's drivable.
Okay, it'll burn up. We either have to fix it or turn it off.
Okay, you hear Kevin Durant and Didier Theys there. Didier saying the car is drivable, but some kind of problem on the front end of this Dallara, guys.
Interesting. I mean, somewhat similar to what's going on or what went on with the number 16 entry. Anytime you get problems down in that area where it can get down to the foot box, that is of great concern. And problems continue, it appears, for Tony Stewart. They think it may have just stalled it. They've got him. That's a remote battery unit, I think they have, and they're trying to save the battery when they're trying to start it. So, see if we can see what happens here. Actually, now they're looking at the back of the car, so this could be even more severe than a simple problem with a stall and getting it refired. They're talking intently right now with Tony at this stage. You know, we remain under full course caution, and we would anticipate pits are fairly busy. And right in front of that car, that number 27, Duran Lista entry, sits parked, remained as well. And Calvin, understand you've gotten hold of Didier.
Didier, what seems to be the problem?
Well, step by step, we lose the power steering. It's very drivable, but you know, I could continue like that with no problem. But we took the opportunity of the yellow flag to try to fix it and not to lose too many times.
There's a similar problem going on with the 16 Dyson car. They're getting fluid actually into the foot box. Is that the same scenario for you, or has it just failed?
No, at least I'm lucky it's on the fender.
How's the car running? It looked like you had a really strong pace going. Were you being disciplined, or were you flat out?
No, I'm just taking care of the gearbox and the engine, and so far everything's fine except for the power steering.
Okay, good luck the rest of the way, mate.
You know, Didier Theys, the remarkably talented Belgian, is phenomenal, because I don't know that there's anybody better at endurance racing, but when you need a quick lap out of somebody, Didier somehow can deliver that on demand as well. It is an amazing talent that he has indeed. Under full course yellow, there is the onboard shot from a parked Lola Porsche.
Right now.
Great modern retro looks. I think
slick looking car,
it really is. I have a question though. How is it that, you know, we're slogging around here digging for information to provide a great show? A guy gets to go hang on Daytona Beach. And you know, how long did it take to do that piece? And he was gone, what, 4 or 5 hours, and came back looking much darker.
Yeah, funny, doesn't it?
He got that all from partly.
Yeah.
Father's always been good at skiving.
I wonder why he took that deck chair with him.
And skiving?
All right, let's go down to Calvin, who's caught up with Johnny Molam. Cal?
Well, you see the number 2 machine, Greg, is still sitting there in pit lane, and seemed like Tony Stewart actually stalled a couple of times. Now the engine won't fire up. Any more information, Johnny, other than the fact the car and engine won't fire right now?
I've no idea. I mean, it's quite easy to stall. I actually stalled it, but fortunately I got on the button, it fired up. Tony stalled it, and it fired up, and he stalled again. And I think it overheats, and the heat soaks in, and then anything can stop it firing up, so it's a shame. I mean, it's a long way to go, so it probably won't make any difference, but it's a shame anyway. I think we're running 3rd, so...
Obviously, it's happened under caution, so it may save you braking a little bit, but tell us about your first run. I believe this is your first run in a prototype car, and you seem to be having a pretty good race out there this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm not particularly happy with myself because I don't think I read the traffic very well, and I had Eric van der Poel in front of me for a while, and I was quicker, but I actually ended up going a bit too quick because Max slowed me down, and obviously this is an endurance event, and I've got to be aware of that, but I'm learning as we go. Over 1 lap I can do the speed, no problem, but judging the traffic, I've never experienced anything like it. It's just unbelievable.
Compare the different chassis out there. When you've been around the Dallara this weekend, been around the Riley and Scott, the Ferrari. Where is this car, the Crawford, have its strengths around Daytona?
Well, we were short shifting a lot. I expected us to be quicker than the Ferrari on the straight, but Eric was actually slightly quicker than me. The car just feels probably better than the Ferrari anywhere. The Riley and Scott haven't been around. The Dallara, I think it was Didier, just came up to lap me at the end, and It didn't seem too bad, actually. I think maybe he's got slightly better traction than us, but that was all.
All right, mate, thanks for the info.
Thanks.
You know, the interesting thing that was just occurring to me here is that obviously Tony Stewart has done plenty of pit stops and leaving the pits here at Daytona as well as everywhere else. But he's always had a huge torquey V8 underneath.
Half of them are on cold tires, probably.
That's
going
true.
into there, and they all charge in and suddenly stop. And they go, dear, and then
And
all locks up.
something else to mention, by the way, once we go back to green, 4 cars apparently going to get stop and go penalties for passing the pace car, which is a huge no-no. The number 3 GTS front runner, the Jag, the number 8 SRP2 pole sitter and leader, the Nissan Lola, the number 8 machine, the number 33, which of course is the Ferrari in GT that's been having so many problems with the tire, and then the number 82 American GT machine. And so they're going to expect all of them to come in for a quick stop and go once we get back to green. Now, field has come out and funneled through the chicane, and we do anticipate the green flag coming up. So at this point, here we're going to go quickly to the onboard of the number 90 car and see what happened. And that's exactly it. Somebody checked up in front, the accordion effect, and already cars in the grass.
There's already cars out there, and he just went to join them. There you see the Marcos in front of us.
Boy, Rick Corelli, great reaction here. He must be a good 30-40 feet off of the track here, just trying to save it. So now we're watching the pace car. Lights are out, so I think we maybe want to eavesdrop here if we can and listen in to Mark Raffoff, race director for Grand Am.
Green flag, green flag.
Well, Mark, pretty succinct that time. On board the number 13 entry. And, of course, they had their stop. And this right now, David Brabham and just a couple of cars in front of the traffic is the number 36 machine of Guy Smith. There it is, that long white flat deck. And that is, in fact, 4 position right now. And not that far in front of them is Elliott Forbes Robinson leading in the class. At this stage, our top 4 cars are covered by some 14 seconds. Let's enjoy the sound of a V12 Ferrari in battle. Smith and Matthews. He's got to catch up Rob Dyson, who's actually driving car 20 in the lead.
Going to make sure he turns off there instead of going on down to NASCAR 1.
By the way, there's the number 2. They got it started, and Tony Stewart leaves the pits, but right behind him coming in is the number 27, Fredy Lienhard. And apparently, when they left the pits, they were running too quick, exceeded the speed limit. And for the number 3 Jaguar, Paul Gentilozzi goes from bad to worse. I mentioned that they were going to have to stop because of passing the pace car. They did, but when they made their stop, it was because now they also exceeded the speed limit down in the pits. They were running over 70 miles an hour. The limit is 65, so a stop and go for Gentilozzi, and they're out and away, as is Lienhard. So penalties now served, everybody being a little more circumspect in terms of their speed, and Fredy Lienhard comes back to join the duel. But we now have Brabham sitting in the 2nd spot overall, and officially some 7 seconds behind Elliott Forbes Robinson, and that's more a factor of traffic than anything else.
Rob Dyson.
Excuse me, Rob Dyson's, you're right, absolutely, Rob Dyson got behind the wheel of that car. And there he is, currently leading right now. Through the chicane, back up onto the banking, and you notice that his car is sort of a black and gray along with the white. They decided to paint a couple of the cars, same pattern, different colors, to make them a little bit more recognizable here at high speed on the high banks of Daytona. Welcome back to Daytona, on board with David Brabham behind the wheel of the number 13 Risi Ferrari, and the margin between he and Rob Dyson has opened up just a little bit, and there's a reason for it. You notice who's all over the back of him right now. This happened just a couple of minutes ago. Obviously had David Brabham's heart in his throat. Heading in, there's Rob Dyson, and behind him we're going to be watching right there. That's the Downing Motorsports car right in front of Brabham.
Boy, I'll tell you what, old David got on the binders there very quickly. There you see it from on board. Look at the speed with which that kudzu spins around there.
He locked up the rears. I don't know if he missed a gear and chunked it in the down change or what, but
I'm glad you can't hear what David's saying, because I bet it's some exclusive Australian outback language.
Yeah, it probably is something like oh bother.
I think you're right there. The one thing is you noticed how quickly that Brabham was all over the back of the number 20 car. Now that whole margin's gone away as a result of that spin, and he's got to do it again. The problem is that right behind him now is Guy Smith, and the Riley and Scott is putting some pressure on. As we're watching this onboard shot, though, we'd like to welcome to the booth Anthony Lazzaro, who not that long ago got out of that beautiful silver number 8 Rand Racing, the Nissan Lola entry, currently running 8th overall, sitting on pole in the class, courtesy of a lap by Anthony Lazzaro. First of all, Anthony, welcome. And second, as you came in here, you saw the car come in for a stop-and-go penalty for, it was for passing the pace car. Terry seems to have dealt with that and is just back to work.
Well, I hate to see any penalties on our team and on Terry's part, but, you know, mistakes happen, and maybe just a little bit of lack of concentration there. But no, he's doing a good job, and we definitely have a good shot at this deal.
Talk a little bit about why you decided. I mean, you've had a lot of offers. You're going to be racing the IRL the full season with Sam Schmidt, and you had a lot of offers, and he decided to take a job here with Rand Racing, I mean, very pointedly, to run SRP2. Why?
Well, you know, back in July, basically, I met Bill Rand. Well, I haven't met him last year, but in July, Bill Rand came to me with this program in the SR2 class. Originally, it was going to be a deal to just go to Petit Le Mans and then maybe do Daytona. And at that time, Greg, I didn't have anything. I didn't have a ride at that time. I was really looking. I was trying to polish up my toolbox again, so I thought I was going to have to go back and work as a mechanic.
Let me jump in here. Is right there. We just watched Brabham duck underneath Dyson, and we have a new leader under braking into the chicane. And then to help Brabham out, look at that. He gets a lap car between he and Dyson, midpoint of the chicane, and that's exactly what he wanted. And now Guy Smith all over the back. He's going to take a run. He's going to move high. Now he's going to try and come down low, see if he can make the move, and drops low and does. So, boy, great battle here for the lead, and we are already 2 hours into the event. David Brabham back on point, and Smith now up into the second spot, Dyson third.
And David Brabham obviously driving, as we said on his opening lap, very cautiously. He was obviously watching everybody very carefully, avoided that spinning car, the number 63 car, very easy there. Obviously didn't let it rattle him as he dropped back like 7 or 8 seconds from Rob Dyson, but managed to dust him off in the end. And of course now he's got the 36 car of Guy Smith to worry about, who is running very quickly here at Daytona.
Awesome drive, obviously, and that we believe now that it may actually be Scott Sharp behind the wheel of the 36 engine, but back on board the number 8 with Terry Borchler. As you were saying, Anthony, at the time you didn't have anything going, a lot of things fell your way, but you felt you really still wanted to be involved with this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's feast or famine. You know, you go from not having any offers to I actually had a sports car offer in American Le Mans Series. Bill made this offer in Grand Am in the SR2 class. I had Sam Schmidt's IRL deal, and I even had a NASCAR program that I was looking at. So at the end of the day, I'm really loyal to Bill. He's a great person and a great friend. And, you know, when people offer you things when you have nothing, you got to remember that in this business. And, you know, I look forward to a long relationship with Bill and his family.
This class is kind of interesting when you look at the technical specs, the power and the lap speed of the car. I mean, obviously, you don't have the outright top end of the SRP or the GTS cars, but these cars very agile, handle very well. You guys end up mixing it up a lot with some of this GTS stuff, and it gets to be pretty interesting because they're quick in a straight line, and you're all over them in the infield. It's got to be fun.
It's a fantastic class. Bill came out of Ferrari Challenge. He wanted to step up a little bit and drive a real race car. And these small prototypes are real race cars. They have good ground effects. They have good downforce. Has shift without lift. It's a little 3-liter Nissan engine, so it doesn't have this abundance of power that can get away from you. So I think guys with a little less experience, it's kind of a tamer car to control, and I think it's a really fun car to drive. I mean, hey, Ralph Kellner's chose to drive our car over the Ferrari, and he's driven those quite a bit, and I've driven some of those quite a bit, and that's a pretty tough choice.
That says something. And of course, you got Borchler and Rand, as you pointed out, a very, very good Ferrari club driver. Some good action here. When you got out of the car, though, I got to ask you, you mentioned that there was a lot of debris out there, and you were surprised at the number of people that were having tire problems in terms of cut tires. We took a look, and it wasn't always the right rear that you would suspect might get loaded up. We had inside fronts. We had the whole thing. What do you think's causing that?
You come here, and I don't quite know why they don't have inside curbing in the road course and in the bus stop. And people cut these corners constantly, and all it does is make for a dirty one-line track. It's already one line through the bus stop right now. Just some simple curbing would help the situation quite a bit. I think it's people dropping wheels. I think when there's a lot of traffic, you're putting the car in places you normally don't have to put the car, up on the high side. And, just like what happened here with the Celine. I mean, that right there is going to drag some more stuff on the track. It's going to damage
It makes it very difficult in the dark, too, when you can't see it, and you're coming up to lap people, and you have to go into it, or they have to go into it to get out of the way. And, of course, they're loath to get in there. They don't want to get in there.
That Celine, by the way, was the leader in the GTS division, and here we see the number 56. That's one of the GT cars of Drudy, Rosa, and Alex Caffey, and that's one of the cycle cars that really I thought might be a car with an opportunity to win, but they've had their problems. Meanwhile, Butch Leitzinger now comes streaming up underneath those guys.
I have a feeling that the GDS car is really going slowly, having had that moment in the chicane. He's continuing on for the lap, but going very slowly.
So that, by the way, with that off, that's how close it is. Gentilozzi now back in the lead in the GTS division. One misstep by the number 51 machine, and that's all it took, and was able to slide through and pick up the lead here. So it's very close quarters action in virtually all of the levels right now. Anthony, wanted to say thanks so much for you coming up and spending a little time with us. Good luck the rest of the race. Good luck with your IRL program. Those cars got to be fun to drive. Look forward to watching you.
It's going to be a great year.
All right, you've earned it, my friend. Watching once again as Gentilozzi finds his way and weaves his way through traffic, coming up behind some of the other cars, trying to get back onto the banking. So Gentilozzi out front in the GTS division, but our new leader, David Brabham, the number 13 Risi Competizione Ferrari, is out and at it. Here's what happened to the number 51 car. Ooh, oh, wow. On Monday, February 11th at 7:59 p.m. Eastern Time, Speed Vision becomes the Speed Channel. That's when the relaunch occurs. And of course, Speed Vision has made a name for providing excellence in motorsports coverage, and it's only going to get better. Look at everything we have: Formula One, kart, FIA World Rally, Le Mans, NASCAR, ALMS, Trans Am. Everything you see there and much, much more. There is going to be so much coverage of motorsports on the channel dedicated to excellence in motorsports, Speed Channel. So make sure you follow that up. Now, number 50, problem there, that is the V8 BMW M3, and they have got a bit of a fire unfolding underneath the hood of that car. They've got the driver out, everybody backed away, and that's pretty serious. That was, the 08's in trouble. Craig Stanton behind the wheel of the BMW, the 08. That machine is one of the Marcos. That's Cor Oyser, who started the car. Looks like he just ran a little bit wide.
Like he's been scattering cones far and wide.
David, in the last, I don't know, maybe half an hour, we have seen a slew of spins, cars off and the like. And of course, Anthony was talking about the debris in the chicane, but I think it seems to be happening everywhere. Here's what happened to Oyser. Watch right here. Coming into the turn. Oh, he actually, oh, wow. He dropped the wheel on the approach, didn't he, to the right
he looked
side.
It big time. You know, I'm wondering if, we've already said that Goodyear and Dunlop are carrying the load of all the tires this year. They've come with just a couple of compounds. I wonder if this temperature change has really caught them out. And the track temperature has dropped. Yesterday, it was up hovering around the 100-degree mark, the track temperature. This afternoon, it's got to be down around the 70 to 80-degree mark. probably makes a big difference.
I would think this is the car that was second in GTS. Remember, we had a replay just as we went to the break about what happened to him over the chicane, and that wasn't so much agricultural driving as mining.
Boy,
I mean, he was peeling up an awful lot of earth, and they're very concerned at the front of the car. You start packing in dirt, debris, grass, and the like into the front of a car where all of the radiator ducting is, and brake cooling ducts, oil cooling ducts.
Oh, yeah.
That's a severe problem. Let's go back and take a look at it. I mean, this car seriously got the nose down deep, got forced a little wide, runs deep. Now watch here. Boom, boom. And I mean, that just loads up so much stuff. And just the aero effect around the car, a lot of that gets sucked right into the cockpit, in down around the driver's feet. It's unbelievable. Calvin, this car has got to be a mess.
Well, it's certainly very dirty. As Peter McLeod behind the wheel, he's been out of racing for a few years. He's really a great driver in Formula Ford 2000. We covered that series a few seasons ago, and Peter was really a standout there. They're cleaning out the front grills. There you see Peter behind the wheel and being very patient, but there's seemed to be some damage to the rear end. The crew is really going to work looking for things around the back end of the car and just really trying to clean the car out with all the dirt and debris. But other than that, I don't see any major problem, no major obvious bodywork damage. I think the car is just loaded up and they're trying to clean the thing out, because 5 minutes now spent can really save you a lot more time later in this race.
It must be pretty stoutly built at the front there, because that thing, as you say, wasn't just doing a bit of agriculture, it's practically digging a hole to China there, and it just really hit the ground hard. It's a miracle it didn't rip that whole nose piece apart, and it looks fine.
Interesting, while they're at it, they're also going off checking over the rear tail lights, apparently, and that whole bodywork panel looks pretty loose.
It
so
looks very
that
loose
car got definitely rattled as it ran wide and got its nose and apparently much more of the car down into that very, very rough area on the exit of the track. So we're going to take a break. David Brabham out front. You saw there the intensity of the competition in the Rolex Grand American Championship. Here is the battle for the lead. Now, of course, if you win here at Daytona, you get a watch. If you win the championship in your class in the Rolex Grand American Series, you get a Rolex watch. And you watch what the cars and the drivers go through. It tells you just how valuable and special those watches are. This is the battle for the lead. Brabham has it right now, but it's been another one of those seesaw situations, David. In certain spots, we see that Brabham is able to draw away. In others, we see that Riley and Scott able to close up. And, of course, traffic are always playing a role. Brabham's going to get around somebody here, and they left the door open enough. And we believe that's Scott Sharp that is in chase mode. But, boy, did he get a run, but he's going to, right there, traffic. Nice job by Brabham. Use that car as a pick.
Scott Sharp, of course, incredibly experienced road racing driver, Trans Am champion. IRL champion on the pole at Indianapolis just last year.
One here,
so tremendous CV he's got, and of course comes from a great racing family. His father Bob raced for a ton of years before him in SCCA club level and at national club racing. So comes from a good racing background and certainly putting it to good use today. Giving old David Brabham, who also comes from another strong racing background family. 3 brothers that raced, father that raced, and having a terrific dice, these two. This is what you call dicing with very, very, very controlled aggression. I mean, these guys know there's still another 21 and a bit hours to go.
And right here, there's that scenario. They get clear of traffic. Brabham eases away just a little bit. But then Sharp, of course, when Brabham gets held up a little bit in traffic, Sharp all over him. And that car getting in pretty solid under braking, too, isn't it?
It's very solid under braking. But, of course, the other thing, too, in this race with 73 cars on this 3.5 mile track, you sure as heck don't stay away from traffic for long.
No, now let's watch here up on the banking, and there's nobody in front, at least for the next quarter mile or whatever that they're going to get into in terms of being blocked. And boy, once they hit the banking, that Ferrari draws away just a little bit.
Well, I think what you have to remember is the fact that dear old Ferrari was designed in 1994, and it's been gradually developed over the years, but not much by the factory, which is very sad. All they're interested in is in Formula One. Whereas with the car right behind it is the latest Riley and Scott high-tech car, the latest heaps of downforce, and that's why, of course, they get onto the straight in the Ferrari with its sleek aerodynamic shape does seem to get away a little bit.
The compromise, and we see that so often in this car, as you point out. The original Riley and Scott, that was their whole purpose, was to design it to be very good on tight street courses and the like. They've massaged it a little bit to open it up a bit, but still makes a lot more downforce, as you said, than this Ferrari. But that Ferrari V12 revs so high, and boy, when it gets up on the power band a little bit, there's some serious snap that it delivers. But it's weak suit, one, not having downforce in the infield, and then not having a lot of torque coming off of the turns when it gets slowed up in traffic.
But I tell you, see, they had a lot of traffic all through turn one. Here they are down the International Horseshoe. He's still in traffic. We know that Scott Sharp's in traffic right behind him as well. A big bunch of, what, 20 cars here. They're fighting their way through. This is a bad place to catch as you come to the kink here. These are where the Ferrari will be flying through there, slowed up badly there by that GT car, trying to get down the inside of them.
But he's got quite a few carlings there, David. He managed to, I think Scott Sharp had a big problem getting through as well. And of course, remember that Brabham is probably more used to this sort of traffic condition than Sharp behind him, and Sharp is really getting himself in a difficult position back there, and actually it benefited David, and I thought it would be to his detriment.
I did too. Scott Sharp really got caught out badly by that traffic, but Scott Sharp's car, the rider Scott here, has definitely got more oomph, more grunt than the Ferrari's got. Normally in traffic that would play into his hands, but I think he just got badly
but he's got to be cautious. I mean, the guy knows that he's lying second. It doesn't matter. He can lose 5 seconds this lap and next lap, but there's another 22 hours to go, and that's what you mustn't forget in this sort of a race. He's not going for it every lap.
Somebody just overcooked the chicane there and is wisely skipping it because Sharp dove underneath them. And I was going to point out here that at this stage of the race, when you start hitting traffic like that, to give a plug to the corner workers, to be honest, because they're out there waving their arms into absolute tiredness with the blue flags, and you really hope that the overtaking driver sees it and that the driver being overtaking understands it, so that it opens up a little bit. Now we're back on board for a moment with the number 8 SRP2 being driven by Terry Borchler. The reason why, a Zippo fast race lap. He just set the fastest race lap of the day thus far in the SRP2 category, and so he gets a Zippo fast race lap, and a nice job by Terry Borchler. Not a big surprise. He's pretty talented driver.
I'm a bit of a surprise, because don't forget, this is the first time that Terry Borchler has ever driven a car like this, one of these open prototype types of car.
Was Terry just gesturing to somebody over there?
What is he saying? There's 1 minute to go. Oh, no, there's the Ferrari.
Oh, he's pointing him through.
Yeah, very wise. You have to be so alert. Terry's very professional. I raced with him, against him, and he's one of the best drivers that up-and-coming drivers out there. Very intelligent man.
Ferrari slides through, and of course that's the lead car of David Brabham, and as you pointed out, he has now opened up a little bit of a margin. You know, it was what, 2 laps ago there was nothing between he and Sharp, and it's now 5.5 seconds, and it was all that run through traffic. That's how quickly the scenario can change here at a very busy Daytona International Raceway. So Brabham leads it. Sharp in second, has lost a right front wheel. There in the pits, you see there that Oliver Gavin Ollie getting on board the number 16, Riley and Scott from Dyson Racing. So that stop unfolding. And just a minute or two ago, we had a very routine stop from the race leader at that time, number 13, David Brabham, in fuel, tires, and right back out. Of course, that is the leading Ferrari, and we have one of our GTS Vipers a little problem there. But talking about Ferrari has been leading here for a while. Will give up the lead at this point, and that now gives the lead to the number 36 being driven by Scott Sharp. But of course, in 1964, a Ferrari was the mark that won here in the hands of Pedro Rodriguez, and this year's Grand Marshal, Phil Hill. And we'd like to welcome Phil to the booth. First of all, Phil, great to have you here. And David, I'm going to turn it right over to you, because you were talking about it the very first of these great sports car races in Daytona in '62. You raced it. Phil was in that as well.
Phil most certainly was in it. He did a lot better than I did, driving his Ferrari. And do you remember much about that first race here and how different the circuit? I mean, the circuit shape was almost exactly the same, but the whole complex was just so different.
It was very, very different, David. Yeah, I remember it well. I remember particularly being annoyed because my gear shift from the beginning to the end was never right, and the mechanics wouldn't fix it. And
never did. Mechanics never listen to the driver. You know that.
Can I just interject? I must tell you something. I never told you this. I've known you many years. I raced for Ferrari as well, as you may or may not know, some years after you. And when I did 2 races, and twice I got it jammed in gear. And they said to me after I jammed it in gear the second time in the United States Grand Prix, they said, only you and Phil Hill have ever driven this gearbox too fast and you jam it in between gears. Isn't that amazing? I never told you that, did I?
No, you never did.
Yeah, I was the other moron that did the same as you.
Well, I can't recall it, to tell you the truth. But
Phil can't recall being a moron.
That's right.
No, in Ferrari's view, we were, or I was anyway.
Very quickly, let's go back down to pit lane. Guy Hobbs was there when the Ferrari made it stop. Was it routine, Guy?
More than routine, and in fact they didn't change the tyres again, so that's now in fact a triple stint on those tyres, which we had heard the teams talk about that they would do that as they got later on into the evening, but already triple stinting on the Ferrari.
Well, the cloud cover has come back in, obviously, and maybe they're finding the track conditions with the cloud cover cool enough to keep those tires alive for just a little bit. Phil, you had such a history here, and of course in endurance racing, as well as your world championship in 1961 in Formula One. What does it mean to you to come back here and be invited now as the Grand Marshal of the 40th anniversary of this?
I love it. It's great. I was Grand Marshal once before. I don't remember just when, but several years ago I was Grand Marshal.
Now, when you came here in 1962, obviously I was completely overawed by everybody that was here. Sterling Moss was here, Walt Hangson was here. You were here, of course. You obviously only just won the World Championship for the first time for an American a few months before. I mean, you must have been flying pretty high when you came here.
In fact, I was reigning world champion when I drove here, and I was leading Gurney, who eventually won. We had some big trouble with the gas cap that wouldn't stay shut, and they kept calling me back in to shut the gas cap.
So, as well as your gearbox troubles.
Yeah, well, you remember how Gurney finished this thing.
Absolutely, yeah, parked right here on the banking. He had a big enough lead that he just waited, got the checkered flag, and cranked her over on the starter motor.
No, he let it.
He let it run down the hill.
He let it run down the hill, yeah.
Watching here as we jump back to some of the action, this is a battle for the lead in the AGT division. We're on board now, the number 90. That number 29 is actually back just a little bit. They're chasing their team car, which is that little dot up in the distance, the two Fleece Motorsports cars right now, going after the battle in the lead in AGT. That's Corelli, who is chasing the 09 entry right now, and that is Doug Goad behind the wheel of that car, of course, one of the two co-champions in the American GT division in the Rolex Series last year.
The 29 car, of course, that we just passed is the Herb Hare Darren Bransfield car, which started off on the pole. They must have been, there we see it coming to the picture now, they must have run into some sort of problem.
Well, and just the way that it was sort of caught in between those two Fleece Motorsports vets, it looks as though that car may be having a little bit of a problem. It just doesn't look to be running at the speed it was earlier.
No, it definitely looks to be off the pace.
Hey, Phil, I wanted to mention, obviously, the name Hill going to hopefully continue in motorsports here. Son Derek has been a fairly busy lad lately after winning the Barber Dodge Championship in '97 and also winning the GT3 class right here in '97. He's now racing in Europe, and things are coming around.
Formula 3000. He had a good year last year, learning all the circuits, essentially. He's looking for another season. Next year will be his second year in Formula 3000. And he's devoted to the idea of going as far as he can in open-wheel cars.
And he lives in Paris, is that right?
He did. I think he's going to be living in London next year.
Oh, okay.
But at any rate, he's home right now. We're enjoying his visit from Europe. We've had him now several weeks, and he's watching us on television right now, I would think.
What about testing and getting ready for the 2003-2 season?
Well, it's imminent, and so, you know.
Now, you won a tremendous amount of these long-distance races, 24-hour races, and of course, all the 1,000-kilometer races, the 12-hour race at Sebring. I mean, you had a tremendously good run there with Jean de Bien and your other co-drivers. How do you feel the Daytona 24-hour race, or the Rolex 24-hour race here, stacks up with the other ones?
Well, I think it's 24 hours is a long time, no matter what. And I watch it. I've been following this thing for a long time, and you hear all this talk about, oh, it's not like it was when you were doing it, and it's now a sprint. Well, they make it a sprint. Most of them don't finish. There's more than one way to skin a cat, of course, but in any case.
You certainly got to drive these cars with a certain amount of finesse to get these cars to the finish line in 24-hour race. And here, to me, just somehow seems more wearing than Le Mans, because A, is so dark so much of the time, and of course you've got a lot of corners compressed into a short lap.
The traffic in the infield is just horrendous.
Yeah.
watching the car second placed in the AGT battle, by the way, is ducked into the pit, Rich Corelli, and there's the number 20 entry, Rob Dyson, getting out at this point. And so it looks like a driver change unfolding there. Phil, I want to thank you so much for coming up, spending a little time with us. We really appreciate it, as well as watching and reading about you throughout your great career. And I have to tell you that I went up against your son Derek once before myself, and I was humbled. It was a ping pong game in Sam Posey's basement, but he kicked me, just kicked me.
Well, I hope that he keeps on kicking lots of people.
As do we. Thank you so much once again. And the number 2 Crawford is in. We're going to step away, and we will be right back. So all he gets to do is drive. He doesn't get to see any of the trick stuff.
Oh, we got a problem here with the Jaguar.
Yeah, we sure do. And we had an email earlier, by the way, asking about where the lights are on the Jaguar, because, of course, in Trans Am, it's just decals. Well, they've installed them down underneath where the actual lights would be on the street car. You can still see the decals there. They have put lights in, as they would need to do, of course, to run some 13 hours a night. There's a chunk of debris on the track there. That'll cut down a tire in a hurry. Oh, that's turn 1 right there, so yeah, it's a little bit offline, but if you're trying to pass somebody around the outside,
yeah, that's not offline really. I mean, you're right, but it is. But I mean, everybody uses that bit of road.
Right online, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right online, because everybody's all over the place coming through there, because you're out braking and turning inside people.
And that isn't a piece of tape. I mean, that's a hard piece of plastic or fiberglass. And boy, that glass on a hot tire can cut through there.
Yeah, it's like a splitter with 2 bolts in, isn't it?
A couple of rivets. Yeah, exactly. Those bolts go to those tires in a heartbeat.
But now's a good time to get that.
A heartbeat. A heartbeat.
Okay, we're anticipating perhaps going green nonetheless. Let's drop in once again and try and listen in to Mark Raffoff.
We're going to bring in that tire from that Celine and that hood that we just picked up to the back of the pits. I don't know who the hood belonged to. Okay, pace car, bring it on home. Starter green this time. Green this time. Let's keep the pace of the leader there.
Don't they get the same feed as we get over there? I'd have thought he might have seen that bit of debris there. I'd want that out of the way.
One of the Lola Judds from John Field's Intersport team is the first to get the green flag. Highest place to those cars, though, right now runs in the 4th spot as we are green, and it's gone.
No, it's still there. It's just out of the picture.
We're just not. We have to pan right a little bit.
Yeah.
Supposedly, and it's still there.
It's still there.
And there's one of the SRP entries. There's the number 13.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
The next lap, it could be quite a bone of contention.
Boy, once again, Brabham right behind that bright lime green Mazda Kudzu.
Yeah, he must
spun right in front of him.
They've had a colored weekend. They had an awful moment in practice yesterday when one of the drivers slid off the road into the tire wall, was backing out when he got hit by an errant BMW and really bent the back of it, and they spun twice in the race today.
Yeah, I mean, hadn't even really touched the tire barrier.
No, he was backing out, talking merrily to the crew as he got punted up the back, and it really damaged it.
Riding on board here with Brabham, and this is that traffic we're talking about. The short run here, now the left-hander, known if you count the corners as turn 6. That's one of those Marcos Mantis cars. It's a GT car off to your right. Unique look to those machines. And then there's the GTS variant, which is just wider and a bit more powerful. We would expect now that Brabs, if he can hang high here, ought to be able to get around, but I think he got held up pretty bad coming up onto the banking.
You have to, you see, David right now is driving terribly brightly because he doesn't want to make a move and cause an incident. He's got the Riley and Scott right behind him, but he knows he has the legs of it on the straight, and he has to get away on this infield.
Well, this is the battle for the lead, folks. Keep that in mind as well. So Sharp was hoping to be able to take advantage of that little bit of a moment, couldn't quite get it done.
Thank you, Joe in Kansas. That was very nice. I'd like to be in one too, but I love being with Hobbs here in the booth.
Can't imagine why he'd want you in a car.
Well, there you go.
Don't feel too bad for Derek, folks. In the historic sports car racing enduro yesterday, he did a few laps of was that the Mercedes? Which car were you in out there? One of your old 962s, right?
Yeah, 962. I only did 3 laps. Happily, I got out safely.
Yeah, right.
When it stopped.
Meanwhile, Scott Pruitt and Paul Gentilozzi were able to drive one of the Mercedes Silvereros, the C11 that I believe Michael Schumacher and was it Heinz-Harald Frentzen spent some time. There's the number 46. They've had a checkered day. That's the Charles Morgan, Rob Morgan, Stephen Richards, and Andy Richards Bet have had a couple of moments out there as well. Got away with it again.
Well, they also started at the back, if you remember. For some reason or other, they got put to the back of the field, so they've had a very checkered day.
Long day indeed. So it looks like they're just waiting for a gap. They're going to get back on track. And they're going with the number 29 AGT Mustang. Meanwhile, never a bad time to practice draining those long putts.
Well, look what I found here in the historic paddock at the Daytona 24 Hours for the race tomorrow. This car is actually going to run here at Daytona. But when it was seen in America, it was actually in the BF Goodrich colors with Jim Busby driving and his team. Hence, it had the central single big engine turbo in the back. The color I'm more familiar with, of course, is these Rothmans colors. The Rothmans Porsche team, which I was so fortunate to have been part of back in the mid-80s, along with great drivers like Al Holbert, Hans Stuck, Stefan Beloff, Jackie Ickx, Jochen Mass. Many of them drove this fantastic car, and it won a lot of races. It holds a very special place in my heart.
Well, that race I was alluding to, Jarek, that they ran on Friday was a 90-minute enduro, and I mean, they had some of these cars out there, they were running a full song.
They were quick. I don't know if I dare say how quick, but the Mercedes was some 4 seconds quicker a lap than we're running out here today. So it just shows you how quick cars were in that era.
Well, of course, that Mercedes was absolutely an extraordinary thing. 5-litre V8, twin turbo, massive horsepower, huge torque, very slippery, a lot of ground effect. So an absolute dynamite car, but of course, incredibly expensive.
We were watching, by the way, obviously here's the battle between, over the lead between the Risi Ferrari and the Alon Riley and Scott. But we were watching that pit stop where Paul Gentilozzi has elected to stay in the car. And one of the things we're wondering is how long you're allowed to stay in the car in terms of time in a row. And we thought maybe we'd try and check in with, again, race director Mark Rapoff. Mark, what is the regulation on that? I mean, Gentilozzi, if he goes to the end of his stint, is going to be pushing almost 4 hours.
Yeah, the limit is 3 hours with a 1-hour break.
So
he's going to have to come in early.
He's going to have to get out a little early in that.
Correct.
Now, what about for the entire race distance? You've got 3 or 4 drivers per car. Is there a maximum you can drive in the entire event?
Yeah, there is. You can do the event with a minimum of 2 drivers. So obviously, if a guy wanted to, he could drive 3 on, 1 off, 3 on, 1 off. But that isn't really physically possible. Hence the reason why most of the drivers have 3 drivers or 4. This track is too physical for them to do that anymore.
All right, Mark, appreciate it very much, and hopefully we'll be able to drop in on you again and ask you some of these great technical questions. Meanwhile, let's get down to pit lane where Guy Hobbs, I believe, has found one of the Simo twins.
I certainly have. I found Brian, who was waiting for when Paul does eventually give up that seat. We were just talking, first of all, about the time limit. Mark Rapoff has just told us it's 3 hours at the most, so Paul is going to have to come in early. But the question I had for you is, how annoying is it for you to be standing around, because you're 4th in line, and have to wait to get in the car? It looks like it's going to be after supper before you get in.
Well, you know, the anxiety is a bit much, but, you know, we got all the way through tomorrow. You know, I'm here to do my part, and it looks like I won't be eating dinner tonight.
It's kind of funny that you would team up with Paul Gentilozzi, because you two have had a great rivalry in the Trans Am Series, racing against each other.
That rivalry's made me a better driver, you know, and now that's going to hopefully make us a better team. So, you know, I have all the respect for this Jaguar, this Rocket Sport Jaguar, and Johnson control the race team. I can't wait to get in the car.
All right, we'll wait to see you in the car. Scott Pruitt's due to get in next, though.
Yeah, Scott Pruitt will get in next, and he'll probably run 2 stints. And then our teammate Michael Lauer will get in for a stint or 2, and then I'll take the night shift.
All right, good luck to you, Brian.
There is that number 3 Jag, Paul Gentilozzi, doing yeoman duty.
Well, he's going to have to come in. He's really going to have to come in about 14 minutes.
You know, and it's interesting too, because a lot of people have, you know, well, that's a Trans Am program, and you know, he's used to running an hour, hour and a half, maybe tops. Is he capable of staying in the car? You know, he's not exactly super young anymore. He's doing an absolutely brilliant job, and he hasn't lost any time out there either.
I mean, Paul is a real professional. I think he does an excellent job. He's got a wonderful team around him. He said already Rocket Sports is probably the best team in any formula right now. But I have to say that I think the only thing I would criticize is that I, as a team manager, would always try and get all my drivers driving before night, because I think it's pretty tough for these guys to get out there and drive at race speeds, as you know, in the dark. And if poor old Simmer has to get out there in the dark, it's pretty tough on him.
That's the other thing too, is they stopped just a few minutes ago under that last caution, knowing full well that he's going to have to stop again in about 25 minutes after he got in it. That would seem like a funny stint to me. That would have been the ideal opportunity to put the next driver in, it would seem to me.
Well,
now they're going to have to make two stops in less than 45 minutes.
I think when we went to talk to Mark Rapov, you could kind of see the kind of puzzled look in his face about, yeah, he's going to have to stop quite shortly and far less than a full stint. By the way, we are watching the number 16 machine, of course, a few laps down for a reason. Oliver Gavin, Ollie, as they like to call him, is in the car, and he has just set the Zippo fast lap of the race thus far in the SRP division, a very quick 1 minute 43.85 second lap. So Ollie with that Zippo fast lap, obviously trying to make up ground here, trying to get that car back and into contention.
Well, they're down in 29th spot, and they are, a long way down, 10 laps down near enough.
Yeah, so he's got to drive it flat out, and that's what he's doing. He's a very capable young man, being a Formula One test driver, very talented driver, never really had the brakes at the right time, but he's getting them in the United States.
But of course, 10 laps in a race like this, I mean, obviously it's a lot if everybody else keeps going, but we've had a lot of trouble from the front runners. Practically every single one of them has had a problem of one sort or another, power steering or whatever. All it needs is somebody in front of him to stop for 5 or 6 laps, and boom, there he is right with me.
Well, that's one thing that has been proven since the inception of long-distance endurance racing is you can't give up. You have an early problem because who knows what will befall those in front of you as the race unfolds. Number 57 Porsche having a very, very solid run out there. Hugh Plum started the car and was right in the hunt. He had qualified the car second, and once that Mosler had some problems, these guys have really been in that top 1, 2, 3 since the outset.
They've had a wonderful run there. They had a couple of missteps earlier on, but certainly the car is running very, very strongly, and Burgess stoutly maintaining the lead in that GT class.
However, we do have a report that we also have just seen well, that's one of the Ascaris that's coming up to make a move here. We've just had a fast lap set in the GT division right here. This car, the Cycle Motorsport entry, Fabio Rosa has just turned a lap at 1 minute 56.30 for a Zippo fastest race lap in the GT division. So apparently at this stage, as problematic as we've heard reports on the track being, it's getting a little quicker, it's cooling off, and things seem to be coming in pretty well here. This GT battle might well and truly be heating up, and this has always been, in terms of number of entries, one of the more popular, most subscribed classes in the Daytona Rolex 24, and of course it is yet another of those the 5 classes here basically that comprise the racing action here. And earlier in the weekend we asked Guy Hobbs to take a look at us and explain just what GT is.
The Grand Touring class, GT as it is known in Grand Am, is made up of basically production-based cars. We'll see the Mazda RX-7, Corvettes, Ferraris, the Mosler, and in this case, the BMW M3. But as you can see, it is certainly tricked out to be a fully fledged race car. Running up to a maximum of 6 litres, these cars have a slight advantage in a 24-hour race because they run much longer on fuel stops than any other cars, so they don't have to stop so many times. And they are a lighter car too, but they got full aerodynamics and they're good on braking as well. So watch out for the GT cars to be a contender at the Rolex 24-hour on this 40th anniversary.
And there's the leader in the GT division. Now, of course, Guy did that report on one of the BMWs, and they've been quick. However, we saw one of the cars having a pretty substantial fire in the engine bay, so things not going all that well at this stage for the BMWs. But here's a little bit of a look in terms of the graphics here. Up to 6 liters max, but no turbos. And you can see the weight, 1,850 pounds to 2,500 pounds, depending upon the engine size. The fuel economy, a little over 26 gallons. But as he said, what makes these cars eventually, as we're riding on board with the number 66 Racers Group entry with Jörg Bergmeister, a very talented driver in this division, what makes these cars so good is as the race unfolds and you're able to run almost sometimes twice the distance between stops as some of the other cars. Near the end of the 24 hours, they're often up in the top 5.
And as you can see from the dashboard there, these cars start off life as a fully fledged road car. I mean, obviously we go through the whole gamut, including Ferraris, but they have to be like a road car to start with. You can put a roll cage in, but you can't modify them like a GTS car. It starts off as a tube frame car. These start off as a street chassis and then a street car, and then modified from there.
Again, Jörg Bergmeister on board here, and he's one of the very best in these cars. A couple of Porsche Super Cup wins at Indianapolis last year. Let's kick back and just listen to Jörg Bergmeister in the office.
Staying nice and low out of the way.
So there's a little bit of time with Jörg Bergmeister at work. Now, it's interesting, if you were at Indianapolis for the Grand Prix, he and Sasha Maassen, who's also here driving in that Lola Porsche, split the 2 wins there, and a little bit on board as we watch. Big fun happening here at Daytona. Of the 40th anniversary of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, we want to remind you that we will be back for the final 4 hours beginning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning and take you right through to the finish and beyond with a full group of interviews after the race has concluded. So join us tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for the finish of the 40th anniversary of the Rolex 24 live right here, of course, on Speed Vision. Down to the inside, but look at Brabs, just defends beautifully. Now he's got to try and thread the needle here, and these other cars are racing as well. Up onto the banking they go, and boy, Brabs might get hung up here, and Sharp going to try it again. No. And once they get up on the revs here, that very slippery Ferrari here, right here, there you see it, starts to draw away.
Just a little tiny bit.
Not as much as before this lap, because Brabs got held up just a bit getting on the power. Usually he gets just another 20 feet away. But of course, the Ferrari's so sleek in the air, and he's going to get into the chicane before him. Now this could help the Riley and Scott, because Brabs got to get by him before the next turn. And that's exactly what David wanted, was to get that brake so that he just broke. Oh, they don't put in the wall. There's no need for that Porsche to be up there, although he's a very quick one. There's no need to be up there at all, but he didn't know that the car, the Riley and Scott, was right behind Brabham, you see.
It's not looking again.
But you are pretty busy as you go through there, I have to admit.
But don't they, I believe they get instructed that you need to stay low when you get up on the banking for that very reason. Now, there's a very interested observer of what just happened to Scott Sharp, and he's with Calvin down at pit lane.
Well, that's Robbie Gordon. He's going to be getting in this car in a while. Robbie, you look like you're champing at the bit, mate, to get in here.
You know, they're doing a great job. You know, Scott Sharp, he's hanging in there, and Guy Smith did a good job. You know, it's a 24-hour race. The most important thing for us is just survive. I'm going to get in next, try to make all the gears, make all the corners. Try to get 2 more hours out of the way here. We've got a long ways to go.
You must have some pretty good memories of this place. Your first road race was here back in 1990, and you won, so it's got to be special for coming back here.
Well, I remember one time when you were my teammate here and we won the race, so, you know, I've had a lot of luck down here at Daytona in the 24-hour. You know, Jim Matthews and everybody at Riley Scott have put a really good car together. I'm pretty excited about the program and just trying to do the best job we can.
Talking to Tony Stewart, another one of the NASCAR stars here this weekend. He said it's a great way to start the month. How about you? How does it affect or help your preparation for the 500 and so on?
Well, I think it just gets me back in the race mode again. I'm excited to get back racing. I went and raced an off-road race last weekend down here for the 24-hour this weekend. You know, we line up next weekend with the Daytona 500 stuff with a singular car, so I'm just looking forward to it. I can't wait.
All right, Robbie, great to see you. Let's get down to Guy Hobbs.
Yeah, thanks, Calvin. Down in the Rocket Sports pit area where the Paul Gentilozzi has just brought the car in. Scott Pruitt has taken over the driving duties. Paul's just getting a sip of water. Had a bit of a trip on the way out of the car, so he laughed at himself a bit. And we just asked Paul about, you've been in there since the beginning of the green flag dropped, and then realized that there was a time limit. So you guys had to come in and make that change.
Well, we misunderstood the rule. Everywhere else in the world you can drive 4 hours. Here you can only drive 3. Must be these other guys are really old.
It wasn't hard work for you out there that long.
No, it was very easy. I feel really bad. We got screwed up on that pace car deal. The guy put his arm up and went like that. To me, everywhere in the world, that means go on by.
Also, when you came in and did the penalty for the pace car, they gave you a second penalty and you had to come back in again.
Yeah, well, I started to pull out, and the guy was backing up pit lane, something you never do. So I stopped, the car stalled, I got it rolling again, and as I took off, apparently I went over the speed limit.
Yeah, the pace car missed the hole in the wall here. He was trying to get it behind the wall, and he backed up, but you're out there and having a good run otherwise.
Well, I'm not tired. Maybe they'll let me drive the pace car.
All right, Paul.
I knew there'd got to be more to that pace car incident than met the eye, because 4 experienced drivers like that wouldn't just willy-nilly go past the pace car. I knew that there's got to be more behind that than it looked.
As history has well proven, though, Paul Gentilozzi in a microphone always becomes interesting in a hurry, doesn't it?
That's when he's just got out of the car. That's
exactly.
for sure, after a few situations.
I tell you, that was a great drive, though. I mean, he really, for that long a drive, and to get out that fresh, and to be that strong. And we just had a speed line comment from David Donahue, of course, a gentleman who's had a fair amount of success in these type of cars.
I tell you what, old Paul Gentilozzi, he doesn't suffer fools gladly, and he just really, I mean, he really calls a spade a shovel, doesn't he? I mean, he doesn't mess around, does he?
Now, though, Scott Pruitt behind the wheel, and of course, Pruitt shared the Nissan that won overall the last GTS to win before the Eureka Viper did it a couple of years ago. So Pruitt obviously going to be pretty impressive. Meanwhile, back on board with Mr. Brabham. The margin now is opened up to about 1.6 seconds over Sharp, but right here that could go away in an absolute heartbeat.
Boy, his favorite car again, number 63.
I wonder if Brabham thinks, is this Groundhog Day? And if you remember the movie where everything keeps repeating itself every 24 hours.
That's the trouble when you do a long stint, you keep coming across the same guy. Not again. How did I get him again? It's not fun.
Yeah. I mean, I must say, he does seem to be with him about every third or fourth.
That's right.
Brabham coming up, that's one of the, I believe that's one of the GTS Vipers, and he sweeps around the outside in the kink.
Bit of sun coming up now, which is bad timing, because it's getting very low in the sky now, and it's very strong coming down the main straight.
But remember what I said? I said it was 1.8 seconds, but it could go away in a hurry. That's exactly what happened. Scott Sharp, once again, is glommed onto the back of Brabham as they head up onto the banking, and right in front of them is the Robinson Racing, Riley and Scott.
Brabham needs to pick the right car to tow down that straight, because if he has to back off, he is history as far as Scott Sharp overtaking him.
I'll say, yeah.
Wally Dallenbach on that Robinson Racing car right here. Not a bad one for him to tow off of.
Yeah, but not an easy one to pick up either.
He's got to get him under.
Boy, Sharp's got a run on him. Sharp's got a run on him, and
interesting stuff.
Didn't let him through. That's actually, I believe that's Mark Simo that is now on board that Riley and Scott entry, so that messed Sharp up just a little bit.
But he realized what he'd done and pulled over in the middle of the chicane.
He did very well, because Mark Simo can't have that much experience in that sort of open cockpit car. It's different, you know.
He drove him last year, the BMW Norma, another problem. Simo actually ran a full season of that last year in a different Riley and Scott, so he's got some. But our leader going to give the lead up, because Brabham has made the turn down into pit lane, and we would anticipate a driver change. It looks like it might. There's Stefan Johansson, recognizable helmet. Brabs is going to unbuckle, get out. There's the seat insert for Stefan. 4 tires. Fairly thorough stop, apparently.
Because these days, I mean, in our day, you just jumped in and out of the car. These days, it's belts and radio and drink, and
sometimes it's even the steering wheel.
Let's go down to Guy. Guy?
Yeah, down in the pit here, it is a fairly routine stop, as you say, taking on 4 new tyres and a load of fuel, and they're swapping out the seat cushions, and Stefan Johansson getting in, David Brabham getting out. We're going to try and get a word with David in a second here, as he gets out, cleaning out the amount of debris these guys have been cleaning out of these cars on these stops, particularly in the wheel wells, is amazing, all the rubber that's being kicked up from those. So we'll try and get in with David in a second.
that engine revving there so that it doesn't stall that little clutch.
Well, as you recall, one of the, I don't want to say weak links, but one of the problems with these 333s has been as they get deeper and deeper into racing action and the engine gets a little bit of wear on it, and those clutches you were talking about, that's one problem is as soon as they go to or to engage the clutch, it starts to lug down pretty bad.
Well, the thing is with the clutch is you have to use the clutch obviously to get it into gear and get down the pit lane. After that you don't use it till the next stint.
So Stefan Johansson on board, and this is a race that means an awful lot to him. We alluded to it earlier. He has won at Le Mans, he has won at Sebring, and only a very few drivers have won all three, including Daytona. Stefan is but one victory away from there.
He's got a problem.
He's got brand new tires.
We'll sort it out when we come back to Daytona. The clear track, and in fact, has a fairly decent little margin over the Ferrari, which still maintains second spot, and then is number 20 Dyson car sits in third, David.
And of course, this is just exactly what he wants. Baldi, Brabham, Ferrari, swapping over with Stefan Johansson. He's got a couple of good clear laps here, traffic-wise, so he can actually crank out a couple of good laps and maybe increase his lead by 3 or 4 seconds, you know.
As we go on board right now, watching Stefan Johansson at work, let's go down to Guy Hobbs, who's with David Brabham.
Yeah, David stepped out of the car. And David, you're having a great battle there with Scott Sharp for those last few laps you're out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the car's running really well. The Ferrari's just sweet at the moment. And I know, you know, second place was behind me, but I never really felt like I was in a real race. I was sort of doing a pace that I was comfortable with, and I think he was as well. So there was no real dicing. Probably a bit too early to be dicing that hard, so I'm really pleased the car's running really well.
You had a bit of a close moment with one of the slower cars too that went up high.
Yeah, I mean, that's just normal though. I mean, yeah, I mean, you have a few close calls when the car spun in front of me. I was more worried about someone hitting me from behind. Luckily, the guy got it in reverse early. And then I nearly hit a piece of bodywork out on the back straight. I just managed to avoid that. So, I mean, that's what happens in this type of race. The good thing is the car's running well. All the temperatures are fine. The Goodyear tyres are running really well. So, you know, so far, so good.
All right. David Brabham seems like a very happy man.
Thanks very much, Guy. If you just happen to be joining us, we are now starting our 4th hour of the 24 hours here at Daytona. And David Brabham just sort of took us through oral description of some of the highlights. Let's go back and take a look at them in the first hour. It all started before the green, even the number 38 champion Porsche raised with that.
Mildly displeased would be putting it mildly.
There is our leader. Even though those problems occurred, Scott Sharp has survived and finds himself in the Elan. Riley and Scott brought here by Jim Matthews Racing out front, and the margin, a pretty decent one. The inaugural IRL co-champion, and of course sat on the pole at the Indianapolis 500 last year. So whatever Scott Sharp drives, he works some pretty special magic, and it's pretty effective. And we've been watching him, and he's carrying some slides and working the car very hard. And Derek, that gets back to what you and I talked about previously, that even though you're running maybe a reduced race pace, that's you're saving certain components on the car, and you do that by using up other ones that are much cheaper and easier to fix.
Well, it takes you 2 or 3 minutes to change brake pads. It takes you 2 or 3 hours to change a gearbox or an engine. Well, you can't change an engine, but it's very, very tough on the other components. So basically, you have a lap time you try to aim at. I mean, it's not always that easy to do it under the restrictions you have. They reduce the engine revs certainly by 5 to 100 to 1,000 revs to conserve the engine, and the driver has to drive his heart out to get that pace up.
And you mentioned too the gearbox. I mean, that can take you out in a hurry, so you've got to be very gentle and precise in your gear changes, and that takes time as well. There's a spin by the number 92 GT Porsche, going to gather it up. There is Sharp right now, and once again he goes to go high and has the door firmly shut on him by a GT car, although in this case at least that car was trying to move around another vehicle, and they have to be allowed to race as well. But Scott Sharp, really a remarkable talent.
A remarkable talent, but at the same time, you know, he has to look at the cars in front and say, I can afford to back off for half a second here because I can make it up next lap. And you just have to have that mindset. It's totally different to any other sports car race you'll do, or any other race certainly he'll ever do. You just have to back off and be very careful. Like right now, he's got to be so cautious. Okay, I can see my way clear. I can boot it through this corner, hoping the other guy doesn't touch your tail as you swing across to get that apex. Very tough, that little S. Nobody really talks about it enough, but that turn 2 is very, very tricky.
Also, sun coming out again, and it's getting late in the afternoon, low in the sky. You said there are 2 spots here that can really cause you problems.
Yeah, well, he's coming into one of them right now. He's coming into the fast left-hand kink, I think I'm right in saying. That's very tricky because the cars use the exit. He wants to be on the inside now. He wants to be on the left to go around these guys, and he's got nowhere to go at all. Where do I go? I have to sit there. The Porsche is going around the inside of the smaller SRP2 car, so he has to wait and wait and wait. Here he is again. He's only got by 2 cars. There's still 6 in front of him in 100 yards. Very tough.
Watching sharp here, we get a report, by the way, the number 83, one of the Salines that was 3rd in GTS, that lost a wheel earlier. Right front tire just came off, and they apparently still struggling with that because they're spending a lot of time working in that area of the car, putting on the anti-heat gloves there to get in there and work. Believe me, looks like maybe just doing a pad and rotor change, but having some struggles trying to get that taken care of at this stage. And also the number 20 Dyson entry has made a stop. There he is, and heading out, and that's a very recognizable helmet to all of the Speed Vision viewers. That's our own Dorsey Schrader now behind the wheel.
Good old Dorsey. He's not doing many races these days, but this is a great drive for him, and one, he can still have a great result. I mean, the car is very competitive, and he's a very talented driver. Seeing Dorsey in there reminds me, of course, he did leave the champion team, which was a great pity in my book. Nevertheless, there were all sorts of reasons, I'm sure. But the champion car, we all know, lost so many laps. In fact, it's 25 laps behind at the moment, but it is out there in position 62 for those that are interested.
Well, I thought one of the neat stories that evolved out of that, and I agree with you, it was a real pity what happened, but after that did happen, Rob Dyson called him and said, we could use a little help in Trois Rivières. Would you like to come up as our leader is in? Dorsey went there, promptly out-qualified Weaver and put it on pole as if to make a point. Calvin, the leader's in.
Yes, they are. And it's going to be Scott Sharp turning over to his buddy Robbie Gordon. And Robbie was literally anxious to get in this car. He loves to race anything. And when he saw the action on the track between Brad and Sharp, he was itching to get out there. And the team goes to work. And this is where it can go all wrong for these guys, because the driver changes is not routine for these boys, particularly when they've not been used to driving this type of car recently, and they really need to try and get their act together. I'm sure they're in practice for many hours over the course of the weekend, but when you're under pressure, you're in a race situation, you've got all the gear on, certainly makes a big difference. Tires have been done, fuel has been done, and it looks like the driver change has been completed. They're making some switches on the dash, probably zeroing the refueling setting, and they're trying to get Robbie to fire it up. We're going to try and get a chat here with Scott Sharp. We're going to try and get here behind the pit wall and have a chat with Sharpie. Scott. I'm going to let him get his helmet off here, but he was high-fiving his crew as he came in here. It was a great battle he had out there with the Ferrari, and the question is for Scott, how much discipline does it take when you're in a fierce battle like that, and you know it's a 24-hour race, to really hold back and keep something underneath the car?
Well, you know, you've got so many hours left, Calvin, and what I said to everybody before the race started is, how many times have you ever gotten to the next morning and wish you pushed the car harder at the beginning of the race? Never. So, you know, we're running right revs and not trying to use the brakes up too much, and, you know, we change tires every time, so I got to drive the rubber off of them.
Brabham said that he felt very comfortable being in front of you in terms of he was running his pace and he felt that you were doing the same, so you weren't really roughing it up, you were really just trying to get laps under your belt.
Yeah, I mean, it was all traffic related. Obviously, he'd stretch on me when I got nailed in traffic, and I'd catch back up with him when he got held up, and he had a bit more straight line speed, so it makes it a little bit easier for him, but it seemed like cruising along.
Traffic seems to be the key to IRL. It's exciting racing, but for you to come back to road racing, how much of an adjustment is it for you?
I tell you, I thought it would be huge because it's been about 4 years, and I came down here for the test, and it was just like immediately, like I never got out of this car, you know. This is the team and a real similar car that I'd run the last time we were here, so it's fun. It's fun to be able to throw it left and right a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of fun. And obviously he knows what he's doing, guys. He won here in '96.
I would say so. And we also had a brief shot there of Gordon as he was bringing it up to speed, giving it a bit of welly there coming out of one of the turns.
On them stick-of tires.
That's right. By the way, this is a great time for this email. David in Iowa asked, is it just the number on the side and the color, or does the leading Riley and Scott that Sharp was in, that Gordon's in now, look an awful lot like one of Jim Hall Chaparral's? David, absolutely, and even more so before the race, because they put that JMR, Jim Matthews Racing logo, on the front and the side. In practice and qualifying here, it was all white with that 36 in the Chaparral number scheme, and it really brought you back a few years. It was very, very neat indeed. Right now, it is the leader, the 13 Ferrari, in Tony Stewart has now gotten out of the car, and Jan Lammers, the great endurance veteran, back behind the wheel. Stewart doing one stint to acclimate with the car, and now Lammers underway and accelerating out. This car had one long problematic pit stop that dropped it back in the order just a little bit, and it is now trailing by a little over 5 laps. So it is now well upon Jan's shoulders. I think he's going to have to start driving like mad here to bring it back up.
These cars are also evenly matched, of course, that unless one of the other guys has a problem, he's never going to be able to pull 5 laps.
Let's sneak down to the pits again, and Calvin having a fairly strong run right now.
Oh, look out.
Well, and
nice feel. That would have been lovely, just looking back up the road into those cars coming. It's yellow flags waving.
That's the Herb Hare, Darren Brassfield car that was on the pole in the American GT class. They've had a
share of incidents.
A number of incidents this afternoon have dropped off the pace.
That's Jack Bush behind the wheel of that car, and it got away from him here. There's the 09 currently running second in class to the team car, the number 90, both racing out of Fleece Motorsports. This is the car that won the championship last year, at least its drivers did. Trey Conway and Doug Goad, joined here by Mike Ciasuli, and also Andy Pilgrim helping out here, and he's with Guy.
Pilgrim's just stepped out, and Andy having a pretty good run so far. This Fleece Motorsports team, local here in Daytona, but putting together a pretty good car for you.
Yeah, you got no complaints at the beginning of a race. I didn't get in yet, actually. I'm just standing around, but I get in next, and I'll probably do a double stint. So I'm looking forward to getting started here, and so far both cars are running well.
Last time you drove the Corvette here in Daytona, it was pretty successful for you.
Yeah, no complaints. My first race in '91 was a Corvette. I'm still in Corvettes here with a lot of Porsches thrown in the middle, so it's a lot of fun here.
How does it feel to return here, but not be running with Lienhard?
Oh boy, that's a question. I'll keep the running with Dale as being one of the best memories I've ever got. But this weekend, he'd be the first one to say, go out and kick butt, man.
All right, well, we'll let you do that. Go out and kick butt, Andy Pilgrim.
Well, Andy Pilgrim mentioned the success he had here with vets in the past, particularly that great success story last year. We've had a couple of emails, actually a lot of them, following along the lines of this one from John Richardson in Spring Valley, California. Just caught the start. It's been a while since we got the email, didn't see the pre-race. Where are the factory Corvettes? Well, the answer to that is they had to skip this. They are on another program, if you will, and it was a budgetary issue. They wanted to concentrate on getting ready for Sebring, and obviously they had one here, so they apparently elected to give it a pass this year, although we get reports that Doug Fian, who's the director of that Corvette factory program, is here and soaking things up, and obviously you never stay away from Daytona for long if you're a good racer.
For them, a bit of a double-edged sword, because last year they just had that incredible 1-2. Winning the race overall for the GTS class. I mean, you kind of sort of look at it and say, well, why would we go back there again? I mean, what are we going to prove now? I mean, they just won everything last year, and very hard to duplicate that again.
Very hard indeed, and as a matter of fact, earlier we had the opportunity to put together a little package looking back at that very, very special year last year. Of course, the Corvettes came so close the previous year, and last year they got it right. Let's take a look at that entry of John Field. That car with Duncan Dayton behind the wheel now has moved not only into the top 5, but is only about 10 seconds or so adrift of Lienhard. So very interesting. Let's go back now and take a look at the number 20. Watch what happened here. I mean, talk about getting squeezed. Dorsey, well, trying to get to the front, and that's going to happen. Now, he's not real happy about it.
No, he's not happy at all. Don't blame him either. I mean, I know there's a lot of cars out there and there's a lot of traffic and everybody's going to be watching out, but I mean, you really have got to watch out. You know, these guys are going really fast. I was just going to say, that car must be about due for a pit stop.
He was going kind of slow. You picked it out, and Calvin is on top of it.
Well, Fredy Lienhard has brought the Dallara into the pits, and right on cue. It should be a good stop here. They're actually in for an unscheduled stop here a short while ago. They have a flat shift mechanism on the gearbox, which means they can actually change gear without lifting off the gas pedal, and that has actually melted the electrical connection. They had to go in, disconnect us. The guys are having to lift now when they shift. But it's going to be Mauro Baldi. He won this race with Kevin Durant here in '98. Teamed with Didier Theys, along with Gian Piero Moretti, of course. And it was his birthday here on Thursday. He's 48 years old, so a lot of experience behind the wheel right now. And what a stellar driving lineup Fredy has really put together here. Didier Theys, Mauro Baldi, and then we're waiting with great anticipation when Mad Max gets behind the wheel of this machine and puts the pedal to the floor.
Bad time of the day to be getting into the car with that sun shining.
Yeah.
Very, very bad. As you come up, really, really troublesome at this time of day.
And it's not only where the sun is that you're looking into, it's the fact of trying to get your eyes to get accustomed to.
C-Class now is being led by the 43 car. And of course, one of the drivers for that car is Kyle Fredy. And in fact, he might even be behind the wheel now.
I think so. Now let's go back and take a look at what happened to the number 57. Watch this. It was quite a while ago. Big loop. And then, more recently, a little help.
Oh, yeah, a lot of help. Oh, that's where that bodywork came from.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Look at them all threading their way through there.
Unfortunately for him, a few of those cars up and right behind him, a big honking loop. Oh, number 98 to feel.
Again, they have some moments.
That's how the 89 car got down here a few minutes ago.
That explains it.
Yeah, he's had a very adventurous afternoon.
Well put.
I tell you what, there's one thing, you don't want to be in the wall on the outside. I'd rather be where he is.
Very true. A couple of quick emails want to touch a base on. This one, we were talking about the number 36, Riley and Scott. Ed Heisel of Columbus says, number 36 is a Riley and Scott with an Elan engine. What is an Elan? Well, basically, it's a big block V8 Ford derivative engine that is now worked on by Don Panos, created a company called Elan Performance Technologies, and that's what they do, engine building. And it's the same engine that drives the Panos Roadster. And of course, you can always send us your emails on speedvision.com. And we have a quick one we want to ask. Gentlemen, have Derek Bell and David Hobbs ever raced on the same team? And also, how many 24 hours have they done? Paul Kramer asked that.
Yes, we did. We drove together and won at Mid-Ohio.
We did.
In the BMW.
Elkhart Lake as well.
Yeah.
Road America, who won the 500.
Yeah.
At Elkhart Lake in 1979. How many 4 hours? How many have we done? Well, I've done 20 Le Mans, and I've done this race about 11 times. Derek has done even more than that, but worse. He has actually won a lot of his.
And you?
No.
You should have stuck with me, kid.
I have to admit,
I'm old enough now.
I'm going to have to shoot an email to Mr. Kramer because the heading on his email was gentlemen, comma, and Greg. So I'm going to have to send him an email and ask what that's all about. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, up front, the number back to Daytona and the coverage of Speed Vision here live for the Rolex 24 and its 40th anniversary of this great event. We are watching the number 3 Jaguar, currently being piloted by Scott Pruitt. And a story developing here, folks, especially when you consider what happened the last couple of years when GTS cars won it. They are up to 7th overall at this point, and we're not even yet 4 hours into this. This car, 1, has absolutely been running reliably as can be, and 2 has been running very quickly.
And it's only 5 laps down on the leader. I mean, Scott Pruitt, of course, one of the great all-time GT drivers. So you know the car is in very safe hands with him and Gianalosi. And look at his battle for the lead.
Boy, it's reborn again. And I tell you, this Ferrari and this Riley and Scott absolutely just seem to find each other on the track constantly. Now they're a little bit of a break for Johansson. But Robbie Gordon seems to now have made the full adjustment. He's got that very quick Celine in front of him. And in a straight line, those Celines, as you can see, it's not like Gordon is just going by.
Well, there won't be much in
any
it.
Great story here.
Look at that. He's looking down at him, shaking his fist at the Celine driver.
I shouldn't say it, but there was a wisp of smoke out of number 3 when it backed off just before.
No, I saw that too, yeah.
Oh, sure. I mentioned he runs reliably. And
I know, and it's just a death. On Murray Walker all over again.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Excuse me while I interrupt myself. Here comes Gordon now. See, clear track. See if he's able to make up any ground on you. Well, there you go. Johansson bottled up immediately behind the car, and here comes Gordon.
Plus, what this does show is just how evenly matched all these drivers are. Every time these two cars get together, it doesn't matter which pair is driving them, they have these incredible battles on the track.
Well, it makes you believe that the Grand Am have actually got the formula quite good to get them so equal. You know, you've got different types of engines and so on, and they're all very equal on times. It's very good.
And where was it, Derek? You said you saw a little whiff of smoke.
Just as he backed off going into turn 1 and to turn 1.
He's about to do now. We'll see if it does it again. Could have been a bit of a brake lock, I suppose.
Seemed out the middle of the car though, David.
The exhaust, though, you can see where the flame comes out. That's the exhaust.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh,
yeah.
It was in the middle.
Oh, that makes you wonder.
It's not out of that exhaust. It was right in the middle there, wasn't it?
Makes you wonder, perhaps, about the. I mean, that's right in the area of the gearbox or the differential. Because that's definitely not coming from the exhaust. You can see clearly where the car exhausts out.
You can see the oil on the tail too.
Just really studying. Haven't seen that reappear, but of course, I suppose the next spot you might see it would be going into the chicane, where you come down from, again, a great rate of speed.
Shelley from Ontario would like to see more of the bite set car. I can't imagine why, considering it comes from Ontario.
Ontario, Bitesick, Impringham, Spinard.
Let me think now. Why could that
seems to be perhaps a connection. That car doing very well, by the way. Is currently running second in GTS, 13th overall. But boy, look at this. Gordon again hounding Johansson here.
I'm kind of, there's a few of those speed lines want to see some class winners and leaders. They want to see more action further down the field. But when you've got action like this at the front, I mean, it's incredibly hard to break away from this sort of racing.
I have to say one thing. I have a distinct feeling that Bobby will go by Johansson if he can. He's not going to be quite as conservative as the others. No. I just have that feeling about his mentality.
How about like right now?
Well, there's no room in front, sir. He's going to go if he can, I'm sure of it. But he's got to think and conserve that car just that little bit.
Robbie Gordon, not known as a conservative driver.
No, exactly.
Pretty much the on-off switch, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm in the car, it's on. Here is the very car that you said Shelley from Ontario was wondering about, as you can see by the big maple leaf on the bonnet there, the 00 Porsche GT1. Klaus Bitzik is the entrant, the Bitzik Motorsports entry, but boy, did he come up with a couple of drivers for this one. David Empringham, one of them, who won the big Grand Am Cup race in a Porsche on Friday here, and also teamed with one of the true legends of Canadian motorsport, Richard Spinard. Of course, was instrumental in the creation of the very famous Spinard David School. And the number 13, Johansson, going to come down into the pits, and as Gordon went by, he gave him a little wave.
That the Ferrari, I don't know, it's my imagination or what, but it seems to stop awfully. Seems to be running some awfully short stints somehow.
Well, we said at the beginning it came in up to 42 minutes on the first stint. Maybe he's got this grass in the front, giving him overheating too, David.
But they usually come in early and then sort of
settle down,
strengthen, lengthen.
But one has to say Ferraris have always been thirsty on fuel. There's always been a downer with all Ferraris.
Let's go down to Guy.
Yeah, down in the Ferrari pit. This is actually on schedule because the girl from Ferrari just handed me a note that the 13 car will pit in 5 laps. Well, that was about half a lap ago. Again, cleaning out all the debris and the rubber underneath the grill arches. Same set of tyres. Stephanie Johansson stays in the car for a whole bunch of fuel.
So it's going to be unlikely that we're going to see number 13 mixing it again with Bobby Gordon for a while.
No, it's going to take him a long time to catch up. And of course, he could have picked up all that stuff in the front radiator there, which is obviously so vital to keep it clear, to keep the thing cool. He could just pick that up off the track. He might have, probably didn't go off the track to pick it up.
Well, half of the cars are coming on the track with the off-track stuff underneath and just deposit it.
He may have picked it up with one trip through the chicane with somebody spinning in front of him.
Yeah, right,
it's just that simple. But I think that was probably the primary reason for that stop. Is I think he noticed the temps maybe going up and wanted to get that taken care of, and did so. But that did drop him back, obviously. So right now, Robbie Gordon has a pretty substantial margin
that
he is going to hit here. And that is some of the very debris we've been talking about. Most of that is tire buildup. Amazing what's unfolding here at Daytona. Don't go anywhere.
Out of the shift linkage there. I'm here with Dorsey Schrader. Dorsey, gear shift is a problem on the car right now. That's going to have to be fixed for you to get back out there. But I know you're having trouble with traffic, shaking your fist out there in the early going. Seems to be pretty hectic out there for the 24 even.
It's unbelievable, Calvin, how hectic it really is. The Porsche 911 Anti-Destination League is in full force. I'm telling you, these guys are blind. I don't know what they're doing. I've run in the grass. I've run around the outside, inside. You gotta. I need more fenders. I can fix the problem.
Tell us about the strategy going in. I mean, Dyson have come close the last couple of years. They won it twice in the late 90s, but haven't won it the last 2 years. Different strategy going in. Are you pacing it a little bit more, or is it flat out still?
Well, we knew we weren't fast enough for a pole, that's for sure. But we ran the 16, which is going to run real hard, and we were running real nice pace. The car was really good, and this is one of those fluky things that takes you out. But you know, we got to get there to tomorrow, and in the last 2 years, nobody's done that. So we were trying to play it that way, although it might not look like that on the racetrack.
All right, mate, hopefully we'll see you back out there.
I love the line. I need sturdier fenders. I can solve the problem. Here's what happened here. Right there, Dorsey comes down the inside. That's one of those Moslers, and gets the door fairly firmly shut, forces him onto the grass. And then here's the reaction.
Saying, well done, lad, well done, thank you very much.
Yes, I don't believe you misinterpret that too easily.
He's probably wondering why, though. Why he's getting the fist.
Yeah, you have to why is he mad at me? Absolutely.
That's the first I've seen him before.
Oh, that's the 07 G&W Motorsports. That's that unique Peugeot SRP2, the BMW-powered machine, and it has gone into the wall. And we're going to take a look at the replay here, guys, and it's coming up onto the banking. Got into another car.
Boom.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you, you've talked about that, Derek. As you come out of that chicane, you get up by that wall, and if you hit somebody coming out, that's what's going to happen. So we very likely might be seeing ourselves going full course yellow here. The Peugeot is in the wall. We're going to step away for a moment.
As late as you can. As late as you can, pace car. As late as you can.
Copy, late as we can.
Like on the racetrack.
I don't know, an angry pack like that behind me, I might try and move off of the racetrack as soon as I could and get out of the way. We're back to green, obviously, and we are now starting our 5th hour, 4 complete of 24 here at the Rolex 24 of Daytona, and there we go.
Straight back to our incredible Dyson. Ooh, Robbie Gordon looking a bit squirrely there. Of course, after a long caution period like that, you know, the tires cool off horribly and they pick up all sorts of dust and debris off the track as well.
Well, this is finally where we're actually going to see, I think, a direct comparison. There's no traffic, and there's not going to be for maybe, what, 2-3 laps. So now we see who really has the legs here.
Don't forget, Robbie Gordon, of course, has got brand new tires. Steffens are just about 4 or 5, well, 5 or 6 hot laps older. And he will have picked up dust and dirt then, because his tires would have got hot. They'd have been running over that dirt, now they've picked up some debris, whereas Robbie's starting off with fresh tires. So he should be a bit quicker for the first 2 or 3 laps. But again, that Ferrari is definitely very quick down the straight, like you keep commenting on.
And Johansson isn't going to give it up.
David Brabham bore you out, so you were right all along.
Well, you know, the other thing, too, is that, boy, look at how we're going to close under braking, and that's that downforce, isn't it? And one thing that I think sometimes we don't make a big enough deal about is downforce helps get you through a corner, but it also, a lot of downforce allows you to brake much, much later.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And now you can see it's a drag on the straight, and the Ferrari's getting away. As we said earlier, remember the Ferrari was designed in for the 1994 season, and the car hasn't changed that much, so it's pretty remarkable that that car is still as competitive. It's thanks to people like Kevin Durant, who's done the work on that car and over the years with others to make it still very competitive.
Puts out some pretty prodigious horsepower normally, but as temperatures cool, which they are doing now, and we anticipate it cooling down into the low 50s in the evening at V12. Likes that. Any engine does, but of course you get 12 cylinders versus 8. It's going to like that just a little bit more, but man, does that number 36 Riley and Scott, when you get into the infield, start to close up.
So quick again,
oh,
like
yeah.
you just said, braking so late into the international horseshoe. Be very quick through the kink here. It'll catch up a lot on the braking here.
And it's the exit of this turn that this car gets out so well right there. I mean, he gets a drive out of that corner that's phenomenal. Looks down to the inside, but this is not really a hard braking corner, is it there? If you sweep in right.
But of course, the point is that the Riley and Scott car, it can turn in so much faster because of the ground effect, if you like, has the the ground effect, and it gets inside him, and of course therefore he can get on the power sooner. Meanwhile, the Brabham car is sliding out a little bit as you go. It's always as you go up onto the banking there, the car does slide out.
Now watch the ratio, the closing ratio here. Once they jump on the brakes, there's the brakes, and then there comes Gordon. And I mean, he closes up that entire, that's almost a 5-6 car length lead he makes up under braking, and then loses it once they get up on the banking again. Absolutely just brilliant to watch these two cars, so strong in different areas, but at the end of any given lap, a lap car there, but sneaks through. But you can see that's the margin. Robbie Gordon leads it now with Johansson in second. And here's the pass for the lead. And Derek Bell, you said it was tires coming up to temp.
Well, it's going up onto the banking where he seemed to have an advantage the whole afternoon. And of course, his new tires, 2 laps later, have just got the temperature up, and they worked right there and then, didn't they?
The way it turned in there was nothing short of phenomenal compared to the Ferrari.
Exactly.
It just turned right in.
That's technology. It has to improve, and I'm glad it has.
That was Jim Matthews that was just watching, of course, the team owner essentially, and also one of the drivers, and Calvin is there. Cal?
Well, Jim, you're a very interested observer right now, watching Robbie's performance on the track. First of all, tell us about the situation with the radio. Can Robbie hear you, and can you hear Robbie?
Occasionally you can hear us, but we can't hear him. It's kind of intermittent.
Are you trying to tell him to slow down any?
I don't think he'd listen if we did.
When are you going to be getting in? Obviously, the team that you put together here in terms of the chassis, the engine, and certainly the driver lineup for this, Jim, has all of the markings of success. When are you going to get in, and what is the pace that you guys want to run for the night?
I'm getting in next, and I guess we hope to do 47, 46, you know, just whatever keeps us out front.
Everyone seems to have little niggly problems. You and the Ferrari, however, seem to be clean-free so far. Any problems at all today?
Other than the radio, no.
Okay, mate, good luck.
All right, thank you.
And by the way, Robbie Gordon drives the Richard Childress singular wireless Chevy full-time in Winston Cup, and in 40 years of Rolex action, no Winston Cup full-time regular has notched an overall win. So,
but they probably led, have they?
Oh, I'm sure they've had a fair amount of success. Yeah.
One has to admire Jim Matthews. I know very well, and he's put a heck of a lot into racing. He wants to get on himself, and I think he knows he's not the match for the sort of drivers he hires. But I admire him for buying into this Riley and Scott team and then hiring top drivers like this to do the job.
Well, it's interesting. Jim went Trans Am racing last year, and I asked him, I said, so you're going to be back at Trans Am? What are you going to do? And he said, you know, they're fun. He said, but the engine's in the front, and they're so hot. I want to get back into an open cockpit prototype because that's what I enjoy driving, and boy has he. He's put together a great program, and as you said, he has brought some very stellar drivers on board. But tell you what, it is not free and clear yet here. And the number 13, that was the Crawford actually that got by. That was not him closing up on Gordon. That is the Crawford that just snuck through. Trying to keep an eye here on the lap times, and the last lap was a 1:48.5 compared to a 1:46.1 for Gordon. So we're going to see here if there is a problem with the Ferrari, or that was the number 82 Wendy's vet of Dick Greer, now being driven by TV production guru Terry Lingner. Pretty astute racer on his own. Did a nice job of making sure he was out of the way and letting the Ferrari through.
Well,
what do you think?
He knew that if it wasn't, and there was going to be replays, they'd be replaying every day at Lingner Productions down in Indianapolis.
There's a good look. Terry Lingner doing a nice job. He had actually got a ride in the Porsche Super Cup, the Formula One weekend at Indy. Got offered a ride there. I mean, Terry's got some pretty good credentials. And here we go. Up and around the outside goes James Weaver. And and of course, and then Weaver gets absolutely parked by the.
I thought he was going to try that for a minute.
That really is the most difficult corner on this track, because one guy goes, if I haven't seen you come down, and then you go for the second one, there's no room.
Great onboard shots here at Daytona, and as you can see, is green. Well, that's exactly what it is. It is a camera that basically serves as a rear view mirror with the big long deck and the wing on the back of these cars. The two side mirrors don't do enough, and so they actually have a camera that's pointed out the back that basically serves as a rear view mirror in these cars. Pretty trick technology to help them with traffic.
Extremely trick. And there you see the car from the outside. Car that's raised over $1 million for the Children's Hospital in Seattle.
Remarkable effort.
Now we're on board here with the number 13 Ferrari, and a couple of laps ago it ran a high 150. It's now running this last lap a high 149, and you can see Stefan is not well pleased, but Guy Hobbs, the times have suddenly come up, and he has quickly, in about 3 laps, lost almost 13, 14 seconds. Is there a problem you're aware of?
It's not a problem. Not a problem that they can't solve, at least. What's happened is it's the tail end of the stint on the second stinted tyres, and they've really gone away, apparently. And Stefan is reporting that the back end is incredibly loose on him. So he was scheduled to come in at 5:32, and they just said they may bring him in a little early, which actually can't be much earlier than it is already. But Eric Vanderpool will get in, and they'll give him some fresh tyres. They also told him when they were battling there with Robbie Gordon, they said, let Robbie go. Let's slow down our pace a little bit and just let him go. And then, of course, our other problem is the fuel. They're well aware of that, and they know they have to make a lot more stops on the fuel. Back up to you.
Thanks. Well, that was actually something I was going to mention when he was, under attack from Gordon. If maybe he just overdrove the car a little bit, as soon as their guy mentioned tires, and maybe he was trying to stay with Gordon. Wise call by the team to say let him go. Here's the number 29 Mustang, sat on the pole in the AGT class with a new record. But honestly, since the race started, it has been nothing but a litany of problems for this car, and it looks to have gone from bad to worse. And look at right there is where the hood ended up. That's up in the fencing. Down the, I believe that's down the super stretch, the back stretch here, so.
Wow, somehow they're going to have to retrieve that, which may bring out another caution flag, unless they can get it from the landward side, as it were.
The landward side? Is it like leeward?
What is, I don't know. The other side of the fence.
The south side of the fence.
Can we have our ball back, please?
Very, very fast, this car. I mean, as I said, designed, built by Herb Hare, and he and Darren Brassfield. Some very, very talented drivers behind the wheel, but they have just had an immense number of problems that have cropped up really almost since the get-go. And they continue plugging away, but obviously that's going to hurt aerodynamically big time. And the funny thing is with the way that cars are ducted and the like. See, look at the hood flying through the air. I mean, look at the height it got, and then.
Good. No.
It did go
right
over,
actually,
so that's all right.
That cleared that first fence, so that's going to be okay.
Speed vision cameras everywhere you want them to be to catch every moment of action.
And the camera crews that they have are absolutely phenomenal in catching the action. Brassfield now behind the wheel of this car, and he took a few years off, had a bad back, and they had to figure out what to do. It's apparently been solved, and Brassfield is very fast.
It took an entire year.
And it's not the first time he's done that at the Speedway. What a remarkable and varied career he has had. Of course, he started off, his biggest success early came in off-road racing, even recording, along with his 6-time off-road championships, a solo win in the Baja 1000. Talk about tough. From 1990 to 93, 4 straight Rolex 24 GTO or GTS class wins, 2 career wins in kart, and of course has now moved over into the Winston Cup ranks and is quickly proving to be an absolute standout there as well, and proving here without doubt that he has not lost his touch behind the wheel of a high-performance road racing vehicle. Boy, what a drive he's putting on. And by the way, you heard Jim Matthews when he said, we think he can hear us, and it's intermittent when we can hear him, which would explain a while ago when we saw him give that okay as he came by. The crew no doubt had said, do you hear us? And he must have been letting him know yes. So at least there is some level of communication that's able to be done. And of course, in 1990, his first ever road race here, or first ever road race was here at Daytona in the 24 hours, and he had a great instructor by the name of Fish, I believe, Calvin Fish. And bad news, the number 90, the car that Kevin Harvick is one of the drivers of. I think that's still Rick Corelli on board, but a huge plume of smoke trailing out the back. And I think that's over in the chicane area. He just, yep, he's parked. And it's, it's Metcalf behind the wheel right now. Corelli got out. John Metcalf now behind the wheel. But that's not a good sign at all. Chatting on the radio right now, but obviously big problems here. Car had been running very competitively out there, up to what is 18th overall. And at that very moment had been leading in American GT with the team number 09 entry just about 10 seconds back. So tough break for Fleece Motorsports. and Metcalf and Corelli and Harvick et al. There's the team car, which now picks up the lead. Defending series champions, Goad and Conway, the lead drivers in that program. Of course, Andy Pilgrim, I believe, behind the wheel right now. Working down through the kink and pretty much all by its lonesome right now. Just to give you an idea here, the next closest of the AGT cars at this stage is down in the 30th spot, and that's the number 82 machine of Greer, John Finger, Jack Willis. Of course, Jack Willis, a very solid driver, and Terry Lingner. And number 16, Weaver, is slow, and that's a little early to make a move down toward the pits in the banking, so Weaver might be experiencing a more significant problem than we have seen making his way in. Now, that's the car that they've been fighting that problem with all of the power steering fluid getting down on the brake pedals, and it did show a little bit of smoke earlier as well. So, and they had just finally cracked the top 10, and now Weaver brings it in, and this does not look like it is going to be a quick stop. Right away they go for the quick fasteners. Calvin, what's going on?
Well, we believe it's a gearbox issue. I just spoke to one of the team members, and the tail is coming off the car. James has brought it in. He's hopped out. There's no other driver ready to go. Try and get a quick word here with Jimbo. Jim, what's the problem, mate?
Hammers driving the number 2 Crawford, and he has just set a new Zippo fast lap. He's lighting it up around here in the SRP category. A 1:42.078. A 1:42.078. To give you an idea, it was last year Alan McNish set the record at a 1:41.8. So Lammers is now within a second of the fast race lap record here, and this is a fast lap so far in this race. So the Zippo fast lap right now goes to Jan Lammers. Pretty good indication that this Crawford, everybody was wondering, is it going to be effective? Is it going to be quick? I'd say so.
I think it's looking very, very strong. They had that problem when Tony Stewart stalled it, which obviously set into overdrive some electrical glitch. It took them some time to clear it up. In fact, it took them about 4 laps to get the car started. And then, of course, Tony had a spin as well. But by and large, the car seems to be going extremely well.
Since that point, and of course, Tony Stewart said that the car was absolutely magic to drive. He was having no problems with it at all. And it is now up into the top 10, well into the top 10, in 7th right now. Johansson, the Risi Ferrari that currently sits in 2nd spot, about 24 seconds adrift of Robbie Gordon out front. Johansson just now driving to a pace. Now we're on board the number 8, of course, that's the Rand Racing Nissan Nola, which is leading in the SRP2 division. And that white helmet with the black stripe, that means it's Ralph Kellner's behind the wheel, and they have just brought together a Zippo fast lap for the SRP2 division, turning a lap at 1:50.720. That's within the existing SRP2 record set by Jeff Bucknam last year. So as the air is starting to cool, engines liking it, tires liking it, and obviously they're going quicker and quicker here. We ride with Ralph Kellner's. Let's get a little bit more in depth into just what makes SRP2. As we said a little earlier, we've sent some of our intrepid pit reporters to do an update. What is SRP2?
The SRP2 category is the second category in the Grand Am sports. One of the biggest differences is the wheels and tires. They're smaller, and Dunlop tires are mandatory for the SRP2 class, as opposed to the Goodyear. Otherwise, the vehicles are purpose-built race cars. They have flat bottoms, a full rollover hoop, and they can generate a lot of downforce with the big rear wing at the back. But the biggest difference between SRP2 and SRP1 is right here, the engine. No turbochargers, 3 litres maximum, 6 cylinders. SRP2 just a little slower than the SRP1.
Very quick and nimble, though, and it's interesting, as we were talking earlier, that these cars will run similar lap times to some of the GTS equipment. And you get up in the banking, the GTS cars go by them, but then through the infield, they'll be very fast, and it gets to be pretty interesting as we watch them. Now, there's the car that sits second in the SRP2 division, one of the Archangel Motorsports entries. It's interesting, 9th, 10th, and 12th overall right now are the top 3 in SRP2, so there's a couple laps separating them, but nonetheless, a good battle starting to shape up. Here's some of the specs for this. Of course, they have to run that full-width roll hoop, steel brakes, flat bottom to the car, and as Guy was talking about, 3-liter V6 normally aspirated engine, I understand, David, that the power output about 350 to 370 on
Yeah,
the car.
it's pretty good horsepower, but of course...
Well, based on the weight of only 1,500 pounds.
Well, exactly, and of course they've got smaller wheels and tyres, so you don't have quite the grip, but obviously you don't have the weight trying to disrupt that grip either, and they won't stop quite as well as the big cars, which of course can generate a lot more downforce because they've got the horsepower to pull it. The big cars generating around about 600, just over 600 horsepower.
Well, that's a very good point. We really haven't talked much about. Oh, the number 13. Looks like we may be getting a pit stop from the number 13 machine. On board, in it comes. And looks like Stefan's going to be getting out, Guy.
Yeah, Stefan Johansson is getting out. They're going to put Eric van der Poel in. Stefan has done a double stint. We get some fresh tyres on there, which is the problem. Once we get a chance, we'll ask Stefan about that because the tyres were definitely going away for him. Otherwise, it's a fairly routine stop. Eric van der Poel very jokingly playing tricks with our cameraman, actually, in the pit box while he was waiting. Rather funny. Stefan's just run to the back and give us a second. We'll try and get a hold of Mr. Johansson.
You saw they run a protective cover on the headlights to make sure that nothing happens to those headlights before they need them. Those are now off. Here now is your new second place machine, the number 37 entry. I believe that, I think that's still Duncan. No, that's John Field now back behind the wheel, owner of the team. And of course, it's a two-car program sponsored by John's Banana Joe's restaurant chain. And I'll tell you, this guy absolutely loves his racing, is very quick, and can absolutely play a spoiler. Last year when he had Oliver Gavin driving with him, put together a win in the first ever for the Intersport team in Grand Am Championship competition, and that car is now second. You note that unique center mounted headlight as well on those cars. It actually serves two purposes. One, it's a very powerful light and helps illuminate, but at the same time, what it also does is when you see that coming up in the mirror, you know which car it is. So there's the number 13. Now, of course, Eric van der Poel driving back in the third spot. And Guy Hobbs, I understand you found Stefan Johansson.
I have found a very enthusiastic Stefan Johansson.
Stick to the pace.
It seemed like the Riley and Scott was a lot stronger on the infield, but you have the power down the straightaway.
Yeah, we're running a lot lighter downforce than they do. They're much faster than us on the infield, but then we're quicker than them on the straight. So it's, it's a trade-off all the time. I think on the lap time we're probably about equal speed, but they may have a slight advantage in traffic, obviously, with more grip on the car. But we're comfortable. The car is running really well, so it's no problem.
What are your plans for the rest of the year?
Yeah, good question.
I'm not asking you on a date, are I?
Well, I'm going to drive for champion at Sebring with the Audi. And as far as my own team, I don't know yet. We haven't decided whether we're going to do a full season in Europe or maybe only concentrate on Le Mans this year. We just have to wait and see.
All right, Stefan, good to see you again.
Tell you, just an amazing talent Stefan Johansson is, and Derek, you were pointing out, there's the number 36 machine, and just about, I would guesstimate, 10 seconds behind him on the track is the number 13 entry, but the bigger story is that a lap and 10 seconds back, and you know right now, Eric. So we just had a great email from David Donahue, of course, son of Mark Donahue, and David, a very, very talented driver in his own right. He said, I would have thought that David's, quote, steel trap, unquote, memory would have recognized the number 36 style on that number 36, Riley and Scott, from Gurney's old Lola Ford T70 in the late 60s. Same number and font.
Well, my steel trap memory, unfortunately, has turned into sort of like a soft orange
mesh,
marshmallow type of thing. Yeah.
But there it is, and you can see the similarities.
You're right, David. Keep watching.
By the way, David added, it's nearly impossible to get anything accomplished today. Do not stray far enough away from the tube. Great job, although the family is not happy. So that's kind of how it goes. And by the way, we also had another great email as we watched that car of Robbie Gordon start to fend its way through traffic. It was basically, it comes from the Hansons of Atlanta, Georgia, David Hanson specifically. It says, do you have any information on the Grand Am Daytona sports cars available? As a matter of fact, there was a big announcement made here this weekend. They're calling them the Daytona prototype. He asked if it would be possible to hear from someone at Grand Am describe how this project is going. And he said, I've heard that Porsche has already committed to have some cars available for 2003. Well, as a matter of fact, we do have some news for you, and we're going to play that for you right now. The announcement came on Wednesday night here in Daytona.
We're proud to announce tonight and introduce to you a new category of racing for Grand American and for American sports car racing called the Daytona Prototypes. This new car is going to use the latest power plants based on production power plants that are available to the general public. They'll be packaged in a chassis and with a body that we believe will be exciting and sophisticated and a great racing platform for both competitors and the fans.
This is not a spec car. This is not spec motors. This is not spec anything.
We as Brumos support it. We got a car. We're going to run it for the Jamie Friends and myself are going to drive it, and it's going to really put the emphasis back into the teams. The teams are going to be the ones that decide who wins the race, not because you can afford to buy an Audi or that you have a special contract with a tire company that gives you a tire that has an advantage.
It's our purpose here to offer the broadest opportunity to those with an interest in sports car racing and give them a chance to participate in a major professional road racing series.
Big announcement from Grand Am. Meanwhile, our leader is in. Calvin?
Robbie Gordon has turned over to Jim Matthews at this stage, and they've put a new nose on them. I don't see any difference in it. The old one wasn't damaged. I don't see any difference in downforce. Both light systems were working, so I'm unsure why they've actually changed that. But I did see a thumbs up from Jim Matthews, and I think that was really reference the radio. I think they plugged his helmet in, and he immediately put his hand held high out of the cockpit and gave a thumbs up to say that he's got radio communication. So they'll reset the refueling, and Jim Matthews underway. We're going to chat here with Robbie. Robbie. Robbie's gone over to the wall there. We'll get a chat with him once he gets his helmet off. He's gone over to Bill Riley to try and give him some information. We'll get back to you guys.
All right, Calvin, and we now have a new leader. John Field, the number 37 Banana Joe's Intersport Lola Judd, has gone to the front with Gordon's pit stop. So big story perhaps developing here. Remember, this car, a spin very early on, but got away with it fairly harmless. Only lost maybe 5 spots, and boy, they have been brilliant ever since.
Well, at one stage, this car was down at about 8th or 9th spot. I mean, they've done a fantastic job to bring it up through the field after that spin. But of course, there again, same old thing in these long-distance races. You just keep your head down and don't make too many mistakes. They made one, but I mean, only one. And then otherwise, they've had no other troubles with the car. Practically everybody else has had some sort of a problem with the car other than the Robbie Gordon car that we've just seen him get out of. Now, of course, to me, it seems a bit of a weird deal that Jim Matthews is the slowest of those drivers, and he would be the first to admit that. And it just seems to me a funny time of day to put him in there because the light is about at its worst. It's just going dusk. I mean, it's very difficult to see. The track has got plenty of dust and dirt on it, so he's going to have to find his way around there. Of course, within the next, 20 minutes to half an hour, it's going to be picked up.
Absolutely. Maybe we can get a little bit of an answer from Robbie Gordon, who's standing by with Calvin Fitt.
Robbie, first of all, having any fun tonight?
That was a lot of fun. I haven't done this in about 9 years, so I forgot how much fun, endurance racing really is. Because you don't have to risk it every single corner. The most important thing is run for 24 hours. Had a pretty clean run. Didn't have any real close calls, so car feels really good still.
Tell us about the battle you had with Stefan. He said that he kind of let you by a little bit. He didn't want to get in too much of a tussle at this stage of the race. You look pretty racy out there.
That was like about 90%. So, we had a game plan. We'd run between 80 and 90%. When I was with Stefan, I picked it up a little bit, but not too bad. Never spun the tires off the corner or anything like that. So, the car's feeling really good. We've got a long ways to go, though.
What was the radio situation? The team were unsure if you could actually hear them. They flashed lights at you on that last lap before the in lap. Could you hear them tell you to come in?
No, there must be something wrong. We practiced a lot of pit stops yesterday with helmets on. Maybe I banged a wire or something, so I'm gonna go get it checked down now. These cars, they got a real reset meter on the field. I reset it, knew about when it was gonna run out of fuel, so I came in.
Any problems with the car at all? How's the balance? How's the car feeling?
Car's a little tight, full fuel and new tires, and as it means it pushes a little bit. And as the run goes on, we soften up the rear bar. We're still running 45s and 46s late in the run, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Tell you what, guys, you tell he's been around that NASCAR world too long. The car's a little tight now instead of understeer.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Even though he started off-road and road racing, he has adopted the style, no question. There is Jim Matthews, though, team owner. He is behind the wheel. Robbie Gordon spending a little bit of debrief time with some of the crew. Jim Matthews, now his job, keep it alive. Going to get outside, but lap traffic plays the key role here. Once again, Matthews, there goes. Diving down, a big move underneath, number 37, Duncan Dayton, trying to get by Matthews, but again, lap traffic gets in the way, and of course, behind both of them right now sits the number 13 Ferrari, and right now, Eric Van der Poel looking at any opportunity he can to move by as well.
Duncan Dayton, who is driving there, is he's a very good historic driver. He drives a lot of vintage cars all over the world. In fact, he gets around a lot, and of course Duncan is also a bit of a party animal, has a good time, does Duncan. Really enjoys his racing, but I tell you what, when he gets behind the wheel, he is very, very quick.
Now that car actually that's right in front of Duncan right now is actually, I believe, one of the Ascaris. The leader, number 36, Matthews finds himself just a little bit further up the road, unless he's closed up on him here in this traffic, and he has.
There's that speed that David Brown was talking about down the straight. They picked up speed over the weekend, although he thinks everybody else has backed up and has slowed down. But boy, that Ferrari was quick there and picked both those cars off.
Yeah, Van der Poel not only getting around Dayton, but got by that Ascari, so now he can set sail after race leader. And that's Jim Matthews as we ride on board with Anthony Lazzaro.
It took an entire year to make this Rolex. It's the perfect combination of delicacy and strength. From the solid oyster case to the more than 200-piece oyster perpetual movement, every element must meet the most exacting standards before the timepiece can wear the Rolex crown. This remarkable watch took an entire year to create. Time well spent.
The Tiger scores again. Pontiac GTO for 66. 6.5 liters of young Tiger. All nimble. All agile.
He's got a lap clear right now of that 86 machine, but as we've seen, a pit stop at the wrong time or a pit stop by this car, the 86 at the right time, can eliminate that in a big hurry. So once again, these GT cars putting on a great show, and there's the number 43 machine. That's the car that is in third and is trying its best to keep that lap. He does not want to go down another lap, and Peter Barron pedaling as fast as he can right now, but under attack here from a very, very stellar group of drivers. Now that Barron doesn't belong in that.
That car did take a turn at leading that class, so we've been seeing quite a bit of shuffling about in that GT class. The other car that's gradually coming up through the field, having dropped at one stage to 60th, is the Wallace car. Now up to 41st. In fact, he's picking up places very, very quickly now. They're lapping very quickly too. They're lapping in 144. Their best lap was a 145.
And I need to point out that Jim Matthews behind the wheel at night, reference points a little bit different. He just turned a 145.9 and has opened up 2 more seconds on Eric Van der Poel. So Jim Matthews has come alive here. There's no question.
And that's exactly what you were saying earlier, Greg, and we totally disagree with you. Excellent. No, I mean, good for Jim. I think it's magnificent.
He really is doing a nice job.
I thought it'd be a bad time of the day to put him out, but boy, oh boy, he's turning in some incredible times.
Duncan Dayton sits third still, only 2 seconds off of Van der Poel. And then in the, I'll tell you what, we've got the top 4 cars overall are within 20 seconds on the track right now. So that's very good indeed. And keep in mind, the guy behind the wheel, that number 27, the Duran Lista entry, the Judd-powered Dallara, assuming that brake pedal is not a huge problem, is just a little long and with a little bit of pumping and come back and do the job. You've got Mad Max Papis behind the wheel, and he can evaporate gaps as we have seen, particularly in 1996, in a huge hurry. And so it's going to be fun to watch. I mean, he's only 8 seconds behind Duncan Dayton right now. And so that's a good. Here's a look at the 4th in GT place machine. Once again, that's the number 57, Hugh Plum, the qualifying driver in that car. and they're very, very close indeed. The number 79 is next up, Mike Fitzgerald, rounding out the top 5 in GT. So that battle is a very strong one indeed. And we have the number 13 Ferrari that was sitting in the second spot. It has stopped down in the pits. Van de Poel on board, going for sure for tires, but maybe. Well, we just had David Brabham here who said that they went out in the 13th, wasn't it the 13th hour last year? Problems happened a little bit sooner this time as we are in our 6th hour at this point. So problems here for the Ferrari. Of course, it was second at the time when it went out. Of course, over the years, Ferrari and Porsche, boy, that has been a storied battle and competition for so many years. Porsche had some of their best success in 24-hour racing right here at Daytona, and it started in 1968. New rules designed to slow the cars down had no effect as Jackie Ickx set a new track record in leading a Ford GT40 sweep of the front row. Behind them were 4 Porsche 907 prototypes, along with an Alfa driven by Mario Andretti. Spicing up the competition was the Trans Am division, a race within a race with the Chevy Camaro of Mark Donohue leading the 2-car Shelby Mustang team led by Jerry Titus. Also in the field, running behind the Donohue Camaro, was the revolutionary Helmet Turbine. Unfortunately, it hit the wall before it could ever show any of its potential. While the wonder power to the GT40s, Porsche sent out the Joe Seifert Hans Hermann 907 to push the Ford team to make them work for the victory. There you see our own David Hobbs driving the number 9 sister car to Jackie Ickx. By late afternoon, as the shadows grew long, the pole-sitting machine, driven at the time by Brian Redman, retired due to transmission failure. Then, during the early evening hours, the other GT40 would also drop out after running over debris and rupturing the fuel cell. That left the Porsches in the lead. But in the Trans Am division, Donohue's car had stopped and would drop out of contention as mechanics replaced both cylinder heads. Titus would take the Trans Am division victory. For the first time in 24-hour racing, Porsche had a chance at an overall win despite an overnight crash that eliminated 2 of its entries along with Maston Gregory's Ferrari. After being the bridesmaid for so many years to the likes of Ford, Ferrari, and Chaparral, Porsche finally had won its first 24-hour race, with Seifert and Hermann joining Rolf Stommelen, Jochen Nierpasch, and Vic Elford in a very happy victory lane. One of the truly great moments for the history of the Rolex 24, and when you think about documenting the great history of motorsports, perhaps nobody has done that better than Chris Economaki, publisher emeritus of National Speed Sport News. We're very happy to welcome Chris to the booth. Chris, obviously, 1968, that was a great moment for Porsche, and they've had so many since.
Well, it was a tremendous year, and what I remember mostly about those years of Mario Andretti, who was an all-time friend of mine, in the middle of the night, I went up on the banking outside of what we used to call turn 3 and 4 and watched the tremendous difference in the speed between the slowest and fastest cars. And Andretti would whiz by once, twice. The third time, at full speed, he waved to me in the middle of the night. I couldn't get over that. You know what really impresses me now, as you come to these races year in and year out, you live and you learn. I find now that the aerodynamics of these cars are such that the difference in the air density from daytime to nighttime is such that when it gets dark, the cars have more downforce, and some cars need to be adjusted for that. And when the sun comes up and the air heats up and the air gets less dense, they readjust them back again. Butch Leitzinger told me that at night, without an adjustment, his car bottoms, and they have to work on it to keep it from doing that. And then Kevin Durant, who fielded the pole-winning car here, said that in their January tests here was extraordinarily hot, brutally hot. When he got here with no engine changes, they were suddenly getting 55 more horsepower because of the cooler weather the engine loved. And I think I've been racing all my life, but I never knew that stuff till this weekend. It's incredible.
Well, it is, and we heard Calvin Fish alluding to the fact that they would sometimes change noses, and of course you don't have front wings on these cars, but they have those little dive planes that they put on the front, and when you get to nighttime conditions like you're talking about, they might put a nose on with a few less of those to compensate. It's unbelievable what they're doing these days.
When you think about what technology has done to racing, in a sense, it has slowed it down, because the insurance companies are so concerned about these monumental speeds the cars were achieving. They said, hey, wait a minute, this is too fast. So the rules makers rewrote the rules to slow the cars down. Pole speed this year was a lot slower than the pole record set several years ago.
By the way, we want to point out here, this is the number 82 Wendy's machine of Dick Greer, one of the cars running in AGT, currently second place in that category. And a little bit earlier on, the Zippo fast lap of the race thus far in the AGT category was set by the driver Terry Langner. We were kind of having some fun at Terry's expense. Of course, he's a major name in the motorsports TV production, but we talked about he's a very quick driver in his own right, and he just set the Zippo fast lap a little while ago.
We can't really have fun at his expense, because ultimately it's at our expense.
Well, yeah, in the long run, that's right, because he does carry the big anvil in that regard, doesn't he?
He's having more fun than we are.
He's having a great deal of fun out there. By the way, Chris, I wanted to say thanks to you because John Tidma from LaPorte, Indiana, asked us that very question about different lap times during the course of the day and night and what's the primary reason for the difference, and you touched on that. Appreciate it.
Well, of course, always at Le Mans, Chris, you remember, they seem to get fog at night in the old days. They don't seem to get it now. I don't know whether it's because it's become much more urbanized. Le Mans itself has grown, the town has grown, and what was out in the country is now sort of right in the suburbs, and you don't seem to get those morning fogs. But in those fogs, in the days before aerodynamics, the engines always gave more oomph. You always picked up a couple of hundred RPM down the Mulsanne Straight.
Isn't that remarkable?
In the fog, because the air was much denser going into the engine, and you didn't have the aerodynamics to slow you down.
From a observation sense, I'm wondering how the various elements of auto racing are watching. Now, years ago, when the oval track guys came here, they were sort of laughed at by the road racing set. And then when A.J. Foyt came here, when the track first opened, everybody in road racing was quite upset because he did so well. Now we have a stock car driver, and really an all-around driver, Robbie Gordon, challenging for the overall victory today.
That's right.
Well, obviously, you know, you talk about specialization in the sport, but there are still those rare drivers that can simply do it all. Tony Stewart, another one that comes to mind. Want to thank Chris Economaki for stopping by. Flex clock, and it gives you the time count as to just what's going to unfold. And remember, at the end of this race, the winners of the 5 classes walk away with perhaps one of the most famous mementos in all of racing, a Rolex watch. We want to give you a look at the highlights from our first. Jim Matthews, owner of the team, considered a gentleman driver, but I'll tell you what, this is one very, very quick gentleman doing an awesome job out there, continuing to lap in the lead. And Jim Matthews, he's been driving brilliantly well. He's only got one problem. It's behind him, and it's Mad Max Papis, who, when you think about driving brilliantly well, Papis is the one here that comes to mind as of late, if you remember his heroics. And there's the signal right there. That was the signal that Matthews letting his crew know that he heard him on the radio. They want him to pit next lap. So expect to see him come in. Papis, though, has trimmed that margin down to, well, we'll get the official moment just here. It was about, well, down to under 5 seconds, 4.8 seconds. Papis has trimmed it down, and Matthews going to catch some traffic here. That's not going to help. And still on that lead lap, of course, is the number 37 entry of Duncan Dayton, although a little bit further back. But we've been marveling at the performance, of course, of Jim Matthews, who, as quick as he's going, as you pointed out, David, will admit, you know, he'd like to be considered a good gentleman driver, but he is not the pure pro of a Max Papis. And Max, right there, you just saw on the back of the screen, Papis is closing in. That's the rate. 4.8 officially at the timing line last lap, but Papis is trimming a little bit more off. Look at the hands dancing on the wheel. Papis is right on the edge right now, coming up on some traffic, moves out, gets around one of the SRP2 entries. There's your leader in GT. There's one of the BMWs. Papis now, nobody between he and Matthews until Matthews catches that next group of traffic.
Well, I tell you, Matthews has done an absolutely outstanding job tonight. I mean, a difficult time of day to get in the car, just dusk turned to dark. Just done a great job.
Yeah, I can't understand. I couldn't understand the logic of putting himself in at that time of night. The worst time to get in a car, but he's driving an outstanding drive. I have to say, I've raced with him twice, 3 or 4 times actually, but he never drove as well as this before, in my opinion.
I think he may have just gotten a bit more serious, but here we go. And that's because Matthews, of course, planning to pit, and so he moves a little bit low, and there goes Papis, your new leader, now aboard the number 27 Dallara Judd from Duran Lista Motorsports, and number 36 Jim Matthews brings the car in. And I have to say, I think the other 3 drivers on that team are going to be very proud to have be partnered with Jim Matthews, at least at this stage of the race. That was a great drive. And Calvin, I'll tell you what, the guy's been awesome.
He's done an outstanding job. I just spoke to Guy Smith, actually, and he said, I can't believe the job that Jim is doing out there tonight. He's actually dipped into the 46s. I know you guys have been monitoring his laps, but I guess in the first 8 laps or so, he did a 46, which is amazing. About a couple of seconds faster than Guy expected Jim to be able to run. So he's really in a rhythm. The car is working well, and the team is very confident. This looks like routine. All 4 new tires on, the Goodyears are on, and this is where he has to be careful. He has a tendency now to get a little bit excited when he leaves the pits here on these sticker tires. He needs to be careful and just get them scrubbed in, get them up to temperature before he really stands on it. Slight delay here, they're just wiping down the gas, gives him a thumbs up, and he's just trying to get in gear and ease away.
That was a serious pair of glasses he's wearing, Derek. Maybe that's been a part of making the difference, because I know some drivers, they run with contacts, and they say that it doesn't work. They prefer glasses.
What astounds me is, having sat there, he didn't actually get steamed up in his glasses.
Yeah.
I thought there'd been a bit of mist in there.
Yeah.
I mean, on the inside.
And by the way, Calvin, just so you know, you might want to pass it on to the team. According to official timing and scoring, he turned a 145.9 about, I don't know, 5 laps or so ago. So he dipped into the 145s. That's an awesome job. Back on board now with your leader in GT, currently 14th. That is Kevin Buckler on board. Now, Buckler has surrounded himself. He's very talented, but he's surrounded himself with a stellar group of drivers. I mean, you have Michael Schoen, York Bergmeister, of course, one of the greats in this car, and another driver who is a standout in this type of machine is Timo Bernhard, and he's with Cal.
Timo, Kevin's driving the car right now. You guys have the lead. There's a lot of competition in GT this year with Ferraris. There's that Mosler that was quick in qualifying, but it always seems to come down to a Porsche. The car's running great tonight.
Yeah, it's really good that Porsche is leading. After qualifying, it looked like the Mosler is very fast, but the speed is not faster than ours at the moment, and we're pretty happy that we're still leading. And my first stint was really good. There's a lot of traffic out there, but I think we can keep that pace, and I hope we can win that.
GT is obviously the biggest field in this race this weekend, and for young drivers such as yourself, you've been a Porsche factory driver now for the last year or so. How important is it for you to impress in GT to be able to move on?
It's very good for me. I have to make a good race here to step up, and Porsche is watching me also, and I hope I can make a good job here.
Okay, mate, well, we'll look forward to watching the rest of the way, and good luck. Hopefully we'll see you at the end of 24.
I hope so. It makes a lot of fun. It's the first time for me being here, but I enjoy it really.
Well, he's done a great job. I mean, he had to step into that car after York Bergmeister was lapping in it, considered a true expert in that type of machine, and Timo stepped behind the wheel and really did not lose a bit. I mean, he was very impressive, and now the owner, Buckler, on board. And I'll tell you, you can't call Kevin a gentleman owner driver. Kevin is a very fast driver in his own right, just happens to be the guy who runs this team. So he continues to lead in the GT division right now. Buckler does. In the GTS category, Gentilozzi leads. In SRP2, it remains the number 8 Rand Racing entry, and up front it is now Mad Max Papis on the prowl. Come back, there's your leader, Mad Max Papis, once again driving the number 27 Duran Lister Racing. That's the Dallara Judd, and tell you what, they've been in the lead, they've been back, they've had one minor little moment, nothing major in the pits, have come back. The only problem that they seem to be addressing right now is they say the brake pedal is a little long. That's something that with management, though, you might be able to live with.
Oh, most definitely. I mean,
nobody can hear you shaking your head there.
No, I'm sorry. He's shaking his head, and I'm going, yeah, I can't agree. No, I mean, it's absolutely right. I mean, I would have thought, though, that in fact they could activate when you put your fresh pads in, it would build the pressure up again, because the pads go down, and the fluid has to go somewhere. Obviously, they use these incredible thick pads these days, which allows them to only change pads maybe twice in a race.
And they change so fast. I mean, it's almost one unit, and they could pull the entire, I mean, if they need to, the rotor calipers, the whole thing off, slap a new unit on, they get the job done.
It's just a matter of getting used to it. It'll come. The next driver probably won't complain about it.
Duncan Dayton, by the way, the number 37 Banana Joe's entry. That's the Lola Judd, finds himself in second. And then, of course, Jim Matthews, after that stop, drops to third. And but it's still pretty close racing out there, obviously, as we're closing in on the completion of the 6th hour here. Yeah.
For the end of 6 hours, it's, yeah, exactly. It is really hanging in there close.
3 cars on the same lap. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, and there's a couple of guys that we kind of let drop off our personal radar screen as you take a look at the laps that Papis is throwing in right now. In the 4th spot, admittedly a few laps adrift due to their problem early, is Werner Lupberger and that very fast Judd-powered Ascari, number 49. They're now up to 4th. Up to 5th, only 1 lap behind them is the number 2 Crawford, the Judd-powered Crawford, which is having a very good run with Lammers, Stewart, and Mollem. And 7th overall right now is your leader in SRP2. That's Lazaro, who we've been riding on board with a few times. And 1 spot behind them, 8th overall, is Gentilozzi. And as we went to break, I was talking about them. I neglected to mention that in 15th overall, another very strong run, the leader in the AGT, the American GT category, the 09 bet, Conway Goad, the lead drivers there. Of course, they won the championship last year. And they really do seem to have this class figured out with some absolutely great racing. There's a look at Duncan. Oh, big wiggle from Dayton as he got on the throttle trying to come up and out of the chicane. Saved it, but that's got to get your heart in your throat in a hurry.
Yeah, it looks a bit of a heart-stopping moment, doesn't it? But Duncan Dayton driving very well, as always.
And there is your 3rd place. Again, the very impressive Jim Matthews.
You know, that number on that car looks like Dan Gurney's number used to look a few years back.
That steel trap mind of yours.
Yeah, it's finally opened up.
The Lola T70 at Gurney.
That's what it was, yeah.
You have to wait a long time for Hobbs to respond, but my goodness, he's great when he's there, isn't he?
Yeah, when it clicks in, it's impressive, isn't it?
Good for Jim Matthews. Outstanding piece of work by his team. He drove Trans Am last year and wasn't really enamored with it, but wanted to get back into driving, if you might say, of rear-engine racing cars, somewhere he could really get back into, and he's doing a great job.
That last lap was a 151, which is certainly nothing to be ashamed of at this time of night in that sort of traffic.
Coming up on, that's one of the Vipers. That's our SRP2 leader, Lazaro, coming up. I believe that's one of the GTS Vipers. And goes by it. Obviously, Lazaro put the car on pole. A little bit shy of the existing track record, but very close. And they're starting to run some awfully quick times here as it cools off. Lazaro weaving through the S's and now heading toward the, some call it the Rodriguez Horseshoe, others the International Horseshoe.
Others just call it the Horseshoe.
Others call it the East Horseshoe.
Others just call it the 180-degree bend. Others call it very difficult.
And Lazaro calls it disappearing in the distance.
It's always a corner that you get a lot of push or understeer.
Oh, did you? I was just going to say,
as a driver instead of an
observer. It was the worst understeering corner I think I've ever been around anywhere in the world. It just is the weirdest thing.
Is it the pavement? Is it the fact that it's dirty, or is it just off camber a little bit?
No, dead flat. No bang.
I always feel that sometimes some sand has been brought on there, and I always do my best to bring sand on for the guy behind me. But I don't think it is the sand, to be honest.
And if you go to the outside, it has definitely got a bit of adverse camber. It definitely starts to slope off, but it is the weirdest corner.
I want to call your attention to the upper left of your screen. We're going to run through the entire overall order at this stage of the race. And there you take a look again at Lazaro. And you notice that some of the teams, they run a reflective number. Some actually are running lights around the number panel. They all carry transponders. But if there's a transponder failure, the smart people are making awfully sure that you can read those numbers. And that's what they're doing. And there they've got that flag sort of highlighted right by the number, calls your attention to it in a big hurry. Sorry.
You have to say, that GTS leader, Lazaro's car, is doing some tremendous time. Just doing 153s, which is only some 3 or 4 seconds off the outright, sports racing prototypes.
There is your leader in GTS, right behind the overall race leader, Papis. That's Michael Lauer now behind the wheel of the number 3 Rocket Sports Jag. Doing a very nice job. They find themselves 7th overall at this stage. And Lauer doing a very nice job here in the evening as well. This is your GT leader once again, Kevin Buckler, as we go on board. A little bit of breakup there, but obviously hustling through the banking here. Buckler doing a nice job after having taken over from Bergmeister and Bernhard. This is, as I mentioned before, his car, his program, and is doing a very nice job as well. Beautiful blue machine. staying low, ducking down into the infield off of the tri-oval here at Daytona International Raceway. Oh, and he's got right behind him our, well, that's a change. We have a new second place. A new second place. Matthews finds himself back in second right now. So that was a change. So Matthews really doing a stellar job here, getting around Duncan Dayton. All right, here's the SRP class. The top three, of course, Papis, now Matthews, then Dayton, then it is Lutberger, Lammers, and number 20, Elliott Forbes Robinson, has just ducked down into the pits for a pit stop as we take you through the SRP class at this stage. Weaver there, Roussel, and there's James. SRP 2 class is Lazaro, Hawkins, and Clinton, the two Archangel cars, second and third. Then the number 89 Porsche house entry, and then one of the Mazdas. Then the SRP class, obviously, it's going to be interesting to watch. There is our leader. We want to remind you that we'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock Eastern time, for the Rolex 24 finish. I want to thank everybody for the thousands of emails. And remember, speedvision.com will provide race updates through the night, so please log on to speedvision.com. Thanks much for joining us. See you tomorrow. At the entire top 10, we're going to be focusing on a few of those cars. Now, it has been an interesting run for the number 27 machine. It is back in the lead, but it has been an interesting moment, and a lot of them unfolding throughout the course of the evening. At this stop, watch right there, that's Kevin Doran. They're trying to chase down an electrical gremlin. Always one of the hardest things to figure out what's wrong with the car. What we finally found out from Kevin.
It started out as the radio stopped working, and anyway, it ended up that the battery was going flat. But now we've got another yellow here, so it's about the third or fourth yellow in a row. But
nothing terminal.
No, nothing terminal yet. I expect a lot of little cars, though, or little problems with this new car.
Once again, this is what it was like when we left you yesterday. Take a look at second spot. That's the number 36, Elan, Riley, and Scott. They, too, had a very strong run. You saw Gordon go to the front with some great driving. However, problems started to crop up for them. Nothing huge, but enough. They had a broken header. They had a problem getting the lights to work. They're messing with that. Then later on, a fairly significant moment, a huge problem with the right rear tire, some bodywork damage to the car. But after this, Scott Sharp got on board, and at that point started to turn some of the fastest laps we've seen. Low 1 minute 42 second laps. He was absolutely flying. Scott Sharp loving Daytona.
Well, at this point, we don't have a whole lot to lose. We must have just hammer it.
49, the Judd Ascari, number 2 in 5th. The Judd Crawford, what happened to them? Well, the number 49 qualified second, had been going very quickly, but suddenly and off into the tires. They got the car hauled out. There was some fairly significant damage to the front of the car. They got that fixed, got it back out, but then it started swallowing valves, and that has put that beautiful number 49 Ascari Judd out of contention. Tough break for a car that was indeed very quick. How about the number 2, that beautiful Crawford Judd? It had a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's spelled W-A-L-L, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was a big crash going into the infield at the restart, and it got forced wide, bounced off the wall, and problems there. Now, back to our leaderboard. As of 7 o'clock yesterday, the American GT category, there was a great story building there. The number 29 Mustang of Irv Hare on the pole. He and Darren Brasfield and some other drivers, a very strong run. They had problems. The 09, that's the car that won the championship last year from Fleece Motorsports. Looking strong, but look at that damage. An incident, got into the radiator, had to change the entire front clip. They got him back out and running, but the 82 had led to that point. Then the 82 came in, brake change, and then finally it all let go. And look at this reaction here. Resignation, there they knew it. It was done. There, the leader, number 27, that is the Duran entry. Duran list entry, Max Papis back behind the wheel. They just came in for a little bit of a longish stop. That electrical problem, I think, still has them slightly concerned, but at this stage, they are back out. And tell you what, Max Papis behind the wheel here at Daytona.
I think that's not really Kevin Doran then, quite honestly, the crew chief, the guy that's running this vehicle. Kevin Doran is so careful, so cautious. Worked with Derek, of course, for years, knows a lot more about him than I do, but I think that stop there was fairly long. They're taking the lead. They got 11 laps over the next guy. I mean, they cleaned out things like the radiator with the air hose. I mean, they just had a very good look around. They checked the oil. I mean, they just slowly, methodically went through it, and Kevin himself was peering over, looking at the car, checking the suspension, looking at the drive shaft, just making sure that nothing was obvious. And if he saw anything that was a problem, he'd probably change it.
Well, with the margin that suddenly fell into their lap, Derek, I think Kevin Durant's smart and said, well, let's take advantage of it, go over this a little bit, clean stuff out. Here is our number 8. Now, this is a great story. That's Ralph Kellner's behind the wheel of that Rand Racing number 8 Lola Nissan. Qualified on pole in class. At one point was running as high as 2nd overall during the night. Some of the faster SRP2 cars or SRP cars got it gathered up, but they still run 4th overall. And this car, except for one minor little oil leak that they seem to have solved, has been a train. It has been absolutely amazing, Derek.
But that's the story of Daytona. Keep out of trouble. As soon as you have problems, engine problems, chassis problems, but of course there are 3 times as many cars per mile here than there are at Le Mans. Hence, there are so many more problems here than we get in the 24 out there.
Right here, this is your leader in GTS, and talk about a roller coaster ride. That is the Gentilozzi Rocket Sports Jaguar. Now, it was interesting. This car was running very strong. They had just some minor little problems. And a long brake change, this being a Trans Am derivative car, they're not designed for quick brake changes. At that point, the 00 entry, now that's one of the beautiful Porsche GT1s, went to the lead. Effingham Spinard looked great. There's that beautiful car, but big problem for that machine. You see the smoke. They took a look. There it was, the fire, and that car took a long time to repair. So the number 3 entry, after battling with that 00 for a while, is now back in front and seemingly right now running very, very strongly indeed. This looks like a very routine pit stop.
Well, it's currently running 5th, of course, and you know, the way this race goes with another, I mean, you know, we keep talking about this race nearly being over, but a long way to go yet. He could still win it.
Right here is the number 66 Racers Group Porsche. Now, we left you yesterday with some great onboards from this car, and you can see there's a little wrinkle here and there from some incidental contact, but like the number 8 SRP2 Nissan Lola, this car has also just been throwing the laps in. Buckler, Bernhard, Bergmeister, a tremendous lineup in that car. And they right now not only are leading in GT, but run 7th overall at this point. So I want to show you, there's some of the early morning risers. Boy, you get to Daytona, you ride here in comfort, don't you? Here's our top 5. Going to show you the top 10, and we'll be right back.
Did you know that Nike shoes, Apple computer?
They could do such a good job praying hope for that.
Absolutely. Now, keep in mind that if you're in chase mode, that's a whole different story. And as Scott Sharp said, you got nothing to lose. You've got to start throwing in some absolutely blinding laps. Now, we talked about those swings. Well, one of the big swings was experienced by the number 37 entry of John Field, the Banana Joe's Lola Judd. That car spun very early in the going. They fought their way back up into contention. They are out on the track right now, but when we got here this morning, they had a 7-lap lead, and as we're getting ready to go, they were in and behind the wall, and Calvin checked in with them. Fluky problem, a 1, and I mean only 1, spark plug was fouled, but the way that is installed in the back of that car, they had to tear apart almost the entire left bank electrical plumbing to get to it. They got it fixed. The car came out, ran like a freight train, and then suddenly stopped. And the shifting mechanism in that car is a cable. There's a shift cable. They got that fixed. They were back out. And then again, as we were about to come on air, suddenly that car's parked again. That was their second shift cable breakage. And the problem now, David, is they don't have any more.
They've run out of shift cables, but hopefully they don't need another one in the remaining 4 hours.
Right here, I mean, this is, you know, they were running great, and this was right before we were getting ready to come on the air. Suddenly we look at the monitors, and he's on the hook. And this is a tough moment because they've got no parts left.
Well, that's so what Derek was just saying. You know, you come on the morning, that the sun comes up, and you think, wow, you know, this has got to be nearly over. Then you think, hang on a minute, we got another 4 hours to go here. That's like 2 or 3 normal races to go.
Well, David, you talked as well about the Dyson team. Of course, they've won this race a number of times, but they've also felt the serious bite of misfortune here as well. They were kind of confident. They really thought they'd address the problems they've been having with the engine in this car. Well, they had. However, this car is in the garage. The door is closed. Monster gearbox problems for this machine. So, obviously, the Dyson equipped feeling the pinch.
Well, of course, they said, you know, going on the show, we interviewed a company, this Butcher or James Weaver, that said, well, we've been having a lot of piston troubles, and Lozano, who does their engines, has been working hard on the pistons. They got what they felt was a much better engine, because last year we saw it blow up just about this time of day. And, boy, they never even hardly made it to the dart last night. Extraordinary. And yet this car, which got off to such a dreadful start, and it's still nearly 40 laps down, but, boy, the thing at the moment's running 6th.
It's running 6, and this is such an interesting package because, I mean, Derek, you're fairly closely associated with the champion team. This car, I don't think, was really designed for a turbo Porsche engine in the back when they decided to create this car. Back, you know, Dorsey Schrader, one of the early drivers, who, of course, we work with a lot, he said the installation in that really affected where they could mount suspension pickup points, and he said it changed the geometry of the whole back end of that car.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that the car runs extremely well now. They've done so much work on it. A lot of support from Porsche. Norbert Singer was here for the test. And I've driven the car quite a bit, so I know what it feels like. It's really a super car. It's just that they couldn't get the power out of it.
When you ask Derek technical questions like that, have you noticed you induce that sort of rabbit in the headlight gaze in his eyes?
I've noticed that.
Yeah,
it's sort of like your steel trap memory.
I'm only the driver, all right?
By the way, we're watching our leader, the number 27 entry, and of course the gentleman who put that car in pole is Didier Theys, and he's standing by with Calvin.
Well, he's actually taken a rest here, as you can see. Greg sitting down. They've had a long night. Didier, the car is now back in the lead. Tell us about the evening. It looks everything's fine. Like Kevin and the crew actually did like a 10-minute express tune-up on the car last time in here. You've obviously got a bit of a lead now. You're trying to be precautionary with the rest of the car.
When you have a little bit of lead, I think few laps now, I mean, it's good to make a service of the car.
What about outright speed? I mean, if you do get into a battle with the Riley and Scott and even the Lola there, the 37 car, this car seems to have been the quickest car all weekend. Do you feel confident if it gets into a heads-up battle?
Yeah, I think if we have to push the car, we can run 43s, 44, you know, every lap, even some 42s. The only problem going fast on the racetrack, our brake pedal is quite soft, which is, you know, on the braking of turn 1 and the braking of the chicane, you have to go on your left foot just to pump the pedal, just to make sure you get the good brakes. That's the only problem we have.
Mauro reported the same problem last evening about the brake pedal going soft. Did you do a brake rotor change, a pad change during the night as the pedal come back and now going away again?
No, we make a normal routine change of disc and brake pads, and we know the brake is there. It's just a problem of confidence, you know, to have a long pedal, but after a few laps, you get used to that and it's no problem.
Okay, mate, thanks for the information.
Thank you.
Boy, I used to just absolutely love that. Pumping the brakes with your left foot when you went into any corner, you know, every time you thought, well, I assume they're going to be there.
You're just never sure, are you?
Never sure.
But the worst is just after the kink here coming down that last bit there.
There's not much run-up.
We have another development here, gentlemen. That's the number 37, and that is John Field, and he is out of the car again, and it is parked. Now, he had come back out and was only 4 laps adrift of Max Papis, but that has just become 5, and it looks like it's going to become a lot more than that, as they look like they may be absolutely done for the day, because he doesn't look like he's at all encouraged about needing to get towed back to do work on the car. So must be something very severe. We'll of course try and find that out for you. I was just noting there are 8 laps separating the top 3 cars, and essentially now if Field's problem does prove itself to be terminal, the top 2, only 1 more back is the leader in SRP2, which is that car of Lazzaro running very well. This is the AGT category leader, and of course in every category, experience, teamwork, the whole thing comes into play. And Doug Goad is one of the drivers. He's got immense endurance experience, whether it's in sports cars or in street stock cars, and he's really in a way a team leader of this program, Guy, and I think he's influential in the success of this program.
Yeah, we're with Doug right now. Andy Pilgrim in the car at the moment. Doug just used that time to get the car set up for racing, and that's what you've done. And so far, out in front with 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah, it was the right move. We got the car set up to run 58s all day long, and it's been able to do that. We've been consistently running 58s, 59s. Andy's running right in that range right now, and we're 4 hours at the end of the race. So the setup has been perfect. We bumped it a little bit with the accident. The guys have gotten it put back together right. The car's still running right where we had it yesterday. So it was the right move. The engine's running strong. We got a vibration all night long. It's like running a big massage machine on your back. But as long as that transmission and rear axle hold together, we're going to finish.
All right, well, Andy won this thing last year in a Corvette. Maybe you guys can, well, he can repeat, and you guys get your first 24-hour win. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much. You notice there's a little bit of red that's bouncing around. I think it's just a piece of racer tape, so no worries there. And the 09 machine looking like it's on its way. Has burned off, and it is an absolutely cloudless, beautiful sky right now. Expecting temperatures in the mid-70s, about as great a day for motor racing as you can imagine. That's the number 43 entry. Of course, Kyle Petty, one of the drivers, and there is an errant wheel. Now take a look at what was caught running down the tri-oval at a fairly good clip of its own. And the interesting thing, David, is when you look, there's a big chunk of something in the middle, and that's actually the stub axle itself.
It looks like it, doesn't it? As it comes to a rest near the wall here, you can see something in the middle of the wheel. That doesn't look like a simple wheel coming off.
No, I think that the suspension snapped on it. They've got themselves a very long stop at this point.
Luckily for them, it was the left front.
Yes.
Going around the tri-oval there because it's unweighted, and it came off, and he managed to come around with a fairly good lick. It's been the right front because it had been in the wall.
Let's get down to the pits. The SRP 2 leaders in, Guy.
Yeah, we're getting a driver change here. Ralph Cullen is getting out of the car. Bill Rand getting into it. Otherwise, it's fairly routine. Oh, no. We're doing a little brake change right here now, too. On the front, the rear tyres going on. Fuel going in, and you can see there the steering wheel getting ready to get put back in place. It's quite a neat system, the way they pull it out with the driver when he pulls right up to where they put the stop sign for the driver to come in. But we are getting a brake pad change here right now. And it's going fairly smoothly on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we'll check that one too.
Back out on course. And the only problem that they had really of any significance was, as I mentioned, is this little problem with an oil leak, which they solved. And that car has run extremely well at this point. And aside from now trying to get that mirror put on, just to help, obviously, the rearward visibility, the car's been running great.
But although this car is leading the class, it's still a lot slower, of course, than some of the SRP cars that are out there. So that mirror really is a pretty essential piece of equipment, you know, for a driver. He really likes to know what's coming up behind them, especially here at a high speed, because the closing speeds are enormous.
And you mustn't forget, this car's got as efficient brakes as the big cars. They might have smaller tires, but he's going to brake just as late as the big, the SPR1 cars. So consequently, he's really got to be alert, David, as you said.
Absolutely, and he really needs to know what's going on around him.
He's heading back out. We want to remind you once again that the Rolex 24 at Daytona is interactive with our Speed Vision viewers in a couple of different ways. I want to remind you that you can go to speedvision.com, click on the link, and that link is Rolex24@speedvision.com, and email us your questions, or even email us a message, and we may run it across the bottom of the screen on our speed line. And in a new feature this year, if we get questions that are applicable, we'll go right to race director Mark Raffoff to check in with that. But one of the most prevalent emails we're getting as we watch the 09 Corvette is, where are the cars that won overall last year? This is an American GT Corvette, carrying the honors very nicely for Chevy and the vet, thank you. But everybody's wondering where the yellow Pratt & Miller factory vets are. Well, there are two different sanctioning bodies in the world of North American sports car racing, the Grand Am and the American Le Mans Series. And this year, they are focusing, the factory vets are, on the American Le Mans Series. And as a result, they're preparing for Sebring. They decided their money was better spent in testing and getting ready than coming here. So that's why they're not here. And after all, they can win as a GTS car overall here at Daytona. How do you better that?
Well, of course, that's the thing I said last night. You know, they are faced with a tremendous quandary. You know, you win this race overall when it's pretty unexpected. What have you got to gain by coming back, sort of thing? I mean, it's great to come back and win a second time, but the chances of a GTS car winning consistently really should be relatively slim.
And by the way, I just got handed an update for that number 37 entry from John Field, the Banana Joe's Lola Judd. A broken input shaft to the gearbox, which very well could have been worked loose with a bad half shaft and all those vibrations of the Judd itself, and no clutch.
No clutch, because that'll break it. Because that's going to really be tough on it, especially the guys are not used to driving without a clutch. So many drivers these days really don't use the clutch for shifting, but a lot of drivers still do, and if you haven't got one, it's tough on the gearbox.
Well, the bad news is that is apparently the damage unrepairable. They are done parked, and that is very unfortunate indeed. Now, we just saw a shot of that 09 Corvette making its way down into the pits, and so they continue to lap and be very comfortable in front of the American GT category. There's the car, and it looks like we have done a driver's change. So see who gets in the car. That's Pilgrim. Andy Pilgrim is getting out at this point, so we are going to have a driver's change. Notice both of them wearing that Hans device. They've got some time, so a nice clean to the windshield, taking a good, comfortable look at the board with the leader in the GT division, the number 66 machine. That's the Racers Group Porsche that, aside from a little bit of some bodywork issues, obviously got into a little nudge here and there, running absolutely brilliantly out on course. The car has been phenomenal. That team owned by Kevin Buckler. And Kevin Buckler also one of the very quickest drivers in this division. He's a complete package, and he's with Calvin.
Going to get Kevin over here by the wall. He's actually just on the headset to the rest of the crew out there. Kevin, tell us about the night. It seems like this car has really run trouble-free. You have a handy lead right now. Any problems whatsoever?
This Porsche GT3 RS has been flawless. We've had a nail-biter. We've led most of the race. And for the last 6 or 7 hours, we've had a pretty good lead. We've been backing up our shift points. We've been short-shipped and trying to stay out of trouble. Our 66 cars in first, our 68 cars in third, and our 67 cars in 8th or 9th. I refuse to be happy yet. So
you seem pretty pumped up, though.
I'm pretty pumped up. I'm about to get in the car, but we just got to keep our fingers crossed and be smart. It's ours to lose at this point. We got to stay smart and stay on the track.
We hear about traffic all the time, mainly from the perspective of the faster cars. Tell us about a GT driver's perspective when you got the faster cars coming up behind you.
You know, last night was really tough. The bus stop is hard. You know, you can't tell if they want to dive inside you and if they don't. And since we didn't want to race everybody who came by, we just wanted to let them through. It was really tough. You got to be careful. You got to have eyes both sides of your head.
All right, well, best of luck the rest of the way. There's a long way to go yet.
Thanks, Calvin. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
And as I said, you take a look at the driver lineup in that car. Joining Buckler, the guy who's behind the wheel now, Jörg Bergmeister, who's an incredibly talented driver. Timo Bernhard, who, of course, is a new factory driver from Porsche. I mean, that is a stellar lineup. And for Buckler, knowing that he's got that kind of talent around him and knowing he's a pretty quick driver in his own right, they're doing an awfully good job out there as they continue to lead in the GT division. Now, there's the leader in the SRP2 division. A fairly handy lead and running in 4th overall. That's Bill Rand behind the wheel right now. But one of the drivers that has been instrumental in launching this car up into the top 5 overall with a good run has joined us here in the booth, and that's Terry Borchula. Terry, first of all, welcome. And secondly, you had a little oil leak problem at one point. You seem to resolve that, and this car, like that 66 Porsche, just seems to be on rails.
It's been running flawless all night. It's really been a great race. We've had no contact or off-course excursions, and that's been a big help for us.
This is an interesting program. You guys showed up here at Daytona for the season finale of the Grand Am Series last year. As I understand it, sort of just as a test session to get ready for Daytona, probably went out and won the class.
Yeah, it was a great finale for us, and I had to run 2 cars because I was finishing up the GT class, and that wasn't optimum, but I had to do it, and being able to just run the 8 car this weekend's been a lot of fun.
We talked to Anthony earlier, and he said that Mr. Rand is doing this program absolutely right. I mean, he's affiliated with Reese. Obviously, that's a pretty staunch outfit. That has to be very, very pleasant to be involved in a program that may not be that SRP, the top level, but to know it's run as professionally as any team out there.
He really has done his homework and assembled the right people around him. And the only downside to that is that the expectations are extremely high. And as you know, this is a long race. There's still a long way to go. But yeah, he's really done it right.
Really has done a great job. By the way, our speed line crawling across the bottom, and something that's very personal and close to my heart, a suggestion there from Doug Johnson of Milwaukee to say, how about a plug for all of the volunteer workers that staff one of these events? And of course, the most notable ones are the corner workers, and they don't drop off and go to bed when it gets dark at a 24-hour race. You may not be able to see that yellow flag quite as clearly, but they're out there in case there's an incident. They're observing, and whenever they do light certain areas of this track, coming into certain areas so that you can see the flags. These people on a 24-hour race put in unbelievable hours, and the key word there is volunteers. You know, other people are out driving and having a good time. A lot of people are here that are earning some money. These volunteers are spending it, and the only reason that they're here is because they love the sport as much as anybody. And to be honest, without hundreds of volunteers, from the corner workers to every other possible specialty, nobody'd be here, because you cannot have a race without that volunteer corps.
Yeah, they're a wonderful group of people, I have to say, and you know, as you say, without them we could not be here, we could not race, and I don't think they get enough accolades for what they do, because they certainly don't earn much. It's all for the love that they really do it. But I must just, if I may just ask Terry here, we were talking just now before you came in about literally the driving against the faster cars. Where do they have an advantage of you? Obviously the power and acceleration, but how are you in the corners with them?
We actually are equal to and faster than a lot of them through the corners, and also better on fuel. Definitely they have the advantage on the top top end. We actually felt like, I mean, we weren't trying to have our expectations too high, but we actually felt like that we would be in contention for an overall win, especially the way the race went last year with all the cars breaking early and the Corvettes actually winning overall. We felt we had a good shot.
Not only, he is lying third now, so you're getting there. There's still 3.5 hours to go.
I was going to say, not only are you better on fuel, but don't you also get an additional 10 liters over the SRP cars? Don't you get 100 liters?
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously that helps in terms of pit stop.
Yeah.
How about braking? You've got smaller tires than they have, but you've got pretty big brakes, and of course you weigh a lot less. I mean, can you brake as deep as they can?
We actually will brake quite a bit later, or we could brake later because the car's so much lighter. We changed brakes about halfway through the race last night, and we're good to go. The car being light helps it a lot. It really does with the, the fact that it just is going to run easier. It's not as abusive.
What about tires? How many stints do you do on the set of tires?
We double stint them. We've been double stint them all night.
Have you?
Yeah.
Did you double stint? You didn't double stint the first set?
No, not during the day.
No.
All right, well, there's a good look, a lot of success in those SRP cars. And Terry, want to say thanks very much for stopping up, spending some time with us. Good luck, and hopefully you do get in with a shot at that overall victory. That'd be very exciting. Thanks to Terry for joining us, and we'll be back for more at Daytona.
Thanks, guys.
Very strong run, as we have said. A couple of great onboard looks that we're going to try and cycle through for you to let you know that we're going to be able to, and of course, we don't have nary a cloud really in the sky, and we'll be able to get you some great looks. Now, there's our leader in GTS, and after a fairly fraught battle early with a couple of Salines, which they out-survived, and then with the 00 GT1 Porsche, which they out-survived, this Jaguar of Gentilozzi's Rocket Sports team continues to just run and run and run. And Guy, Brian Simo, of course, normally a staunch competitor to Paul Gentilozzi, but he's been instrumental in this drive's success so far.
Normally competes against him in a Trans Am, but this time racing with him here in the 24-hour. Scott Pruitt's just gone right by us. He's in the car right now. Brian, you had to...
A bit of fuel caught fire and it burnt something else.
Well, I mean, there must be a lot of dirt lying around underneath there, the debris that they picked up during the race, as I said, when they stop it. And the fuel maybe or oil settled down on that.
Oh, it's definitely come in and have a look at that. Look there, there's still
a little bit of smoke.
Yeah, that looks like a breather.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
I would bring him in rather sharpish.
For a minute, when you made a comment, I was wondering if they had changed tires, and I honestly didn't notice that they did. If they did and knocked some tire rubber down onto one of the exhaust headers, it could very well have been that. But let's go back to Calvin, who's standing by with Kevin Dorn.
Kevin, I mean, there's a lot of speculation now about the condition of the 27 car. What do you think?
Well, the longer it goes, the better I feel. We've had a lot of ups and equal amount of downs, so we're not counting any chickens yet.
What about the smoke? I mean, up on the booth, they're saying that they saw some smoke after Didier went back out. You didn't put any oil in, I don't believe, on that stop. You did the one before, so is it an overflow situation, or what do you think?
Well, we did put oil in at that stop, and probably it was a mistake. It did heave a little bit of oil out when it left the pit, so I believe some of that oil on the overflow pipe hit the tailpipe. Looks like it's okay now. That's pretty far out the back, so I believe we'll be all right.
So you think the car's in pretty good shape still?
Well, it's a weird car, you know. It'll still run quick laps right now, no problem. We're just trying to baby it home because we don't know what's going to break next.
Is that tough to do when you got someone like Max behind the wheel, and we all know he loves to run flat out? How much do you have to get onto him?
Well, Max has matured a lot. Back in '96, we had to yell at him the whole race, and he's quite the endurance strategy man now. He comes to me and says, I think we should run this pace, and I think we should run that pace, and it's more or less the same that I'm thinking. So Max is on the ball. He knows his racing game.
Well, they got a great crew of drivers. I believe Didier's going to do a double, and he said probably Mauro Baldi would finish this thing out if they can obviously get to the finish, guys.
Well, and interestingly, what we did was gave Mad Max Papis an unnecessary heart attack there when we jumped in like that. But you heard them talking about Max Papis. He may have matured, but he made his reputation on being flat out Mad Max. And they just thought that they might be able to do a nice job in GTS. The economy of the car in terms of fuel might be able to get them up into place, and it's been successful. They're up into fourth right now. And one of the drivers on the car, if you were watching Speed Vision's coverage of the runoffs, had a pretty good year in GT3, winning a national championship, and he's standing by with guys.
Pete Peterson is standing by, as you point out, Greg. And yes, they did make those changes and go up into the GTS class, but they figured there was less cars in that class, and they had more of a shot at it. Running in fourth, had a broken half shaft when we came back to work this morning, and since then, it's broken again. Pete, you're not having much luck with these.
Well, we don't know what's causing the half shafts. That's the third one we've broken, and it'd be hard for anybody to catch us, but we're hoping maybe somebody in front of us will have a problem. We can end up on the podium.
Now, I know before the weekend, you guys were testing all sorts of different sizes of tires, and at some point, that was actually having problems with the axle and the banking. You think that has anything to do with it?
Very possible. The car is basically a GT car that we chose to run in GTS, and the tire size is different.
What kind of experience has it been for you running with the fabled Tommy Byrne this weekend?
It has been an experience. This is my first 24 hours and my first experience driving at night, and I was driving when the sun came up this morning, and that was quite an experience.
And I know you brought your truck down here and all your catering. It's been pretty good stuff going on out of Hallmarker 115 out there.
Oh, yes. We've had a real good, we had a chef. I did a little bit of cooking, but the world-famous Legs has done a wonderful job as our chef for the week.
All right, Pete, great. Hope Tom is in the car right now. I hope it'll all stick together for another couple of hours for you. Maybe get up on the podium, and we'll see you tonight. But back down the pit lane again to Calvin Fish.
Well, the number 36 car is in. Robbie Gordon's now going to do a triple. He looked over at me and gave me a big wink like, this is no big deal, guys. I'm used to doing 12, 24 hours in those desert trucks. So he is one machine. Talking about going back to 90 when we co-drove together, I mean, I needed some help. I was totally exhausted. Robbie did about 14 hours himself that year, and we pretty much drove the whole way together. But he was just an Iron Man, and he loves his racing in anything, whether it's a sprint car, one of these things, IndyCar, NASCAR, he can do it all, and that looked like routine for these guys. They're still pushing it down hard right now, trying to put some pressure on that 27 car, but I think unless they hit problems, it could be a long road ahead for them.
Well, they've been lapping very quickly. The problem is that target you talked about that Kevin Doran had suggested to his drivers of 147s, they've been hitting that with regularity. Gordon's been running down in the 145s on occasion, but that's not going to be enough. They need to really find some magic and be able to get back to it. Of course, one of the drivers in this car is Guy Smith. We heard from him earlier, and Derek, you've got some experience with him racing at Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm delighted that Guy's doing so well, because it's sort of like, you know, he's just telling everybody that I'm still right there, I'm still competitive. At Le Mans, he had a real tough deal, I thought. He drove the Bentley along with what's his name? Martin Brundle, sorry. And he had a really tough...
what's his name?
Yeah, what's his name?
Team Brundle.
And they had a terrible time. It was bucketing with rain, and he really was a baptism of fire for him. He was thrown in the Bentley in the lead of the race, bucketing down with rain. He'd never driven in rain at Le Mans, and Le Mans is the most unbelievable track in the world in the rain at those sort of speeds. And he had no gears, so he was trying to sort out the gears. They were jamming up, the water was getting in the electronics. And I really felt sorry for him. At the end of it, it was almost like it was Guy Smith's fault, and it really wasn't. He did a brilliant job. He was wonderful in the car, but of course he had a bad deal at that moment, and it reflected on him. So, you know, you see him out here doing so well, and you realize, well, not realize, but it sort of emphasizes that he has got that natural ability.
We were just watching that number 36 machine, Gordon, a little loose. He does that almost every time when he comes out on new tires, gets a little squirrely, heats them up, and then just starts laying in some rocket quick laps. So Robbie Gordon going after the leader, number 27, currently driven by Didier Theys. Welcome back to the 40th anniversary of the Rolex 24 Daytona. Our leader in the GT division is in, and Calvin Fish is there. Cal?
Well, Jörg Bergmeister has jumped out of this car, and this man is awfully quick in these Porsches. And speaking of someone who's quick in these, Kevin Buckler's just jumped in. We spoke to him earlier. He was definitely pumped up, and I think at this stage of the race, the whole key is to be patient, not get out there, get too excited. He's got a fresh set of Dunlops on the car. He says the car has run flawlessly, but there seems to be a lot of pieces missing from this thing. That's really typical 24-hour Daytona car there. You see some fenders tore up. They obviously had a problem with the right rear, and the front has got a little bit of damage maybe in traffic, but the car, mechanically at least, has run flawlessly throughout this one. No real drama with this car whatsoever, and hence they have a pretty big lead right now.
It really has run very well, and the driver lineup in there is absolutely stellar, and Buckler is a very strong addition to that, no question. So good stop there. Interestingly, when he talked to Calvin earlier, their team car number 68 is third. So right now a 1-3 podium scenario for this team. It's a pretty good accomplishment. Sitting in the second spot, by the way, is the number 44 Porsche of Schultes, Selby Wellman, Anthony or Tony Kester, and Sylvain Tremblay. Another very good lineup there. Got some emails I want to talk to you about. Remember, speedvision.com. Then go to the link, Rolex24 at speedvision.com. And if it's a question we can answer, we'll answer it. Oh, number 43, again, that's the car of Kyle Petty having a little struggle there. We also might just run it across the bottom if it's a good comment in our speed line. So keep an eye for that. First question comes from, now you know this guy is a racing fan because his email address is P1Senna. So you know he's a racing fan. Hi gang, doing a great job as usual. I have a question for Derek Bell. Will we ever see you in a car for Le Mans again?
I should think not.
He says hope so. But...
Oh, it's very kind. Yeah, no, there's a certain point in life that you have to quit, isn't there? Although I wouldn't turn down a top drive in a top car as long as they gave me more than a year's notice.
And interesting, he signs it here, Speed Channel Locks, Formula One, WRC, kart, bikes, endurance racing, and on and on. Keep up the great work. It's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to get better and better. Here's our speed line coming across the screen. Cycle Motorsports number 57. Apparently, one of the viewers watching pretty connected to one of the cycle cars. The other one I wanted to get into a little bit here is Bob Sella from Park Forest, Illinois says, can you tell us something about the Judd engine? Is Judd the company that builds it, or is the Judd engine its own design? Obviously, John Judd has a pretty storied history going back quite a few years.
Well, John Judd started off working for Jack Brabham many years ago, and I think they're partners in John Judd's engine shop, which is in Banbury, just not very far from the Hobbs household in Warwickshire, England. And I often run into John Judd at a restaurant there called the Butcher's Arms, and he's really done a tremendous amount of work on engines for many years. And of course he developed this V10 years ago to do for Formula One, and it certainly turned into being a pretty successful endurance car. A lot of people, the first time we heard it was at Le Mans, like what, 3 or 4 years ago. You could hear it coming 4 miles away down the main straight there. Very distinctive sound, like all these V10s have. And Judd he beavers away there. He does a lot of contract work. He does a lot of design work for other people. But he runs a very good shop there in Rugby in England.
He's also built kart engines for kart. He did some time there. And the new LMP 675 category, he's building a 3-liter variant of the 4-liter engine for that. We want to take a look. We've been watching the number 22 Archangel machine. That's in the SRP2 division. Mel Hawkins behind the wheel of that. That team owned by Mike Johnson, of course, spent some time on the Real World on MTV, and he's standing by with Guy.
Thanks, Greg. I'm with Mike right now, and as you mentioned, yes, that's true. And Mel Hawkins in the car right now. And Mike, you got a great year last year in this championship. Planning on running the championship again this year. But this weekend has been a disaster for you guys up until now.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first half of the race was great. We were having a great race with the Ran guys. That was a lot of fun. We were about 2 laps apart. And then on 1 lap, we blow a motor, and we crashed our car. And we had both cars sitting there for basically 45 minutes for one and 3 hours for the other. And the guys just worked so hard to get them back out there. And we still have a pretty good race in our hands. I know we're down about 20-25 laps, but there's 3 hours to go, and this team's not going to go in. You know, we didn't quit last year, and we're not going to quit now.
Along with those problems, we had an awful lot of problems on Thursday and Friday, too.
Well, we showed up with a car that one of the motors didn't even run when we got here. We just had all kinds of trouble. We crashed another car. Last year, everything went so well. I mean, no motor problems, no crashes, and it was just such a nice season. And, you know, it's going to be another long year, but it's part of the fun.
I understand it's actually 28 laps that you're out, but you've got to keep your fingers crossed and hope the number 8 car has some trouble.
Well, we knew we weren't going to beat them on speed. They've got a very fast driver lineup. They have a very solid team. And, you know, we just said, let's go out. We're going to try to win on reliability. And we're planning a 24-hour race, not a 21. So we'll see what happens.
All right, well, obviously they're hoping down here at Archangel that they'll finish up on the podium here at the Rolex 24-hour.
And you know, you think about the drivers and everything they endure over the course of a long race like this, but think about the crews. Listen to the voices of Mike, and listen to, if you remember, Kevin Doran, scratchy, raw. They've been on the radio all night. They've been awake all night, screaming orders to crews with engines going on in the pits, absolutely exhausted, and they still have about 3 hours to go. It's hard on them as well. It's going to get better than ever, and we are going to be bringing you live coverage from Sebring, live coverage from Le Mans, and live coverage of the Petit Le Mans, and of course all of the Grand American Road Racing Series events as well. So the Speed Channel will become and remain your home for the best in coverage of endurance racing. Cruising along, just completed a pit stop, and it was a somewhat frantic stop, and apparently a problem has cropped up with some other cars. Let's listen in first.
All over the floor.
Now, when we first saw this, we thought, well, he's talking about power steering fluid underneath the floor, and he's saying get some steering fluid. And Derek, you noticed, no, he was asking for a steering wheel. How to get out of the pit without that?
He's going to start the car up and have with a darn wheel. But there was some stuff on the floor. That's what he was gesticulating around.
Well, the report we just got was it was power steering fluid, and that, of course, is what bit the Dyson team early on. And whenever you get power steering fluid, something that's that slippery on the floor gets on the soles of your racing shoes, then the pedals. That is not a good sign at all. It gets very dicey out there, and apparently it was quite a bit because that is the oil dry that they're trying to use to soak it up, and that's a lot of oil dry.
Well, just, you know, it ain't over till it's over in these long-distance races. There's no doubt about it. They've got a pretty healthy lead.
10 laps.
Watch what happened here. This was just prior. That's Bill Rand on board. Watch this. Ooh, got into it. That's the number
74.
74. That's one of those Moslers.
24.
That's a 24. That's the car that actually sat on pole in the GT class.
He was
and he got away with that. Got a little nudge.
He was like his fourth at this point in his class.
Well, and it's possible that his foot slipped off the pedal. He couldn't get stopped. Nudged him. I nudged that driver. Let's go down to Guy Hobbs. Guy, what's going on?
Yeah, just an update on that fluid. It's engine oil overflow. They filled up with oil and just kind of overfilled a little bit. They also had you saw the problem on the front nose there. They just forgot to put some tape over the clip before sending Terry Borchler back out.
Borchler noticed that right away. He actually started yelling, the clip, and they got that taped up, and he's back out there.
Yeah, you have to make a comment that really they shouldn't have got themselves in that position to hit that car, that number 24. You know, they had 11 lap leads. There's no need to push that hard at that point.
That's why I wondered if maybe a little problem with the, you know, if his foot slipped off the brake because of some fluid, but apparently it happened during the pit stop.
He did say that, yeah, no, exactly, but he did say that there's something slippery on the floor, which one could say wouldn't have helped him under braking, but you've just got to play it so cool at this stage. The race is there only to be lost by them, not only one.
Absolutely, because no one's going to catch him up.
No, never.
And of course, with the changes at the number 37 and the problems there, this car is now up to 3rd overall, having a very good run. 4th overall is our GTS leader, the Jaguar. 5th overall, the Lola Porsche continues to come back. Now behind the wheel, we documented earlier when that entire right front suspension, or the left front suspension, the hub completely came off the car. Took a long time in the pits to fix it. Obviously, you get in there, you probably even fix some stuff that may not necessarily visually need it. And the reason you can do that is because they pitted with, I think, Derek, you said over 100 lap lead. They were in the pits for, what, 15, 20 laps, and how big's the lead still?
92 laps.
So they're doing okay, really.
They could have parked it and gone home, they still won.
They're not under a lot of pressure. I mean, obviously, there's always pressure in these races, but I would say this team at the moment is not under huge pressure.
They have a slight cushion.
A nice cushion. A nice cushion.
Nice cushion.
I don't remember having a cushion like that in my life, do you, That's the whole race distance they've got.
Saying they've got a nice cushion would be like saying Bill Gates is comfortable.
Absolutely. Now, we've also been talking about, right before it went to break, as a matter of fact, the number 38 champion Lola Porsche, who had those problems at the very onset of the race. As we watch our overall race leader coming up to get around the 09. We're on board that machine right now, the number 38 champion Lola entry. As we said, once they got those two problems solved with that shifting cable, an interesting mechanism, the car has been running very, very well, and they have found their way back into the top 5. And a lot of that is due to some absolutely stellar driving from a great and experienced lineup, one of whom is with Cal.
Well, Andy Waller sits here on the pit wall talking to the management here, Mike Peters and the rest of the crew. Andy, you said after the problems early in the race it would be no problem, but unfortunately you have had a few other problems along the way as well as the misfire early on.
Yeah, we've been hit with all sorts of bad luck, unfortunately. Just different little things, but each time we catch back up, we almost get to the front and then we lose a few more laps. But it's not over yet, of course, but we're quickly running out of time.
I understand the cable to the transmission has been the problem twice, and you also lost a half shaft or something.
Actually, that was pretty exciting. I just managed to pass a GT car coming off of NASCAR 4, and when the half shaft broke, the car just turned sharp left straight into the pit lane in front of him. And he must have thought I was some kind of idiot or something to dive in the pits like that. I was a passenger, and in fact I got on the radio and said, guys, I'm in the pits, but I don't know why I'm here. I don't know how I got here. But anyway, no drama.
You lost a half shaft in practice the other night, and you then made the decision to go to the spool differential, which means it'll still drive one of the wheels and allow you to get back to the pits. That obviously affects the car's handling as well. How has been the balance with this car throughout the race?
Well, when you run a spool, what you do have is a lot of push in the low-speed corners, but then in the high-speed corners it's actually an improvement. So it swings and roundabouts. We probably lost half a second of lap by going with the spool, but it saved us there from being stranded on the track, so it was worthwhile.
These guys are going to keep pushing on, guys. There's still a chance of a podium finish in class anyway. I believe they're in the top 5 overall.
Very true, and of course they run a turbo, and that is not necessarily the favored type of engine formula for Grand Am, and so they end up, they've been lobbying hard to try and get the restrictors opened up a little bit for this car to be competitive, and it is now, in fact, in that scenario. So right now, that car has fought its way back up into the top 5, certainly hoping for more. Problem is, at this stage, they are about 35 laps adrift of your overall leader, Didier Theys.
Here we go.
We are going to go on board with the Pumpelly Zip Racing number 35. Jerry Green, Richard Valentine, Rick Diorio, and Jim Walsh, the drivers. Sit back and enjoy this. We're going to take you through a few of the different classes. Just enjoy a few laps here in the sunshine of Daytona. By the way, those of you that have followed Trans Am for a while, the driver of this car, you see that R.J. Valentine, he hasn't raced Trans Am for a while, but he raced Trans Am, one of the few to have over 100 starts in Trans Am activities.
I raced against Dick Valentine back in 83 and 84.
Did you? Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to switch over to the number 66. This car leading in the GT division, Kevin Butler on board right now. You see it currently leading in class and 6th overall in not too many laps adrift up for a potential top 5. Enjoy the speed of Kevin Butler. you, we're going to move over now to one of the GTS cars, the number 51 Celine S7R. Chris Bingham, Peter McLeod, Wade Goffrin, the drivers on that machine, and going to let you enjoy a little driving here. Now, one thing to keep in mind is Team Seattle very involved with some charities, and after we enjoy a couple of corners and some speed for this car, Calvin Fish is going to jump in and give you an update on how those charities are going. But first of all, just listen to the sound of this big V8, enjoy the speed.
Okay, well, as Greg was mentioning, there's been a great charity here for the last 6 years at the Daytona 24.
Back at Daytona by some 7 laps right now, Didier Theys has the lead in this number 27 Doran Lista. That's a Dallara Judd. And we mentioned the name Doran. That car just in for a very routine pit stop. The success of this team in large part due to the leadership of the Doran part of the Doran Lista equipped. That is Kevin Doran. He's a remarkable leader of racers. And a little bit of running the Lowenbrow Porsches. The first shot we saw, he was talking about running it with Holbert, but that looked to me like a certain Derek Bell behind the wheel of that first car there.
Well, fortunately, I was lucky enough to drive every 24 hour with Al Holbert. And Kevin Duran obviously worked on the team. At that time, he wasn't always the crew chief. He was a mechanic, and he developed from being a very able mechanic, very able mechanic, into being crew chief. And then, of course, he ran Holbert's team and then ultimately ran his own team. But the whole way through, he's a real hands-on man. He gets in there, does the job himself, and you'll always see him. I mean, he's the one out there without any voice left, and he's in there telling everybody what to do the whole time. He shouts, he screams, he gets everybody on edge, and he is a pretty temperamental guy to work for, but he does the job, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
He's sort of funny. When I first started in this business, I was a pit reporter in my first season. Talk about being intimidated, because the first couple of times I got near him, he was in an explosion of some sort and just absolutely exploding. But I soon realized that he'd vent, and he'd vent huge, and then 2 minutes later he'd give you the best interview and some of the greatest information. That's just how he dealt with stuff.
I have to say, I know it's on film, but we're racing at San Antonio one day, and I was so upset. I got out of the car, and I can't remember, Chip Robinson got in, and I was so annoyed with Kevin because he was fiddling around with some battery fixings that I felt didn't have to be done, and I felt it was going to cost us the race, and I was so annoyed. And I'm not that, I do get fired up, we all do in a racing car, and I got out, and Kevin was his strong-mannered self, and I had like a mug full of cold drink, and I just threw it all over him right in front of the TV cameras, and I've always regretted doing that because he's such a great guy. But in the heat of the moment, I was so disappointed, as all drivers are, when they think they lost the lead in the race because of another alternative.
What year was that? That would have been at the end of your career with Doran.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Very nearly, probably my last race. No, it was early on, actually, but it was at San Antonio, Texas. We won the year before. Holbert and I won the year before, and it was the next time we went there. And I don't think Al was driving in my car, or he wasn't there. It was when he was involved in the IndyCar program, and I think it was Chip Robinson and I was so upset. But Kevin is a great guy. He does a super job, and real hands-on.
He leads by, exactly, you mentioned, he leads by example, because he'll get in there and get as dirty as anybody trying to get something fixed, get the car back out and going. And he mentioned he thinks this is the toughest of them all. And this car, I mean, it's leading, but it has, again, endured just a litany of woes that they just have dealt with and dealt with and dealt with, and that car is back at the front.
Well, I talked to him on Friday afternoon and said, you know, how is it all going? And he said, the car is fantastic, and the drivers say it's fantastic, but we have a lot of teething problems, lots of little niggles, and I guess we've seen them as the races progressed, but Kevin seemed quietly confident. It was quite astonishing.
You see our speed line going along, and everybody enjoying it. Guy Smith is now driving the number 36 machine, and of course, we talked to Guy a little bit earlier, and he's now back behind the wheel. We enjoy reading the speed lines. Thanks. Make sure you keep sending them in. And you're absolutely right. The behind-the-scenes people and the emotion and all the volunteers very special indeed. We appreciate passing that along on their behalf. Now, again, Guy Smith driving the number 36 machine, but Robbie Gordon, Cal, just got out. How's he doing?
Well, he's doing good.
Hard to do its thing. One thing about this type of racing, the loads you experience on your neck and your body up on the banking and the side loads, don't have a lot of that talent. We'll be right back.
You know how fast?
Brilliant. Well, I'll tell you, what a storied career he has, and it continues. You look at all of the stats of what he has achieved in the vehicles he's driven. What it doesn't show is that he started off, he was one of the world's great go-kart racers. I mean, he was considered one of the world's elite. Made the step from go-karts right into GTO/Trans Am sedans, and probably went out, started winning championships there. And then, of course, got the nod for ride in kart, helped develop the Firestone tire program in kart, and then we ended up with kart wins. In the midst of that, won another Trans Am championship. Then, of course, had success with the vets. Just an unbelievable story. And now finds himself behind the wheel of the GTS leading machine right here. And let's not forget, in the midst of all that, in 1994, he hopped behind the wheel of a Nissan with Paul Gentilozzi and won the race here at Daytona. And of course, he's got a couple of intense competitors that are joining him, team owner Paul Gentilozzi and Brian Simo. And I'll tell you what, those guys fight like absolute animals, caged animals on the track. They're great friends off it, but they are the most of intensive battlers. Paul Gentilozzi and Brian Simo, between them, the last 4 Trans Am championships. Car, Derek, in that film clip, I noticed you were taking great glee in the color of the car they were chasing.
Yeah, it's an orange one. I couldn't believe it. It's Justin, my son, of course, but in front of them, I think it was that first race that he took the lead. Got through it and actually won the race. Yeah, so pretty impressive. Good for him to do that. But of course, they had the in-car cameras.
That's right. One I wanted to point out of the 3 drivers in this car, Gentilozzi, Pruitt, and Simo, who have Trans Am experience, talk about some statistics. Listen to this. Between the 3 of them combined, they have 6 Trans Am titles and 49 wins in that division. They know their way around the track in a sedan.
They're obviously not made for cars like this then.
No, they have no clue what they're doing.
They shouldn't be doing this at all.
They need more experience. 49 wins.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. And of course, Paul Gentilozzi, I mean, he's won 3 of the last 4 Trans Am championships, and I think he is the all-time leader in top 3, top 5, and top 10 finishes in Trans Am. And he's driven such a variety of different machines. Really a great story there. And then you throw in a Pruitt and Brian Simo. Late start in racing in terms of car racing, but Brian was a standout motocrosser. Of course, he and his brother helped found the No Fear Gear company, and they're on the extreme edge of sports. So racing cars here, something that came to them. This is a neat story as well. Now, this is the number 77 machine that's currently running second in the GTS division. It's one of the Vipers that has been having some great success, and they're back a few laps. It's the Dallara competition entry. It's 15 laps back, but they've been running fairly comfortable and consistent laps as well. And a pretty good driver lineup in this machine. I mean, if you've been following international racing, Christophe Bouchou has an overall win here in 1995, the year that Kremer Porsche Turbo kind of surprised everybody. Jean-Luc Charoux, one of the team owners, Carl Rosenblatt, and Patrice Gouzelard, all very, very talented drivers in the European FIA GT Championship.
Did Christophe Bouchou win Le Mans?
Yes, as well, yeah. No, very talented driver. I'm not quite sure why he's driving this, apart from his great mates with Mr. Charoux, but they do a tremendous job, very competitive, and as you say, they're very well known in Europe.
I think the reason that he's running with this team is as you said, he's very close with Charoux, and they run as a team in that FIA GT Championship, and I've been very helpful with them. And Guy Hobbs down there, the Jag's in.
Yeah, well, we're talking about a Jag and a rivalry, and of course the team spirit between Brian Simo and Scott Pruitt. Well, there you see Brian helping Scott out of the cockpit. He's done that double stint, suffering from those cramps, as we heard from Brian a little bit earlier. We'll try and get a word with Scott here. But Brian gets in, and he's going to do a...
Welcome back to Daytona. Again, the Rolex 24. Of course, this is the gem that kicks off the Grand American Rolex sports car season. But one thing we'd like to do is we watch the lead car here of Didier Theys. That's the Duran Lista equipped. Well, they had some success last year as well, and with the way they're running now, we thought that we'd maybe take a look back at the goings-on, if you will, of the SRP class and Grand American Rolex action start here at Daytona. Not quite the success he had last year. However, the car's still in it. They are in the top 10 in class, and there is Kyle fresh out of the car and with Calvin Fitt.
Kyle, you're having a lot of fun.
It's tough to say. As far as where they would have been hoping to run due to that problem, but doing a nice job. Now, 6 drivers from NASCAR Winston Cup started today, and here's how they have fared. Currently, Tony Stewart, of course, with that Crawford being out, but they ran as high as second. Derek Cope not running in the fastest division, number 33 entry. Interesting, they had problems very early on, but fought their way back up to 21st overall at one point. Robbie Gordon, well, there you see it. I mean, currently running second. High as first, and in with his shot. Kyle Petty up to 11th after struggling a little bit. Wally Dallenbach 5th now in the number 74 machine. That's one of those Riley and Scott's, that's the Judd Power car, I believe. And then Kevin Harvick up to 14th, as far back as 69th. So
but they blew up, unfortunately, when Kevin wasn't driving. Of course, Tony Stewart, when he did his first stint in the Crawford, he had a bit of trouble getting the car started, stalled it a couple of times. He's brought on an electrical problem and put him a few laps down, but nevertheless, he was doing some really good laps in that car. The car was going very well, but unfortunately, his co-driver, Jan Lammers, smoked the wall in the morning, having got pushed up there, going down to turn 1 by some of the slower traffic. And of course, traffic plays such a major part in this race right to the end.
R.J. Valentine has brought his Porsche down into the pits. We'll step away from Daytona and be right back. Didier Theys, the Duran Lista entry, as he continues to lead here, up by, right now by my count, some 8 laps, I believe, over the second place machine. Didier Theys put the car in pole, and you know, the driver lineup pretty much tells the story here. Theys, Fredy Lienhard doing a nice job, but Max Papis and Mauro Baldi have just absolutely been in control of this one on and off. They've never been too far out of the hunt. Here's second place, and right now, that is the number 36 machine. That's the Elan engined Riley and Scott. Guy Smith behind the wheel. Jim Matthews, team owner. Scott Sharp, Robbie Gordon also driving that machine. They sit in the second spot right now, as I said, about 8 laps of drift. And as Gordon said, if everything stays static, they really don't have a shot at it, because they can't run fast enough to run down that lead car. But we have seen it multiple times here, and he even mentioned, he said the Dyson team, with an hour and a half to go last year, suddenly had problems, so they're not out of it.
But if they hadn't had those problems in the night with the electrics, with that blown right rear tire, which you can't do much about, and of course that lighting problem, they'd be right there, because we saw Robbie Gordon and David Brabham just having the most horrendous dice yesterday afternoon for the lead.
We now look at our third place overall machine, arguably one of the best runs ever for an SRP2 category car. That's Terry Borchler behind the wheel. The number 8 Rand Racing Nissan Lola. Anthony Lazzaro qualified it. Bill Rand, the owner, very quick, and Ralph Kellener's turning some very quick laps as well, up to 3rd overall, handily leading the class. But they came in here thinking that with a little luck and some problems up front, they might be in the shot, certainly for an overall podium, maybe even the overall win. And there is time left, so nice job there, Terry Borchler, getting the car around the track.
Terry told us when he came up here that during the early morning, Ralph Kellener's turned a lap at 1:49.97, so just in the 40. That's one of the faster laps of the entire field for the weekend. I mean, that is a tremendous time for SRP2.
Here is our 4th overall machine. Of course, we've documented the success story here. Paul Gentilozzi, Brian Simo, Scott Pruitt, and Michael Lauer. The number 3 Jag from Gentilozzi's Rocket Sports Racing sit 4th overall right now, comfortably in front in the GTS division. And they have survived some minor problems, including getting involved in an incident that, of course, that Rocket Sports team, easily one of the best in the business in any form of motorsport. And they have kept that car running. The drivers have kept it at speed, and it finds itself now with a comfortable lead. 5th overall is another of the SRP entries. This is the champion Lola Porsche. Andy Wallace, Sasha Maassen, Lucas Luhr, and Hurley Haywood, the drivers on this machine, and Andy Wallace on board right now. Their problems started before the green even came out. That was electrical, essentially, with actually a foul plug. Then they had 2 stops for broken shift cables. It runs a cable shift system. Since they got that second one fixed, the car has just been clocking the laps off absolutely beautifully, but their concern is another problem, which seems to be a potential one, is they may have a problem because they're out of parts. Now, 6th overall, highest of the GT machines, the number 66, that's the Racers Group Porsche, Kevin Buckler doing the driving right now, but also Michael Schramm, Timo Bernhard, Jörg Bergmeister driving that car, and you can see there's a lot of tape on some parts of the bodywork, but other than that, flailing a little bit, this car has also run incredibly well, and they have that car now up knocking on the door of a top 5 finish, and we have seen in the past GT cars in the top 5, even as high as 3rd. Now, 7th overall, the number 22 Archangel Motorsports Nissan Loa sits 2nd in the SRP2 division. Chad Block, Steve Knight, Mel Hawkins, and Brian DeVries, the drivers. Hawkins on board right now, and they suffered. You know, they had such a strong season last year on their way to a championship, and this year here at Daytona, it has been nothing but problems. And they had a big one early, but have tried to fight their way back and stayed in the hunt.
They've had a horrible weekend. They had troubles on Thursday and Friday. And then, of course, they had, as he said this morning when he's talking to Guy, they had an engine go and a gearbox go all at the same time. They had both cars on the pit lane, one for hours and the other one out. So they're not where we're used to seeing the Archangel cars.
Nonetheless, have absolutely not given up and continue to put in a pretty good run here as we watch that car up on the high banks here at Daytona. And boy, running in some pretty serious traffic at this stage down through the tri-oval section, but you get an indication there of just how quick those SRP cars are, because that Celine was not able to easily sneak by. So kind of interesting there. There is the car we're going to go to 2nd in GTS, running 9th overall right now. We were just talking about that L'Arbre competition entry of Christophe Bouchou, Jean-Luc Chiroux, Carl Rosenblatt, and Francisque Gouslard, one of the Vipers that is very successful in the European FIA GT Championship, having a strong run here as well. These guys very, very comfortable with endurance racing, have had a couple of moments of their own that's left them a ways behind the number 3 Jag, but nonetheless have put together a very solid ride. And this is a team that's pretty comfortable and knowledgeable with this type of racing. Here now is the number 44 machine, currently running 8th overall, 2nd in the GT division. And this is an interesting story too. Gary Schultes, Sylvain Tremblay, who was one of the top drivers in the Grand Am Cup race, which unfolded here on Friday, and Selby Wellman and Tony Kester. Tony, one of the first people as a driver and a coach to adopt high-tech telemetry, sensors on board a car, loading it into a computer, doing graphs, showing loading, where you could run more throttle, where you had more room on the track, the like. Data Sport, that company, and they've hustled that car around, stayed very consistent, well into the top 10, and having a nice job there. And then number 68 is 3rd in GT, the team car to the number 66 GT leading entry. So they're looking perhaps for a 1-3 on the podium here. Robert Nern, BJ Zacharias, Larry Schumacher, and Robert Nagel for that team. You may remember BJ from winning one year a Formula Continental National Championship at the runoffs, and then next year coming back and winning a Formula Atlantic Championship. Career was loaded with promise, and just the standard budget problems, was not able to find that top-notch ride, and still showing that he is some of the most amazing multiple surface racing. The FIA World Rally Championship coming from Sweden. Day 4 coverage coming up tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern time, right here in Speed Vision, and then tomorrow night, Monday night, 11 p.m., Rally Extra, which will wrap up all of the activities that unfolded at the Sweden round of the FIA World Rally Championship. So, yes, Derek.
It was quite interesting watching that in-car shot of Terry Bourchier. I saw his drink pipe comes up by the seat under his shoulder. I noticed it wasn't hooked into his helmet. And you have to say, David, and I'm sure you agree with this, there you can see the drink pipe down on the right side of your shot, and the thing is going up round into his helmet. After 22 hours, that drink tastes pretty foul. I mean, they replace it, but you don't want to drink it anymore, you know, it's just foul. Energy drink, you know, full of vitamins and everything, but electrolytes, but it tastes horrible.
And I would think by the end of a stint, it's pretty warm.
Oh, it is warm, but I mean, you only really probably go for it twice. But by the end of a few stints in the car, you're sick to death of all I've got to bring us the drink.
Those long plastic pipes somehow add a sort of je ne sais quoi to the drink as well. It's just something.
It's not like cut glass crystal, is it?
No, it's not like lead crystal.
Kind of like drinking a nice Pinot Noir out of a plastic cup.
And it's certainly at room temperature, like 130 degrees.
This has a certain bouquet to it. Not that I'm very keen on it. It's like old socks, eau de sock.
We're anticipating, Terry, to bring that machine in fairly shortly, perhaps even this lap, and if so, they're within the window, I would think.
He wants
so
to come in
they
and
should
get
be
the,
able, yeah.
He wants to come in and get the drink buckle thing connected up to his helmet again.
That's right.
It'd be
It
interesting
should be in the window. I mean, it should be their last stop.
If we talk to him, the interesting to know if he has been drinking any of it. I bet he hasn't drunk too much.
Anticipating perhaps Kellner's getting in for the last stint.
Getting it.
Again, who set that remarkable lap of 149.9.
Yeah.
Early this morning. That's flying. Coming up with some lap traffic down in the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, that was on his 530th lap.
Yeah.
So the car wasn't at its freshest and best. But the atmosphere was.
Slightly pre-owned, is what you're saying, being the old car dealer. How do you describe to somebody that's had 559 laps of activity here at Daytona as a pre-owned vehicle?
Pre-owned vehicle, absolutely.
It is up. Here he goes. He makes the move down to the pits, so Terry Borchler are going to come in and we believe hand over to Kellner's. And Guy Hobbs is there, and Guy, we understand this should be their final stop.
Well, there's more to that story, Greg, but first of all, let's see you tell.
Will he keep further up the order? We'll find out. 36, the line rally in Scott from Jim Matthews Racing. Guy Smith brings the car in. He's going to stay on board for another stint. Fuel going in. They pulled out tires, and it looks like they have already got that done. Yep, there you go. You see him set the tire back up on the wall. So very routine stop, we would assume at this point. Guy Smith is going to do another stint. And of course, they are right now in full chase mode. They are throwing everything they can at this to go after that leader, number 27. So Smith, quick stop, in and out, very routine, and back on course. And they've been trying to throw down some very fast laps. The problem for them has been the fact that the leader has been able to duplicate some of those laps on demand. So even more now than ever as we get into the final hour and a half here, the real factor becomes they need help. They need some misfortune to befall this car, number 27 machine. That's the Dallara Judd, Didier Theys behind the wheel. And well, I'll tell you, late in the going in an endurance race, I'm not sure there's anybody better to have piloting your car than a Didier Theys.
I tell you what, I certainly wouldn't wish anything to go amiss with this car at this stage. These guys have put so much into it on the pole, and they've had troubles. But Kevin Doran has kept that car running, and of course they've got a great driver line up there. And at this stage, you certainly wouldn't want to wish them any bad luck, because they've really done everything you possibly could to try and win this race.
Dare I say it?
Yeah. The kiss of death.
I'm saying instead of you, though.
Oh, okay, good.
Only 3 teams have won from pole position in the last 25 years. I bet you didn't know that.
I did ask that question. You know, I couldn't, but I had no idea.
Well, you'll be proud of this. Our English friend here, 1976, Peter Gregg, Brian Ribbon, and John Fitzpatrick.
Wow.
In a BMW CSL. 83, Voigt, Wallach, Henn, and Bello later in a 935 Porsche. 93, Jones, Dismore, and Moran in a Toyota GTP. I would have thought there would have been more than one pole, but
well, that's in 25 years. In the history of this event, there were 6. We'll get to that in a minute. But Didier Theys is bringing the number 27 entry down into the pits, and Calvin Fish is waiting. This is an important stop, Cal.
Yes, it is. We expect to be seeing this one and possibly one more before the checkered flag here this afternoon. And Mauro Baldi is going to be turning over. So there's no lack of experience here. These two guys won it together in the Momo car back in 1998. So they're very familiar with each other's driving style. They got Mad Max. They got Fredy Lienhard. He certainly held up his side of the bargain this weekend as well. 4 very good drivers. The team goes to work. It looks like a routine stop. I don't anticipate any extra service other than fuel and tires, maybe a quick top up of oil. But now they are actually taking the rear deck lid off. So this may be a problem, but they may be just going to blow out the radiators once again like they did earlier in the event. And no, I'm not actually sure right now. They've taken the rear deck lid off, and now they go to the right side radiator to try and clear that out. Don't see any major panic going on, so we don't want to alert anyone that this is a problem for this car. So they're just cleaning out the back of the radiators with the air hose. Temperature is being very accurately observed. They have a bank of computers on the back side of this team and in the back side of the pit box, and it looks like just routine stuff. We're actually going to go over to the backside. John Judd is not here this weekend, but John Judd Jr. certainly is. And while all this is going on, John Judd is looking at the computer. They have real-time telemetry over here. We're going to try and get a look in here and see what's going on. John, you're obviously watching the pit stop right now, but all of the time I see you over here looking at this computer. Exactly what information can you gather here on the laptop?
Well, basically looking at there's a radio link between the car and this computer, and all the channels and the data get sent across that radio link. We can watch it in real time here, so we can see what's going on with temperatures, pressures, speeds, and hopefully if there's any sort of problem developing, we can have a look at it and catch it here first and do something about it before it becomes terminal. So we have had a couple of battery voltage problems during the race, and we've been able to use this to kind of catch it before it got fatal. And
tell us a little bit about exactly the information. Point some of the stuff out to us on screen here.
Okay, we got engine temperatures and pressures there. You got some of the car channels there. This is the fuel meter that basically takes the ECU sends a fuel consumption signal across here, and we can use that to know exactly how much fuel's in the car. So if it goes to a yellow and you're using less fuel, you still know when to come in. And you've got gear position, throttle there.
Most importantly with that throttle position, I mean, I guess the days of David Hobbs saying he's flat out through some of these corners, you can actually see if that's for real now.
Oh, you can, yeah. You can find out, yeah. It's good and bad, yeah.
This is probably why you retired, right, Hobbo?
Absolutely. The day of technology caught me out.
I was going to say, rebuttal, Hobbs. One thing I noticed here, that on those 4 dials there, the far right, that's the engine oil temperature, and it's pegged. And right where that hand is behind it, where they actually had it just spelled out in degrees, that was highlighted in red. You have to wonder, I mean, that's obviously, that's got to be of some concern.
Well, we can actually ask here, John, we seem to see some of the readings there kind of pegged on the dials. Is there any concern right now, or is that because the car is in the pits?
These ones here, well, that's the fuel pressure should always be constant, and the oil pressure shouldn't move that much. You're really looking for things staying constant. As soon as they start moving out of range.
What about the oil temp there, or is that actual pressure?
That's actually, we've got a melted wire on the sensor, so it's gone haywire.
It's been permanently pegged.
It got too hot.
It was fairly warm.
We just rely on the water temperature to tell us what's going on at the moment.
Okay. Sure, when that happened the first time, it got you a little worried, right?
It did, but it's pretty obvious actually. Yeah, I guess for a couple of laps you're thinking, what's going on? But it was obvious the way the numbers were going that there was, something physically had gone wrong with the sensor.
Okay, mate, we appreciate all the information and good luck. I know it's important for Judd Engines to try and win this one, so good luck for the last hour or so.
Yeah, it's very important for the whole team, so thanks a lot. Yeah.
I like the way you put that. For a couple of laps we saw, we sort of went,
Yeah, I love the way they do it. At the beginning, it's like we were always reminiscing back a bit, but it wasn't that long ago. I raced for Porsche at Le Mans, and I came in and they were all poring over the computers, and I said, what is the problem? You look terribly wired, and all 8 of them are poring over it. They said, in 1 hour you're going to have a problem with the fuel pressure. But they knew at that point, because of something, a certain readout was giving them that information. Incredible. But at that point, the car was fine, but they could see a little flicker.
That's amazing. And when they took the rear deck off, and Calvin was sort of speculating, is this a problem or what? You could see, I thought you could see Mauro Baldi smiling and grinning as he was chatting with Didier. So I'm pretty confident that it wasn't.
Technology obviously rules in the Judd household, because John Jr. is an absolute clone of his dad. Looks and sounds exactly the same. Technology must have been at work in rugby again.
And of course, we've heard about all the debris out on the track. That's why they're looking after those radiators so carefully. A lot of rubber out there. Get it out, keep it cool. GT class leading Porsche. Kevin Buckler doing the driving. And tell you what, this is a very interesting battle here. Normally, we get down near the end of this. Actually, now Timo Bernhard apparently has taken over the chores and is driving. Normally, we'll find a great battle in GT. Well, right now, Buckler's team has him covered a little bit by some 5 laps. However, the battle for second in the GT division between the number 44 Porsche and the number 86 machine, actually fairly close. So it's going to be very interesting indeed. But Buckler right now looks very, very strong, or that team does. Timo Bernhard, a very good driver. But Derek, you were just, we were chatting a little bit during the break about not only do these guys have to be very focused on their racing, but also they have to be have been so observant in so many other areas for such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as a driver, you have to remember that when you're in a lead in a SRP car, you're up there in front. All you have to worry about is people in front. These guys, to have got to this position of the race with an hour to go, and their car has to be beaten about because they've been trying to go flat out, trying to give people room, and then also looking as far back as they possibly can in the dark so that they can really sort of assess what to go through the chicane. I mean, they don't want to balk anybody going in the chicane, but they've got their own race to do, and it's very difficult.
You've got to keep your eyes glued on the mirror, and of course, they may be one of the slower classes out here, but they're still doing 160 mile an hour across the start-finish line, so you really need to be looking at the front of the car as well.
Must say it's great to see Sylvain Tremblay doing so well in this car. He comes from Fort Lauderdale, very talented driver, and he and a group of mechanics run a load of cars. He runs like 8 or 10 cars in the ITS series, I think it's called. Very good guy, knows all about setup, and he's also now preparing GT3 cars as well. Excellent man.
And he also won their class in the GS2 class in the Grand Am Cup season opener on Friday here. Had that awesome drive trying to get back onto the lead lap in the GS1 division. Guy's an amazing talent as well as team manager. And I have to say, we got a nice email from his wife Carol, who said, "From a racer's wife, thank you for the shot of Sylvain in the number 44 GT. I hadn't heard from him since late last night, and seeing him in the car told me everything I needed to know." And obviously it's very nice. And that number 44, now that is second in the GT division, that car down into the pits. And they've been very sort of almost stealth in their approach to this, have been sneaking up on things. Pretty good driver lineup behind the wheel of this machine. Gary Schultes, Welbin, we mentioned Sylvain Tremblay, who's I'd always wish that Sylvain would have got a break in some of the upper echelon stuff, because I really think he's that good. I don't think there's any question. And Tony Kester, the other driver in that car, very quick indeed. Here's third in the GT division. I was talking about Romain Dumas, Hans Ferkel. Listen to these next two names. We follow international endurance racing. Nee Amerom, a very fast driver, and Stéphane Ortelli, who of course has a Le Mans win on his CV, and driving for the Freisinger team. That's a top flight team.
Well, he drove for Bentley at Le Mans last year, of course, with Guy Smith, very talented driver, and he deserves better drives. But he's obviously a real workaholic as far as getting drives, and he takes whatever comes along, and that's what you have to do to get on in motorsport.
And there's the number 68, who for a while was running third in class, but they ran into a little problem. And look at that, right behind. That's all three of the Racer Group entries. We mentioned the 66 and the 68. In the middle there is the 67 car. It's a little bit further down the order. Matt Talbot, Jim McCallion. Jim McCallion, of course, the new president of the Grand Prix of Long Beach. So doing a nice job. And Ludovico Manfredi and Paul Daniels driving that 67 car. There's the 68. And you can see maybe why they have suddenly dropped back out of that top three. Damage to the left rear of that car. And obviously they had to tend to that and lost a spot.
A lot of these GT cars have got damage to either the left or the right rear, which looks a bit like Derek's racing in the dark, being overtaken by fast traffic, giving a quick swift round the ear.
Absolutely, it's the only way to go by, isn't it? Interesting shot, though, just before that, of course, was the fact that our leader in SRP2, driven by Ralph Kelleners, was right behind that group, and he has to be so careful with all that lead that he doesn't get too excited and try to get round them too soon.
By the way, here's the car that's fifth in class. Now that's the Mosler MT900R. That's the car that sat on pole, qualified so fast by João Barbosa from Portugal. Thierry Perrier of the Perrier family, the Water family in France, and Michel Newgarden, also a very talented driver in GT equipment, the pilots on those cars. Now, we've heard a lot of comments from drivers about debris on the course, debris that is getting up into the engines, into the radiators, into this and that. Well, when they stop, they clean it out, and it becomes a problem somewhere else. And Guy Hobbs, pit lane looks a little iffy.
Well, when they stop, you see the crew, they go to work and they pull out all the rubber and the marbles from in the wheel area. Here is the sample of sub that we've got on the pit wall here, and you can see how much we have on the pit wall, but look how much is down here on pit lane, which has been swept off to the side. The scary thing is that this debris is from car number 95, Gerrit Schrader's car. That's in 62nd position right now, 400 laps behind the leader. So this is only after only a few hours. They've gone home, but this is all the rubber that was pulled out from their wheel arches.
And when that gets packed that densely, that's a lot of weight. And when that gets bound up somewhere, or if it ends up getting stuck on the tire or on the wheel inside, that's like having a wheel weight come off. The vibration it can generate is amazing.
He must have been running offline rather a lot, I feel.
It could have been, but I mean, the thing is, you do pick up on
look at this. This is the chicane back there, and it is just amazing the amount of debris, the rubber, the...
But you never big lump of that drops off in front of you. That's what goes through your radiator. I mean, that can cause a lot of damage.
I mean, again, reminiscing, but just a few years ago, 1 year at Sebring, I went and put my foot down the brake pedal, it wouldn't go down. And then I couldn't get it to come back off again. And when I drove into the bits very slowly, and they found this big ball of rubber, solid ball of rubber, underneath the brake pedal. And I couldn't push it down to slow myself down. Then I couldn't get it off the brakes to drive back.
Well, if you remember also last year, if you happen to be watching Speed Vision's coverage of Sebring, Dorsey Schrader in that Jag, or there's the Jag in the pits. By the way, let's go down to Guy very quick.
Yeah, the Jag just came in, and Brian Simo stayed in. Routine stop, no new tires, just added fuel. And then Paul Gentilosi's, you've suddenly come out of your motorhome and looking pretty happy and pretty fresh.
Oh, everything's going fine. We're just a little bit outside the window for not having to stop. So we'll put Brian, we gave him some fuel, he'll run 7 or 8 laps, come in, we'll change, and then I'll go to the end, no big deal.
You'll finish this thing off.
Yeah, I mean, they think it's more important for me than I do.
Well, you've overtaken everybody, including the pace car, so we'll watch you to finish this one off, Paul. Back up to the booth.
Thanks very much. As I was going to say, last year at Sebring, Dorsey was driving the champion Lola Porsche, spun in the hairpin because a huge chunk of that came shooting up and ripped that right rear wheel cover right off the car. That debris can play a huge role. Max Papis, he's enjoying it because we are fast approaching the final hour at Daytona. Starts to build. If you're Ralph Kellner's running 3rd overall right now, leading in the SRP2 class and running very quick laps, you're on a mission. Same thing here for Buckler. And up front, Mauro Baldi has the distinction of perhaps for the first time in 7 years bringing a car home with the overall win here at Daytona from the pole. Lots of good stories unfolding as we now enter our final hour of competition here at Daytona International Speedway. This is an absolutely amazing story that we've been watching here. This car has gone through, as what we talked about, problems throughout the night, but absolute determination and grit, never giving up as to what they were capable of. Here's our top 5 overall. It's the Judd Dallara from Duran Lister Racing, Baldi driving the number 36 Elan RS. Currently, I believe it's Guy Smith behind the wheel. Then that SRP2 leader of Kellner's, Borchner, Lazaro, and Rand. Then in 4th, the GTS leader, the Rocket Sports Jag, Simo, Gentilozzi, Lauer, and Pruitt. And back to 5th, even with all their problems, the Turbo Porsche, obviously, driven so aptly at this point by Andy Wallace. And we take a look at 6th through 10th, and you can see there's some battles starting to brew up a little bit, perhaps, in the GT division. And that number 77 Viper looking very strong as well. Going to take you a little bit further back in the pack. There in 15th, the number 43 Porsche, Kyle Petty joining Leo Hendry, Pete Barron, and Mike Borkowski, struggling a little bit. They were actually leading during the evening, but some problems have befallen them. And we take a look a little bit further back, perhaps the tearjerker here in 18th and continuing to drop down the order at number 37, Lola Judd, that John Field fielded and was leading right before we came on the air and had a fairly substantial margin, David, and then had that half shaft failure. They fixed that, and then the shaft of the gearbox shattered.
It's sort of typical endurance racing. They had this problem with the clutch. They had no clutch for what John Field said was like 5 hours. So they'd obviously been struggling along. Their starts must have been pretty ragged, and their pit stops must have been pretty ragged as they tried to pull the car to a stop. And of course, it broke a couple of half shafts, and then, or they broke one half shaft, and then of course, just a few laps later, they changed both half shafts to be on the safe side, and then just, 5 laps later, it broke the input shaft of the gearbox, which there's no fixing in a hurry. So a very black day for the Field car, but of course, they led for such a long time, very, very desperate to drop out. And these guys now, in their heart, absolutely in their mouth, that nothing like that happens to this car.
For Field, it was crushing. I mean, they picked up the lead around midnight after that early spin, fighting to the lead, led for 9 hours, and then it all went away. Now, this is where Mauro Baldi, and you can see, he probably easily could have dropped the hammers, tried to squirt through, get by that AGT car, but he knows he's got a big lead, and he was wise, don't you think, to just say, no, I'll wait till I get in a banking where I have lots of room.
Yeah, well, you know, this will be, I think, certainly his 2nd Daytona win. Absolutely vital you drive like this. But the other thing you know, that you mustn't forget that it is very, very tough time on the cars. And, you know, with 4 drivers in a car, that means 4 different types of character, personality, shifting gear. And that does beat the heck out of the gearbox. Yeah. When there were only 2 drivers, you did have a little bit more parity between them, possibly.
You mentioned a number of drivers in the car. Well, there's a number of drivers, of course, in this car, and Calvin's found a couple more of them.
Well, we're actually down here with Max Papis.
There you see our leading GTS machine, number 3, down in the pits. It's a routine stop. We believe Paul Gentilosi's getting on board to take it to the finish. And ironically, Dave Schaefer writes us from Monteverde, Florida. Is the Jaguar car the same car as run in the Trans Am series? 2-frame chassis. They had to be production-based. Just wondering about those developments. That came to us from speedvision.com. But the answer is going to come to us, well, from the horse's mouth, because Paul Gentilosi, a little bit earlier in the weekend, explained what they had to do.
When I wanted to bring my 2001 Trans Am Championship winning car to Daytona, the first thing I had to do was put some lights on it. 24 hours means you got to see at night. So we took our Jaguar XKR and added some headlights. Now, Daytona's lit 28% of full daylight conditions, but it's still not enough in the infield. The next thing we did was we took out that 310 with an iron block and we put a 6.3 liter 382 cubic inch engine built in our Rocket Sports shop so that we'd have those 200-mile-an-hour times. Now, surprisingly, the difference in weight between Trans Am and GTS is only 50 pounds. You add a lot of endurance stuff like air jacks and dry brakes for the fuel system, but they're not as much fun to drive as those great big 18 by 18 Goodyear wheels and tires. These BBSs make this thing really stick and go a lot faster than we could with the production VF Goodrich stock tire. Well, when you got all of that stuff flying around in those 200-mile-an-hour speeds, you got to have a wing on the back of the car. Interestingly enough, the spec wing for Trans Am is exactly the same as AGT and GTS. So we put this wing on the back of our Jag, 2 inches higher than the Trans Am position, and the setups are almost exactly the same. In the end, the cars go 5 seconds faster in GTS trim and about 10 miles an hour faster than we could in our Trans Am car. The difference is we're going to go 24 hours.
And they're going to do it very quickly and likely with a fair measure of success, because they're doing a stellar job out there right now. And that is the car that right now sits 4th overall comfortably out front. And Michael Lauer has gone behind the wheel to get a stint in, and then they're apparently going to turn it over to Paul Gentilosi, as we mentioned earlier, for the finish. So we'll keep an eye on how that is unfolding. A little bit of a development unfolding in one of the other classes here. You heard Paul in his piece mention the AGT. Well, that's the American GT category. There's the leader, and it's up on the Jackson Guy House. We understand this is fairly serious.
Well, down in the 09 pit area, Team Fliss, they have a broken differential on the rear there. It's going to work, but they do have a 100-lap cushion to work on it. Of course, 100 laps is way past an hour. So they've been given their instructions already on what to do as far as victory lane is concerned, so there's not any mad rush around here at the moment. Craig Conway sits in the car, very cool, calm and collected. Of course, Craig lives just up the road here from Daytona. And they're taking their time and they will send him back out, but working on that broken differential right now.
Thanks, Guy. And it's interesting now, you know, the rules for this series versus Le Mans quite different. Derek, as you know, at Le Mans, you have to take the checker. The car has to be running and have completed so much of the race to be classified as a finisher. Here, all they have to do is get the victory circle.
Well, I think it's right. I think you should be on the road to finish the race. How can you possibly say you finished the race when you're sat in the pit? However, the other differential, of course, at Le Mans, which I don't like, is the fact that if you're not on the, you cannot get towed back to the pit to work on the car. But at the same time, at Le Mans, you can't bring it back 8 miles or 6 miles from Arnage Corner. Here, we have the facility at Daytona to bring the car back on the infield roads to bring the car back to be worked on. So, and I think we should keep every car running in the race we possibly can.
Absolutely. And by the way, David Hobbs was a little concerned earlier that Derek was getting a lot of emails about his great success. Well, Certain gentleman writes us, David Hobbs is the best sports car driver of all time, and he's a great TV analyst from Brad Meadows in Rome, New York. A true fan for one.
I thought that was from Greg Hobbs up there in Milwaukee.
What? Bye. On board once again with the GT class leader. That's the number 66 Racers Group Porsche. Timo Bernhard behind the wheel, the young German. Very impressive indeed, continuing to just lap around here and throwing in some fairly quick laps at that, running at about 2 minutes flat. That's very important. Now, Porsche has a remarkable history here. If the 66 car wins, it'll be Porsche's record 54th victory in a class in the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. But one of their greatest years was 1971. Daytona, 1970. It was the first race for the partnership between John Wyer and Porsche, with Wyer running a pair of Gulf Oil-sponsored 917s. One for Joe Sifford and Brian Redmond, the other for Pedro Rodriguez and newcomer Leo Kanunen. They led almost the entire distance in their number 2 917. Both Matras devoured their entire stock of spare distributors, and a call was put out over the PA to see if there were any suitable spares among the spectators. Surprisingly, few were found. The Redmond-Sifford machine fell back with clutch problems, but would eventually pass the Ferraris of Mario Andretti and Jack Hicks and Mike Parks and Sam Posey, so that at the finish, it was a Porsche 1-2 sweep. In 71, Rodriguez and Oliver took a Gulf Porsche 917 to the win here. 70 was better. It was a 1-2, so
71.
not a bad couple years, let's put it that way.
Extremely lucky that they weren't beaten by the Donahue-Hobbs Ferrari 512.
And if I'd lasted in 71 in the Porsche 917, you'd have had a hard time anyway.
No, we'd have won it by miles.
We blew up the only time the whole year the 917 blew up.
We were gone.
You guys done?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to mention, if this car wins, by the way, it'll be the 28th victory in the race by a Porsche 911 derived machine. So Porsche's history here very much intertwined with that of this event itself. And this is the car that currently is going to give them some of those laurels at this point. Interesting development here. The GTS Jag with that pit stop is now 5th. Gentilozzi is on board that car, by the way. The number 38 champion Lola Porsche up to 4th. We'll be right back. The Rolex 24 at Daytona, we've been, of course, receiving a lot of emails, and everybody really seemed to like our exploration as we went in search of our top 10. Well, we want to do that again for you, just to sort of update you as we get closer and closer to the end of this legendary event. Here is your overall leader, Mauro Baldi, now behind the wheel, the number 27, Dallara Judd from Duran Lister Racing. And again, Mauro extremely experienced in this type of machinery, doing a nice job. Here is second place in the class, and that is now Jim Matthews. They just stopped and put the owner on board, who has run some brilliant laps during the late going in our show yesterday. That is number 36. Sits in the second place, decked out to look like Dan Gurney's Lola T70 of the 1960s. The third spot, that has been the car we've been watching so much and having such enjoyable conversations with some of the drivers. The SRP2 entry that runs 3rd overall. It's in the pits, and this should be the last stop. Ralph Kellner's, they may be having a little problem with the fuel rig, but Kellner's has been driving brilliantly in this machine, and they were going to flip a coin to see who got out, and Kellner's remains on board. This should easily get them to the finish, so he either won the coin toss or decided that occupation is 9/10 of the law. I got the seat. You want to fight me for it, fine, but he's staying out. This is a continuing to impress story. Number 38, Andy Wallace, that champion Lola Porsche, although a long ways behind the overall leader, has found the top 5 and now up into the top 4 overall. A remarkable comeback performance. They have had some real problems as this race has unfolded. Going to take you back to 5th overall. There he is, Paul Gentilozzi, the number 3 Rocket Sports Jaguar. He's behind the wheel. He is leading comfortably in the GTS division, and right now they are just pedaling along, hoping to bring a Jaguar back into victory circle here. Jaguar back into victory circle here at Daytona. I stand corrected as always.
A Jag.
Yeah, Jag, better still. Number 66, a Porsche, is leading in the GT division. That of the Racers Group, Timo Bernhard, the driver behind the wheel right now. Just an absolutely clockwork run for them. A little bodywork damage on a couple corners, perhaps generally an indication of maybe a nudge and a turn here from some other vehicle, but nonetheless a good job. Running 7th overall, they too had a recent stop. This car, the number 22 Archangel Motorsports SRP2 entry, and Chad Block, who has stepped up from the Formula Mazda series. That's where he was running with great success, now behind the wheel of this car and doing a stellar job. 2nd in the SRP2 division, 7th overall. 8th overall is a car that runs 2nd in the GT category, and we have seen that car. There it is, the yellow number 44 Porsche GT, having a very solid run as well. And that's a car that Tony Kester is driving, currently 8th overall, 50 laps behind the overall leader, nowhere near that many behind the GT leader, although a ways back, by my count, some 5 laps behind. So one misstep from that GT leader. This car is certainly in with a shout. 9th overall is the car, 2nd in GTS, and we've given some play to that machine. It is that Lagra competition Viper, the white number 77, up on the banking, and the driver now, former overall winner here, former overall winner at Le Mans, Christophe Bouchou, and a front runner on the FIA GT European Series right now. And then rounding out our top 10 is the team car once again, it appears. Nope, check that. That's the number 86 Porsche. Here it comes, the number 86 Porsche. Very, very talented driver roster here. Romain Dumas, Hans Fertel, Stéphane Ortelli, a former Le Mans winner, and Nee Amorim. And that is the car that currently occupies 10th and 3rd in GT. So that's the activity here. Here's the pole winner in GT, struggling again. The Mosler in a little bit of trouble late in the going. Very well then.
I've had this since 1973. Pay good money for it.
Hong Kong. Mauro Baldi about to perhaps earn one. Obviously, it would be his 2nd. We've got some emails. Of course, we want to remind you, speedvision.com. Thank you so much. We're also going to scroll the speed line. We really appreciate it as we get down near the end. Everybody who have been able to take some time viewing and send in a note, send in a question, send in a comment. It really makes it interactive and it makes it fun for everybody involved. This is an interesting one. It comes from Eric Crow at SCCA Racing. He is the public relations director for SCCA Pro Racing. Fantastic coverage as usual. Really gets us all geared up for the season. Question, Derek, have you and Justin ever teamed together in an endurance race?
Yeah, 3 or 4 times. We ran Porsches back in 1992. We ran and actually led Le Mans for 16 hours with Andy Wallace from McLaren in 95. And we lost the race to drop to 3rd place with 2 hours to go. And I think then what else did we drove here actually in Daytona in the open cockpit car that Kevin Jeanette built when we had all the back in the Gulf War era. We just ran a few laps. That's about it, I think.
Interesting too, we made a comment here thinking ahead a little bit to Sebring and what's going to unfold there, remembering that we will become the speed channel and that the coverage is just going to get better and more intensive and more extensive. He said, keep up the good work and we'll see you at Sebring for the first Speed World Challenge race. The Speed Channel continuing that ongoing support of that great series, World Challenge. And Derek, you're going to be involved in that, aren't you?
Yeah, I hope it looks like I'll be driving the Audi again. I had a great time with Mike Galati in the champion team, hence my allegiance to champion racing here this weekend. But it's a great series, very close, and for me it's been quite difficult to get used to wheel-to-wheel racing just for 1 hour. I'm a bit more used to 3-hour races, I must admit. I'm not used to punting myself around and hitting people and getting hit, but it's becoming a bit more natural to me now.
Well, and it's been a lot of fun to watch, obviously. We look forward to that. I've got a question here that I want to ask you, David, from Terry Tillman of Roswell, Georgia. Can you explain the method of shifting without a clutch?
Well, these, of course, gearboxes on these cars have straight cut teeth. They're not synchro boxes like you have in a street car, which it is very difficult, almost impossible to change gear without a clutch. But the fact is, if you just time the shift right, and of course the ratios are much closer together, so the engine rev change is nothing like as much on a racing car as it is on a street car. The upshift is relatively easy. You just really back up just a little tiny bit, which takes the stress off the gears, and they'll slip up to the next gear really easy. The downshift is a little bit more difficult. Again, while you're braking hard, you have to try and, obviously, when you blip the throttle without pushing the clutch in, the car wants to go forward as well. So you have to get it just absolutely right and just snick it in. And it certainly can be done, and most drivers today, in fact, do that. I never used to do that, of course, because it was old-fashioned. ancient times, and we always used to use the clutch all the time, but nowadays a lot of these guys brake with their left foot, and that's all they do. I couldn't left foot brake to save my life.
We just saw an example of that going into the chicane. Hurley Haywood on board. You saw him go for the brake with his left foot. He just a couple of blips on the throttle, going down a couple of gears to match the speed of the engine really with the speed of the gearbox as you're changing, correct?
Yeah, but you have to actually do it. With the champion car, you have to do that. On the downshift, on the upshift, you just pull it straight through. It's like almost sequential. But on the way down, you have to use the clutch.
You have to use it on the way down. By the way, obviously Hurley Haywood, we've talked about former winners, overall winners of this event. Haven't seen a lot of Hurley because his car's had problems and the like, but 5 times Hurley has won this event and is really one of the greatest representatives, at least from this side of the pond, of success in sports car racing. And he has some remarkable record of 11 wins total in endurance competition.
Well, I would say I think he's won 5 24 hours at Daytona, and he's won 2 or 3 Le Mans. Certainly outstanding. And of course he's won a couple of 12-hour races thrown in, which of course Ixie and I never won. I know Jackie won Sebring, didn't he? Yeah, Jackie won it. But I know I never won Sebring. It was my one nemesis that I never quite overcame.
You had a class win. You had a class win there.
Well, I did have a class win, and with Andy Wallace and Leanne Lambert, I think we actually won, but a bit of cheating went on, and they got us a lap for nothing in particular at all. In fact, it was raining. But anyway, that was another story. Politically correct things. We weren't allowed to win. But nevertheless, it was. I'd love to have won Sebring, correctly.
Let's just ride for a minute here as we're getting down near the end of this. An opportunity with Hurley Haywood, one of the true legends here at Daytona. Enjoy a lap.
Now he's using the clutch to shift gear.
To bring you back here because this is Mauro Baldi. This should be the final pit stop for the overall race leader, and Calvin Fish is waiting for him down at, well, about 2/3 of the way down pit lane. Cal?
Well, Mauro Baldi once again brings it in perfectly. We expect it to be fuel only. They don't want to have any potential problems with a wheel change. They're going to stay on this same set of tires. They've been double stinting quite regularly throughout the event, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Everything looks good, but I have to say Didier Theys looks very relaxed, but Fredy Lienhard and Max Papis, they've looked very nervous the last hour or two. Mauro Baldi behind the wheel, he's just waiting to get the okay from the crew that the fuel is in. They're probably going to top him up, certainly not risk anything, but they need probably about another 20 minutes on track, and then they should have enough of a margin of victory to take it, certainly win the race, even if they had any problems in the last 10 minutes. But Mauro Baldi was in, he was out, routine, and the crew now just keep their fingers crossed for these last 33 minutes.
Hey, Calvin, I have to ask you, I would suspect that Fredy Lienhard right now is going through the range of emotions that Gianpiero Moretti went through when he was so associated with the ownership of this team, and it took him a long time to get his first win.
Oh, absolutely. We'll try and get a word here with Fredy. He's actually in the back of the pit box, I believe. I'm going to go over there and try and catch him, but I'm sure he's pretty excited. He's seen the last pit stop, hopefully. Fredy, try and get a word with you here to come out to the pit wall. We talked about the fact that this team, Kevin and Mauro and Didier, have won this event before, but for you and Max, it would be the first time. You've put together a great group of people. How nervous are you as you approach the finish?
I didn't get your question.
Are you nervous now with 30 minutes to go?
I'm really very nervous, very emotional in my inside, because this is the greatest. I'm gonna, if we finish, still not over, I'm gonna be the first Swiss who ever won a 24-hour race in Daytona. That's unbelievable experience, and I'm so happy. I'm happy for everybody and for the team, and it's just unbelievable.
Well, certainly our fingers crossed with yours. And how important is it to you, though? I mean, you've been a great supporter of this team and sports car racing in general. You always put together a great group. How does this rank? I mean, with Sebring, Daytona, Le Mans, is this the best?
Oh, yeah, by far. And, yeah, I must say we have a great team, and it's really fun. You know, I'm a business.
That as a Swiss company of only 400 employees, it's now an international group, some 1,200 employees, and what they make are unquestionably the best toolboxes in the world. You see, when you get into one of these haulers back in the paddock area, or those big toolboxes and pit carts that these teams have all the tools and parts in, that's usually got list on the side of it. And there's Baldi just ripping around the outside of Jim Matthews here. I think everybody's pretty much conceded that unless this car breaks, it's going to win. And Matthews obviously just looking to bring it home with a great finish. Calvin, obviously they're both looking to preserve what they've got.
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. And it's really, I think, a great gesture here when we look at the leading car and team right now, that they are going to put Fredy Lienhard in the car once they've got the winning margin established. So we think with about 10 minutes to go, I believe they still have like a 7-lap lead. That means that even if the car broke by bringing it in and couldn't get it out of the pits or whatever may happen, that they'd still be okay. So they're going to try and give Fredy the car to take it to the checkered flag. And I think that's out of respect for the support that he's given all of this team and all of these drivers. And he's certainly done his work here this weekend as well. Let's not forget, he is a businessman, as he said. He is a gentleman racer, but most importantly, he is a gentleman as well.
Well, and there Matthews getting a little racy. I think he's out there having some fun, but you're absolutely right. And so many parallels, I think, to when the Duran, then with Gianpiero Moretti, when they finally got Gianpiero his win that he had tried for some 10, 15 years here at Daytona, they put him in to make sure that it was he who was the driving force behind that program that brought it across the line. And I think it's a great gesture. They're going to do it again for Fredy. How far have we gone so far in this race? Well, lap-wise, we have completed 707 laps. That's a long way. We're going to show you a comparison. That's 3 of our top 4 cars in the SRP division right now. And they're coming up, moving around, I think, around the number 63 entry. And right behind them, you see, is the Jaguar, leading in GTS and is back out. So they got that repaired, and Paul Gentilozzi is dropping the hammer. Here's your leader in SRP2, currently 3rd overall guy.
Ralph Kellner's is getting out. We have a very similar story down here as to Calvin's up with Fredy Lienhard. Bill Rand is going to get in, and he will drive this car to a victory and to the checkered flag in about 10 minutes or so. Same thing, they said they'd toss a coin. Well, obviously that coin was slightly favored in Bill Rand's hand, and of course Ralph Kellner was in the car, so he missed the toss. But he will take his own steering wheel with him on this driver change, and Bill will take the SRP2 Nissan Roller to the finish line.
Well, it seems somewhat fitting because no doubt they are here from Bill Rand's coin.
Exactly, and when I have to add that, don't forget that if it wasn't for people like Bill Rand, Fredy Lienhard, Gianpiero Moretti, and many other drivers over the years, that we wouldn't have sports car racing. Sports car racing relies on these very wealthy privateers, enthusiastic professional men that want to get in there and become successful racing drivers. Look at Jim Matthews. I mean, the drive he had last night was an outstanding piece of work.
It was absolutely outstanding. And Rand has done a very good job. I thought it was going to start for a minute.
And he's away, so obviously just really nothing else to do other than do the driver's change in that one and make sure that everything's properly connected. So they're out as we are now 15 minutes away from the checkered flag here at Daytona. So this is pins and needles time in many ways. Even if you have one of those huge leads, if you've had problems during the course of the race, I'm sure you can't shake that. You just can't, you know, if there was a problem that you had once and it's cropped up a couple of times, a little concerned. Looks like the rear deck's kind of loose, doesn't it?
A lot of smoke coming out the breather. That's probably all right just after you stop the engine and start it up again. You know, we're looking at that 2,500 mile engine. Could you imagine how many revolutions has happened in that time? Look, you see it's blowing a lot of oil out there, so I imagine the old piston's a bit of a sloppy fit now in the cylinder, and the valves and the valve guides and everything all probably getting a bit worn out.
That's a bit how I feel now. Yeah, getting a bit worn out after all these years of pounding around a racetrack. Yeah, very loose valve guides.
Well, you know, part of it too is when you stop here, obviously, when you've been out driving very hard and you stop, these cars don't have fans and the like, and they just sit there and they start to heat, and it starts to bubble out of the breathers. And here's your second place car in the GT division, the number 44 entry, and they're in apparently doing their final driver change and hoping to be able to bring that home. Tony Kester, the driver on that. Looks like, I don't know, maybe they just looked after some minor issue because I didn't see the actual driver change. Looks like Kester's up. Oh, and there's the number 67. That's one of the 3 cars from the racer group. And the lead car, that was the lead car, just went by. And it looks like 67. Well, now he's got it going. And second is going to be able to bring it home. They're a bit down the order, but it's an interesting development here because the number 68 car has that's lost a little bit too much time, and that number 86 entry is still going to be third. With this car,
as it did start, right? And you know, you very often get a 50% attrition rate even in short races. So, I don't see in a long race like that. I guess 50% or just over 50% is not too bad.
But one has
as long
to say,
as you're not one of the 50% that's gone.
But one has to say that a lot of it's been due to bashing one another around, which doesn't always happen.
Which, of course, you're going to get on this tight track, aren't you, with all that traffic?
Yeah, well, as I said before, there's 3 times as many cars per mile here as there are at the Le Mans 24 Hour, which one has to compare it with. Le Mans seems quite casual out there in the traffic compared to racing here at Daytona. It seems much easier to control the traffic. And I've been through so many Le Mans, I can happily say you can count the number of incidents that you might have missed or sort of say that was close. Very, very rarely do you have an incident at Le Mans because of traffic.
Speed line coming across the bottom, and I think, well, there you go. I think we have a couple of Wayne Booth. One smooth producer. Wayne Booth from Kansas, and we just get word that our producer, who's Kimberly Booth, just said, that's my dad. Well, he's got a good eye, because I'll tell you what, Kim has produced an absolutely stellar show here, and all the kudos that did come across on that to the camera people and the crew here. Down there, but let's not forget, you've got all those wonderful replays we have and all those wonderful packages. That's an awesome tape room. It's just unbelievable. And here we go. Baldi is coming in, and we would expect, Calvin, to see Fredy Lienhard take control.
Absolutely right, Greg. Fredy is waiting for Mauro to bring it in. And as he said, he was very emotional, waiting for this final hour. They were right on the brink of victory, and now they firmly have established. There's about 8 minutes left in this event. They have a big enough margin in terms of lead over the 36 machine that they can't be caught even if this car refused to fire up. So they're going to put Fredy in, let him try and see the checkered flag this afternoon, and Mauro and the rest of the team are going to help him get fitted in there. They're going to keep all the grease on the car. Well, actually, one of the crew members now starting to wipe it off. Most of these guys like to keep it in its 24-hour colors with all the grease and grime on there, but they're just going to get Fredy bolted in, fire this Dallara Judd back up, and this is a big moment for Judd too. I mean, there's been a lot of debate about whether this Judd can go 24 hours in flat-out trim. It's done it a couple of times, but with cars that have had gearbox problems and had healthy delays, but this is really the first time, I believe, that a Judd has gone flat out with no big delays and made it to 24 hours and going to take the victory here today. So hats off to John Judd and Junior here, who's here this weekend.
Well, Calvin, you bring up a good point. I mean, the problems that this car has nothing to do with the engine. That engine has been absolutely stellar. And, you know, it's based on a Formula One derivative, and everybody said, well, the high rev and all that vibrates it apart and vibrates components. Apparently not. You get it right, you get it right.
It is absolutely magnificent the way they've done it. The V10s, V12 seem to handle it much better. With the V8 Cosworth back years ago, John Wyatt said to Keith Duckworth, we're going to go to Le Mans with a Cosworth engine, Keith, what do you think? And Keith Duckworth said, I wouldn't go, lad. so we did go with the Cosworth 3-litre and ultimately won it, but it was not easy. Such vibrations.
I'm sure it's interesting to speculate here, of course, the car that these guys are driving. We remember from our coverage of Le Mans last year, the silver machines with the Mopar sprint car engine derivatives in there. It makes you wonder with the success here and the fact that this car has done well at Le Mans in terms of speed and pace, whether this team might explore that opportunity.
Well, I think there's more development left in this car too yet, and someone like Kevin Doran looking after it is going to make a big difference.
And Fredy's European. Fredy Lienhard, who owns the program, he is European, and quite logically you'd want to do it.
Well, keep in mind, I mentioned he won Sebring in '77. He now has Daytona. It's a thought there. This should be the last stop for the Racers Group Porsche on its way to perhaps a class win, and looks like they're going to end up likely in the 7th spot overall. So this is the opportunity here. That's Michael Schramm who's getting on board and is going to be the one who won the coin toss apparently to bring it on home. And they're going to be heading back out and doing just that. I was going to mention, as I was sort of running through some of the great crew, I got to the people in videotape, and they're the ones that are spotting and looking for those replays. we have some of the best graphics that are going. Great graphics staff. You listen to the audio when we go on board, or you listen to some of the stuff that's unfolding. There's a couple of guys in 2 different rooms actually mixing on. This crew is absolutely phenomenal. We always are going to miss somebody. We don't mean to, but thanks to just an unbelievable crew.
I think the standard of cameramanship today for the last 18 hours or whatever that we've been doing is absolutely outstanding. I mean, every time we mention anything or anybody, wow, was that a puff of smoke I saw? I mean, the next 4 cameras all in a row, just look right at it, and you won't see that on any other network, and that's something you've always seen on Speed Vision. It's something you're always going to see on Speed Channel.
Just like Formula One, you mean? It's not trying to follow the director in some foreign country and we're sitting in the booth and they go to somebody in the grandstand picking his nose. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Just
look at Mauro Baldi just kind of refusing to take the helmet off. You notice that little bulge in the back that's just a wad of tape. When they put those seat inserts in, there's a headrest, but if you're shifted forward in that seat, you get going at 200 miles an hour and it starts to push that head back. They've got to do something for the helmet comfort, and that's exactly what that's all about. Here comes Lienhard ducking underneath the car, second in GT right now, the number 44 machine. And, we've talked about a lot of people here getting this show done. We mentioned Kim Booth doing an awesome job producing, but how about Chuck Dressing up on the top? He's the one that's spotting. He's the spotter, picking out all these battles. Let's not forget Roger Vincent doing the directing, the technical director as well, the ADs keeping track of time. It's just an unbelievable group. And somebody once told me, they said, live TV, 30 seconds before you go on the air, it's absolute chaos and mayhem. And at that point, suddenly it clicks and it gels. And nowhere does it gel better than with Speed Vision, and nowhere will it gel better than Speed Channel. And we understand Calvin may have come across a borderline giddy Kevin Doran. Look at this.
Well, he's given a big handshake to all of his team right now. Let's try and jump in here, Kevin Durant. This is your 4th win at the Daytona 24. You did it twice with the late, great Al Holbert. You did it with the Momo team back in '98, but this one has to be special with a team of drivers, particularly Fredy out there right now. That's got to be very emotional for you. He's a great man.
Well, Fredy is a great man and a great leader, and he's given us the opportunity to come here and do this thing. So hopefully we'll give him a lot more wins in the years to come.
Potential with this car, Kevin. You've only got 2 races under your belt with it. You come here, you've won a 24-hour race. You had to make the switch to the Goodyear tires, which is a new tire manufacturer for you with the new regulations. But the car seems to be very fast, and it really bodes well for the rest of the season.
Well, the car is very fast, and I believe we're known for our durability and reliability with Doran Racing. So I expect in the future this car will be bulletproof.
Well, enjoy this one, Kevin, and we'll see you at Homestead.
All right, thank you very much.
Boy, it hurts to listen to him talk, doesn't it?
That's what I meant about just how hard it is on the crew and everything. And Kevin, I mean, Derek was alluding to it. He's very animated, very vocal, gets into it, and obviously it takes its toll. Here comes Lienhard, and he's coming up here, working some traffic there.
He has several members of his family in the team.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, you just saw there was a huge plume of smoke out there that Fredy just went by, and that is from it's a Ferrari. That's Andrea Montermini, but it is one of the GT Ferraris, I believe, the number 96 entry. That's the Ferrari 360 GT. How sad. There it is, so late in the going, getting so close to have it go away. But I'm sorry, Derek, to get back to what you were saying.
No, I'm just saying how many of Kevin Durant's family work with him on the team, and they always have done. It's been a very strong family effort.
You just saw there's right there in that white shirt, that's Rob Dyson, who of course has been a competitor of Kevin Durant's in terms of teams for so many years. They have had such great battles going back to the Moretti days and even before that. But Rob Dyson also recognizes something very special and is very happy for somebody he considers a friend. Now, we anticipate as the car comes out of the East Banking down to the Tri-Oval, we're looking for the white flag, and it flies. 1 lap to go here in the 40th anniversary running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and Fredy Lienhard has to get around about 3.5 miles and just do it clean.
And second place is right behind him. Interesting, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, it's 100 yards behind him. There he is, there's second place man.
Wants to get in the pictures.
Yeah, too right, so would I. And there's fourth place man right behind that, the number 38 champion Porsche.
Third in SRP, of course, third overall is still that remarkable performance by that SRP2 machine, the Rand Racing entry. Number 8 with Mr. Rand behind the controls right now, but here is Fredy Lienhard. I mean, you know, we talk about Dorn and everything he's done and the drivers, but Fredy Lienhard, as Kevin said, he's the one, through his funding, his interest, his enthusiasm, his love for the sport, has really provided the opportunity for this team to achieve what it is about to.
Well, it's one of those great combinations. I mean, he was fortunate to find Kevin when Kevin needed some support and sponsorship, and of course, Fredy was very lucky to run across the door around racing when it sort of became available, as it were. So they're a great couple.
But it's so funny how these wonderful men, these businessmen, get hooked with a little thin line, boy, and they get drawn in until they love it and they spend their money. And I admire them for spending their money on motorsport and doing something, you know, giving something back to the public. I think it's fantastic.
Well, if they do hang on, it's sort of a tradition here for the winners of the Rolex 24 as well as the Daytona 500 to spend a little time at Daytona USA, the museum here on display. So you might be able to catch it there. I don't know how long Kevin's going to leave it there because he's got a big race that he's going to be planning for here coming up, the second round of the championship. Here we go through the east banking one final time. And a clear run, although there's a car going very slow coming to the line. Hope he gets out of the way. Here comes Fredy Lienhard. And up he comes, and that's the Jag at Gentilozzi. He wanted to let Fredy through, and Fredy Lienhard, Durant et al. Has taken the win. Gentilozzi has won in GTS. And there, the rest of the driver contingent, there's the GTS crew. Pruitt, Simo on the right, Michael Lauer. Boy, Fredy Lienhard is he going to savor this one? Of course, right behind him, you see Jim Matthews. And I think a tremendous amount of accomplishment goes to Jim Matthews for what he has achieved. On board with the number 66, Mike Schramm doing the driving there. He's going to be able to come around and pick up the win in the GT category as well. There's the 09, your winner in AGT. Boy, they had an immense lead built up through a great drive and even survived that broken diff and that long repair to come back. And here is your winner in SRP2, Bill Rand in that Lola Nissan. Boy, third overall. Absolutely remarkable achievement by the SRP2 class. It is a class, I think, well and truly that's on the rise, on the build in sports car racing worldwide, and they have proven exactly why with this performance right here. Just an excellent job. And he's going to bring it around and pick up the checkered flag. So it is the number 27 out front, the 36. Matthews behind the wheel, brings it home second. Here comes third overall, as I said, the SRP2 winner, Bill Rand. Look at him pumping the fist, understandably, just a really tremendous achievement. Still in all, as we get the international flag salute at the end of a major motorsports event like this from all of the corner workers. There's your winner, Fredy Lienhard, and he is savoring a moment very few get to. We're going to take you through the entire full field of results here from this 40th anniversary Rolex 24 at Daytona. And while we're letting everybody take a look at that, gentlemen, some final thoughts about this race. You were talking about it, that this was, I think, David, a more representative finish in the sense that SRP, the prototypes, have now come back into their own.
Yeah, I thought today was really a pretty classic 24-hour race. Anytime you can win with a margin of victory of less than about 4 or 5 laps, or around about 4 or 5 laps, that's pretty close at the end of 26 or 2700 miles of racing. Good race, I thought, today.
Derek, your thoughts? I mean, there was so much into this one.
Well, that was the thing. There was so much happening the whole way through. As a driver, you never know all that lot's happening when you're out there actually in it. But it was outstanding just to watch the way these guys, the teams, the mechanics, everybody put so much together to bring the car back on the road, you know, with such a variety of classes. And some of the driving was bad, but there's so much great driving out there.
And once again, it was a matter of simple survival in so many cases. And I'll tell you what, this entire field did an absolutely amazing job. And we saw the finishes. And I can't say enough about the SRP2 category. Those guys, the laps they were turning, their top 3 finish, that's a class on the rise.
I think that's one of the things that made this such a great race. The SRP2 cars were right up there. The GTS Jaguar was right up there. And, of course, the 66 GT car was right there. You had all your top classes really congregated in about the top 20 laps, which really, as I say, after 2,700 miles of racing, is pretty good, especially when you think of the potential speed difference between the SRP and the GT car, for instance.
Absolutely. It was an absolutely remarkable day, and we take a look at some of the highlights from this event. We want to remind everybody that, of course, in the past few years, Speed Vision has set the standard for coverage of motorsports. Well, we are very proud to be a part of the fact that as we relaunch as Speed Channel, that bar will be raised. There will be more extensive coverage of more of the best from the world of motorsports on Speed Channel. So, for David Hobbs, for Derek Bell, for Guy Hobbs and for Calvin Fish down in the pits doing such great work, both of them. I'm Greg Creamer. We look forward truly and very proudly to being with you and spending a lot of time with you in the future as we bring you the best of motorsports on Speed Channel. Until then, take care, everybody.